All right, I think we're ready. We're going to go ahead and call to order our regular meeting of the Vallejo City Council. The time is 7:19 p.m. I want to thank everyone for your patience, and we're going to go ahead and begin with the roll call.
Mayor Soers.
Present.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Present.
Council members Gordon.
Present.
Lediju. Matias.
Present.
Matulik.
Present.
Palmeros.
Present.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone could please stand and join us for the pledge. All right, thank you all. We did have a closed session prior to our Housing Authority meeting, and so I'm going to ask our city attorney to please report out from closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The City Council did meet in closed session immediately preceding the Housing Authority meeting. With regard to the following items, Item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. The agenda lists 3 cases. The council only heard 2 of them and provided in both cases direction to legal counsel. And Item B, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives include the city manager and the human resources director. The employee organization is the Vallejo Police Officers Association. The council provided direction to its negotiators with regard to that item, and there is no other action to report at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Item 5 is our presentations and commendations, and we have 2 this evening. The first one is a presentation of a proclamation recognizing June 2025 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and we have Vice Mayor Bergenzer, who's going to be presenting the proclamation to 2 incredible organizations locally. We have board members from the Solano Pride Center, as well as leadership from the Vallejo Gay Network, VGN. If you all could please join the Vice Mayor at the podium for the reading of the proclamation, and for both of our proclamations this evening, we'll ask for short comments by the recipients after the reading of the proclamation.
We have both proclamations here for you. Well, it's with great pleasure to be in front of all of you as we still continue to gather to do this proclamation. Recognizing June 2025 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Whereas 56 years ago, in June 1969, a riot at the Manhattan gay bar, the Stonewall Inn, in retaliation to a police raid, precipitated the modern fight for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ+ rights. And whereas, because of the courageous acts by those who demanded justice and from those who quietly pushed for progress, our nation has made great strides in recognizing what these brave individuals long knew to be true in their hearts, that love is love and no person should be judged by anything but the content of their character. And whereas, for every partnership that was not previously recognized under the law and for every American who was denied their basic civil rights, the monumental 2015 Supreme Court ruling instilled newfound hope, affirming the belief that we are all freer when we are all treated as equals. And whereas, despite extraordinary progress, LGBTQ plus people still face discrimination and violence simply for being who they are, there remains much more work to do to extend and keep the promise of safety and liberty to every person in the United States. And whereas now more than ever, it is imperative for the LGBTQ plus community to work with our allies to protect those of our community who are being targeted by political figures who seek to destroy not only our community, but the very fabric of our democracy. And whereas in 2025 is the 27th year of the Solano County and Vallejo LGBTQ+ community coming together to show our pride through service and support of the community in which we live, through the organizations known as the Vallejo Gay Network, Solano Pride Center, Solano Serenity Center, Louise Lawrence Transgender Archive, and the Solano AIDS Coalition. And whereas during Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer Pride Month, as we wave our flags of pride high and march boldly in parades and demonstrations, let us celebrate how far we have come and reaffirm our steadfast belief in the equal dignity of all residents in the United States. And whereas the Vallejo City Council proudly stands with the LGBTQ+ community and with all the communities who struggle for basic human rights, for acceptance, visibility, safety, acknowledgement, and fairness in the quest for full equality under the law. Now, therefore, be proclaimed that I, Andrea Source, Mayor of the City of Vallejo, and the Vallejo City Council do hereby recognize June 2025 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month in the City of Vallejo. And it's dated May 27th, 2025.
Mayor Source, members of the City Council, city staff, and residents of the City of Vallejo. This proclamation just read reminds us of the importance of alliances we foster within and beyond the LGBTQ+ community. Your allyship and friendship are essential to our collective well-being, especially in challenging times like these. Our community faces significant challenges with members being targeted by political figures and individuals spreading hate throughout our nation. These moments underscore the fragility of our democracy and the critical need for strong alliances to protect and uplift one another. Simply living an authentic life can make us, oh, of course it's going to go off. Just a minute. Come on. Technology.
You're all good.
I do this. I swear I do. I do this. Really, I do. Oh, it is. It just has to be tamed. Anyway, going forward, simply living an authentic life can make us targets on both the national and local levels. But having a hometown like Vallejo, where we are valued and seen as an integral part of the community, means the world to us. This year, we are proud to host over 17 events in and around Vallejo that celebrate pride and unity. From a flag raising here at City Hall next week, to Pride Night at the museum, to the Solano County Pride Picnic on Mare Island next Sunday, or Sunday after next, sorry, and our celebration at the Solano County Fair. We warmly invite everyone to join us and partake in these vibrant events. These events are spaces for our community to come together and celebrate. We treasure and support the presence of allies who stand with us in these spaces we call our own at this time of year. Finally, I'm honored to present this new flag to the City of Vallejo, which represents our city's unwavering commitment to diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Again, thank you. And there's a big old flag. And we have a few others to say a few words. We have Bridget Riley from Solano County Pride Center in Fairfield, and then also Miss Bob from the Louise Lawrence Transgender Center, Archive Center.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, council members, and thank you, City of Vallejo. Everything Tom said and this, we are. I am me, I am they, I am one with everything. We are all splendidly different. We all deserve love. We are all real. We are here. We're not going back. We're creating this now, and look how beautiful we all are. Look at us supporting each other. learning from each other, teaching each other. We know how to treat each other. We are here right now. See it, feel it. We will continue to create it. We will continue to be ourselves. We will continue because we deserve it. We deserve love in all its wondrous imaginations, all its colors of the rainbow, all its generous or gorgeous diversity, amazing creativity, and most of all, love, respect, honor, dignity, decency, truth. This is how we create our reality of unconditional love and acceptance and support, because we know we are love. Thank you very much for your support, everyone.
Hi. I was not prepared to speak this evening, but if the council will allow, I won't let that stop me. I'm here to welcome you to my home, the home of the Louise Lawrence Transgender Archive in Vallejo. Since we opened almost 10 years ago, we have been made to feel part of the community. We have tried to contribute to the community, to educational programs in the community, and we are very happy to have such a supportive environment to thrive in. So thank you to the City of Vallejo. Thank you for allowing us to be in your presence, be in your company, be in your community. And thank you all for joining us here today. Welcome to Pride Month.
Thank you so much. If you would please join us in front, we can take a group photo,
Yeah. Also with
and we can unravel the flag while we're doing that. If we can please make our way down to the front, we'll take a photo quickly. All right, thank you all again. We're going to take a minute to transition. And then our second proclamation this evening, as we transition. Our second proclamation this evening is a presentation of a proclamation recognizing Philippine Cultural Month, also for June 2025. And Councilmember Matulik will be presenting that proclamation, and we have, I believe, representatives here from the Filipino Cultural Center. Please feel free, once we clear out as we transition, to join Councilmember Matulik at the podium for the presentation of this proclamation.
And we'll have Councilmember Matulak along with Councilmember Paul Maris.
And
helping to
Councilmember
present.
Palmares. Apologies.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to read the City of Vallejo Proclamation, recognizing Philippine Cultural Month, June 2025. Whereas the City of Vallejo is one of the most diverse and culturally rich cities in the United States, and our city proudly celebrates everyone year-round, regardless of their race, culture, origin, religion, or orientation. And whereas the City of Vallejo annually recognizes June as Philippine Cultural Month to celebrate Filipino-American heritage and history, to preserve cultural roots and promote cultural awareness, and above all, to continue bringing all of Vallejo's communities and generations together. And whereas in 1898, the U.S. Navy ships that sailed from the Mare Island Naval Shipyard to the Philippines directly contributed to the United States victory over Spain, which led to the Philippines' Declaration of Independence from Spain on June 12, 1898. And whereas this is our 39th annual festival in Vallejo, which has grown significantly over the past 3 years, and we also commemorate the 79th anniversary of the Philippine independence on July 4th, 1946, from the United States. We thank America for making the Philippines one of the most Americanized countries, and we express gratitude to all Americans for welcoming Filipinos to immigrate, assimilate, and contribute to this great nation. And whereas our 2025 theme is Sharing the Map of Our Motherland, which focuses on strengthening the bond within family generations and the community to trace back to their roots in the Philippines, and, more importantly, to bring people together, creating a sense of belonging and unity, encouraging appreciation and respect for various cultures, providing opportunities for artists, performers, and vendors to showcase their work, and boosting our economy by attracting tourism and supporting small businesses. And whereas the Philippine Cultural Committee cordially invites everyone to attend all the activities posted at www.vallejopistasanayan.com, especially the Vallejo Pista Sanayan Festival at the Mare Island Coal Sheds at 850 Nimitz Avenue on Saturday, June 12th from 10 a.m. to 6. I'm sorry, June 7th. Thank you for correcting me. Need to fix my glasses here for a second. So on Saturday, June 7th, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Andrea Source, Mayor of the City of Vallejo, and the Vallejo City Council do hereby recognize the month of June 2025 as Philippine Cultural Month, and we recognize our diverse community to explore the Philippine culture, appreciate those of Filipino heritage who have helped make our city and country great, and let us always celebrate everyone year-round, regardless of their race, culture, origin, religion, age, ability, gender, or orientation, so we continuously raise each other up and advance the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Signed by Andrea Source, the mayor, Vice Mayor Peter Bregenzer from District 5, Councilmember Helen Marie Gordon of District 6, Councilmember Tanya Letiju of District 3, Councilmember Alexander Matias, District 1, Councilmember Diosdado J.R. Matulak from District 2, and Councilmember Charles Palmeras from District 4.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and distinguished guests. On behalf of the Filipino community of Solano County and Pista Sanayon, I am deeply honored to accept this proclamation recognizing June 2025 as Philippine Cultural Month and celebrating our annual Pista Sanayon. Vallejo is a city rich in diversity and history, and we are proud to be part of its vibrant cultural fabric. The Filipino community has deep roots in Vallejo, contributing to its growth, serving its people, and sharing traditions that span through generations. This proclamation is a meaningful recognition of that legacy and a celebration of who we are. Pista Sanayon is more than a festival, it's a homecoming. It's where families gather, elders share stories, youth learn about their heritage, and we all celebrate the beauty of Filipino culture through music, dance, food, and fellowship. Our theme this year embodies all of that. Our theme is sharing the map of our motherland. This year, every vendor will be showcasing where their families are from in the Philippines. An interactive map will allow patrons to come and share where they are from and learn the history of their ancestry. Our stages, both the main stage and the next gen stage, will be filled with dancing and singing from 3 different islands, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Our cultural pavilion will host a number of groups, such as the Island Warriors Martial Arts, who will be having an Eskrima tournament led by Uncle Mel, and Kababayan kids who cater to the littlest ones, sharing about who we are as Filipinos. Let's not forget the food. That's the best part. Where you will taste the many different flavors from the Filipino chefs and bakers. Overall, Pista Sanayon is an authentic Filipino festival, and our team has worked so hard to make it a successful event. I'd like to give special recognition and thanks to our elders who started Pista Sanayon 39 years ago. Without their love, vision, and efforts, we will not be where we are today. Thank you. So this year we are kicking off the event with a processional parade starting at 10 a.m. So we invite all of you to please come and enjoy the festivities on June 7th, Mare Island Coal Sheds from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Thank you to the City of Vallejo, officials, organizers, and partners for embracing and uplifting our heritage. Thank you for your support, ensuring that our culture not only endures but thrives, continues to inspire pride, unity, and connection for generations to come. We are truly grateful. Thank you.
All right, if you all could join us in front, we'll take a group photo. All right, we'll give just a few more seconds to transition. All right, thank you all again. That is going to bring us to our first community forum. I'll go ahead and say, I'm not sure how many speakers we have, but we've got a lot of agenda items, and I know we have people here to speak on those agenda items, so we're going to limit our first community forum, as usual, to 15 minutes. We'll get in at least 5 speakers. How many do we have signed up?
We have 10 so far.
Okay, so this is again for items not on the agenda this evening. Let's go ahead and call our first speaker.
Our first speaker is Pamela Brogan.
Good evening. This is only my second time to ever speak, but I would like to thank all of you for your attention and everything I spoke to last time. Thank you especially to Councilmember Palmeras for everything that you did do. I appreciate the energies that you put forward to the things that we talked about. My energy tonight would be more focused toward the city manager. There are issues on Sacramento Street about the pathway to be able to go from Blue Oak Landing to any of the shopping. We cannot access the sidewalk from Blue Oak to any of the shopping. Primarily at 2160, there is lights in the sidewalk that make it impassable. My friend has already been hit by a car in her walker or in her scooter, and the traffic is too fast on the street to be able to go on the other side of the street. Bringing back to my point of wanting a stop sign to be placed either at Frisbee or the other intersection to slow down the traffic. There has been at least one accident a week since the last time I spoke on Sacramento. Too many. Does it have to take somebody actually dying to get this action to come to pass? Please don't make it take that to have to happen. Please put the stop sign in. Please. We also need 2 street lamps to be lit up right in front of the building that are out. If you could do those things, I would greatly appreciate it. Please. Everything else, well, Vallejo's Vallejo. We still need a lot of work to be done within the city limits, but we're getting there slowly but surely, because I've seen things change just in our apartment complex since we had the talk with Mr. Palmeras and everything, and I really appreciate the energy that the Vallejo Housing Authority is doing, getting the other ones open, and from the other homeless people, even though that I don't have the right to speak on their behalf, but because I was out there homeless for 5 years, thank you on their behalf. Thank you for getting them housed. Thank you. God, thank you. Thank you so much for getting them housed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Schuschel. Schuschel? Sorry. Schussel. I apologize.
Good evening. City Council and the city manager needs to tell the city attorney to declare an impasse with VPOA about the meet and confer negotiations that involve the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission. Clearly, the strategy employed by the city attorney is not working. After more than a year of meet and confer with VPOA, the document the city attorney brought to city council was rejected. It's time to move on and allow the commission to start meeting. Before the commission can start investigations and dealing with complaints, there's a variety of tasks the committee needs to do that VPOA has no say over, despite the contrary statements they have made. We have been told by the city attorney that there must be final agreement before VPOA, with VPOA before the commission meets. If a city attorney cannot show where it is written that VPOA has a say in the non-work-related issues of the commission, then the commission needs to start meeting. The commission training, and I'll add, was permitted because it did not involve work conditions. I'm going to read a list of things that the committee needs to do and is being stonewalled on. 1, elect a chair and vice chair. Develop dates for the commission to meet in council chambers, select a youth member, have a commission secretary designated, develop bylaws, have speakers to educate the public, push hiring an independent auditor, follow up on the latest open Vallejo article, create a website for complaints, and provide to that website information about the commission for the public. The IT department needs to create email addresses and phone numbers for each oversight member. And there's a critical need to have community sessions and meetings to learn about residents' experiences with the Vallejo Police Department and the best way to reach out to the public. And also, the committee needs to start reviewing Vallejo Police Department rules for such issues as use of force. Again, I would ask the city attorney, where is it written that VPOA has any say in these tasks? It's been 3 years since discussions began about oversight, and we still have no oversight. City council needs to call for an impasse if VPOA claims the issues I listed affect working conditions that require regular meetings of the commission. Council also needs to direct the commission to start meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave Belleff.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Dave Belleff. I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen, not as a member of any board, commission, committee, et cetera, or agency. So I just wanted to say thank you publicly to Mark Helmbrecht, one of the finest public servants I've ever met. He just embodies effective, efficient excellence all throughout, and I am hoping dearly that the city council and city staff will continue to find people of his caliber and his work ethic, et cetera. And I'm hoping that the council, especially the council and other city staff, are aware of the projects that he still has forthcoming, and continue his efforts to better our city, as he already has done tremendously. So I just wanted to shout out for Mark. Semi-related to that is our general plan. We've had many attempts and many successes at altering the general plan, where we have spent thousands and thousands of hours, man hours, women hours, and money, untold amounts of money, to make one of the best city plans, general plans around. And it would be a shame for us to ignore all the efforts that have been put into this. I can give you specific examples, but I won't tonight. I'd like to see the city invest in additional quality of life projects related to that general plan. For example, trails and pathways, bicycling paths and pedestrian pathways throughout the city. I just spoke to several people off the cuff who came up to me and mentioned the beautiful new Vine Trail and how wonderful it was to see so many people using it. But one of their comments was, how do I get from that wonderful trail to point A, B, C, and D. And I know our general plan talks about this, and we need to invest in it and make certain it happens. By the way, did anybody see the bike sign on Mare Island Way? It was wonderful. And May was or is still Bike Month, and it's not too late to get out and ride. We can make May and all months Bike Month. So once again, thank you all, and I hope to see the city continue doing these wonderful quality of life projects and investing in our children as well. So thank you all very much, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Jordan.
Hello. Technology. All right. Hello, my name is Don Jordan. I'm the president for the Vallejo Juneteenth Committee for this year. I am thrilled to announce that we will once again gather to celebrate the 35th anniversary of Juneteenth here in Vallejo, a day of profound historical significance and immense joy. Please mark your calendars for Saturday, June 21st, 2025, as we come together at the beautiful Barbara Candelas Waterfront Green to commemorate this pivotal moment in American history. The parade will begin at 9 a.m. on the corners of Tennessee and Sonoma Boulevards. The festival will start at 11 a.m. Our Vallejo Juneteenth 2025 celebration promises to be a day filled with vibrant cultural performances, delicious food, as always, educational exhibits, and activities for the entire family. GVRD is also participating this year. It is an and they're going to have a kids zone. It's an opportunity to reflect on the journey to freedom, celebrate the resilience and achievements of the Black community, and to reaffirm our commitment to equality and justice for all. We invite everyone, all families, friends, neighbors, to join us as we honor this legacy and create new memories together. Let us make Vallejo Juneteenth 2025 a truly unforgettable event. Our promoter is Jeff Traeger of FT Presents, and we'll be having Tony Lindsay and the Soul Soldiers, Hands on Fire, and Oakland Rising as our main entertainment for that day, as well as local presenters from the community. And I hope to see you there. And I have, for myself personally, they tore down the old Walmart in North Vallejo on Broadway, and there's this humongous mound of ground up cement. And it's been there since they tore the building down. And I said, oh, one day they're gonna come in here and take it away. That was 2 years ago. It's still there. So I'm wondering if that's, I know it's ground up cement, so I wonder if it's a health hazard, or for me it's an eyesore that they chewed up the building and then just left that huge amount of ground up cement there. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paula Connolly.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Sharma. He has a follow-up from when he saw you 2 weeks ago.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Sharma. I was here 2 weeks ago regarding the homeless encampment in front of our property, and thank you so much. Thank you again. And city has finally took a step to. Thank you, the city mayor. Thank you so much calling me. And thank you, Mr. Matias. And so far, the campaign is gone. RVs are moved right now. I hope we keep it that way. It doesn't look good for the city or for my business. And I hope city staff will show leadership regarding this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We probably have time for a sixth since that one went under.
Okay.
Time to call our sixth speaker.
The next speaker is Ann Carr.
Good evening, Council and everyone. Ann Carr here. I wanted to ask you first, how was your holiday weekend? And I raised that question because tonight's packet for this meeting was 1,000 pages. Now, were you off barbecuing with your friends and/or representing at solemn ceremonies for Memorial Day, or were you diving through a very overloaded packet for tonight's meeting? Many of the topics on tonight's agenda do deserve consideration, but I humbly suggest that this entire council, I think, got elected saying that they wanted to improve public engagement and transparency. And in order for people to participate, it needs to be a reasonable workload, number one, a reasonable advance notice of materials, and then, frankly, reasonable meetings. Is tonight going to be another midnight hour barn burner? People who have long commutes and have to leave early in the morning, they can't be at council or following council till midnight. So I have some specific suggestions. So anything that is last minute on tonight's agenda, namely items, I believe it's 9D as in David and E as in Edward, requiring last minute notice or decisions on something due at the end of the week, I would just say kill those suckers. I'm sorry. Stop with the last minute business already. 9C is regarding the safe camping ideas, which is something that desperately we need to consider, but it doesn't need to be tonight. Namely, because for starters, we don't know what our budget is going to be for next year. So how about we look at that stuff when we know how much money we have? Item 9B, as in boy, is about the navigation center. I think we need to spend more time on that. So let's focus on the things that we can get done. And I will put in a request again, and this is a great time to do it, for the City Council to adopt what I'm calling the Santa Rosa mode of meeting notices and packets. The City of Santa Rosa requires its preliminary agenda 12 days in advance. And then it asks people to make documents available as they're ready, not wait till the last hour. And then the final agenda and final packet is due 6 days in advance. Let's just copy that sucker outright and save ourselves some time. It would make it possible for the public to engage with materials, for City Council to engage with the materials, and I think everybody would sleep better. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we've got several agenda items. I know we have people here to comment on those items. Apologies to the speakers that wanted to speak in community forum. You will have an opportunity at our second forum, which will be closer to the end of the meeting. And I'm going to move us to our consent calendar. Yes, I just want to make sure we move us.
Okay.
Wait, did you have a question? A quick
I just
question?
want to give comments to the speakers.
Okay.
So first, I want to say thank you to Dave.
I don't know that. I worry that if we respond to the speakers, we'll be going a bit off the agenda. So if you have a quick question for someone, please feel free to go ahead.
I just want to give a comment, like everybody else does. Just want to make a comment. Don't take a few seconds.
I don't know that we have the ability to do that with these items. We can ask quick follow-ups, but for public comment, we since those items aren't agendized, we can't discuss them. So we'll go ahead to this consent calendar, and we'll go ahead and see if we have public comment on the consent calendar items. Has anyone signed up for public comment?
Yes, we have 2 in-house speakers.
All right, let's go ahead and call those speakers.
First is Dave Belliff.
Dave Belliff, no more introductions. I'll make it quick and fast for you. I'm encouraging you to take the consent calendar as is, especially since the Vine Trail, as of you've already heard, is an amazing project. 5th Street, I think you may have another speaker about that later. Another incredible project that we're already seeing a lot of use of and getting done. And I'll just leave it at that, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Tina A.
Feel free to move down the podium.
Thank you. I just do this before. Hi, Dawn. So I'd like to acknowledge the former speaker there, David Belloff, who alluded to a fantastic city employee by the name of Mr. Hambrecht. He has been nothing but stellar in some of the projects that he has been done while I was on council, and has been thorough and absolutely. So even though these are consent items, and I don't know if any of you are going to pull them, but I would like to request that item L on the consent calendar, which is the 5th Street, and thank you, staff, for spelling it 5th Street alphabetically and not numerically, and the Vine Trail, which is the consent calendar item C, to please go ahead and go forward with that so we can get these projects on the run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers online?
No speakers online at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, we will have some recusals, but I want to first ask my colleagues, does anyone have any consent items they'd like to pull? All right. Councilmember Ledeju.
I'd like to pull item number 8N.
Okay, so item 8N is now going to become 8.1. And then I am going to be recusing from item J, which is the Glen Cove LMD, as I own property in that district.
And I will be doing the same.
And I am recusing from 8H because I own property in Ridgecrest.
Okay. All right. Glen Cove is J.
And then can I pull the item on the marina very quickly?
Which letter is that?
O.
I'm looking for it. Is it O?
Yes.
Item O. All right, we're going to pull item O, and that will become 8.2. And with that, if we have no other recusals, Councilmember Matulik, do you need to do a recusal?
Don, can you confirm which, am I on HG that I need to recuse myself from?
You're item K.
K, thank you, thank you for.
Okay. All right, so you're recusing from K?
Correct, yes.
Okay. With that, do we have a motion for the consent calendar?
Yes, I'd like to move that we approve the consent and agenda, consent calendar and the agenda, and changing 8N to 8.1, 8O to 8.2, and recusing the mayor and Councilmember Ledeju from 8J, Councilmember Matias from 8H, and Councilmember Matulak from 8K.
All right, thank you. We can go ahead and vote.
Missing 2 votes. There we go. One more vote. Someone not, there we go. Motion carries unanimously with the noted abstentions due to conflicts.
All right, thank you. That is going to bring us to our new item 8.1, which was consent item N. Adopt a resolution revising the unrepresented executive management employee compensation, leave, and benefits to add post-certificate pays for the deputy police chief and police chief. And I will turn it over to Councilmember Ledeju, who pulled this item.
Thank you. So I'd like to pivot a motion that 8N be voted on as a separate item from the total consent calendar. And also,
That is what we were doing.
okay, I'm just making sure for 8N. And then I just want to clarify, just because for me, the title is not quite what I would expect. And the reason that we're actually doing this, if I'm not mistaken, Director, is that this is a way or a mechanism to address potential impaction between several positions within the organization, correct?
Well, this evening, we're talking about just the deputy chief, the deputy police chief and the police chief.
Right.
Yes.
And so we're addressing impaction with those two positions above the other captains and our deputy captain and going up, right?
Correct. This is
Okay.
this is a way for us to create more space between the salaries for, between the captain and the deputy chief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this item? I want to note for the record that I would like to see the full salary studies as well when we're thinking about compaction, rather than seeing these as one-offs. And I think that's come up before in some of our other conversations. And with that,
I'll make a
seeing
motion.
nothing else, let's go ahead and,
Okay,
let's get
I'll
the
make a
motion.
motion that we approve the resolution revising the unrepresented executive management employee compensation, leave, and benefits to add post certificate pays for the deputy police chief and police chief.
Motion carries with Mayor Source and Councilmember Littlejoux opposed.
All right, thank you all. That is going to bring us to item 8.2, which was consent item O, adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 24-25 Marina Fund and State Lands Fund budgets by reallocating $260,000 of the State Lands budget and project PWC 112 roof repairs replacement to the Marina Fund. This is step 2 of 2, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled the item.
I just have a quick timeline question, and I guess this would be for you and the city manager. One of the agenda items that we have to discuss as a body is just a general update on the marina. And so when is that coming before this body? Because I think that that's especially relevant given the upcoming budget discussions.
I'll look to the clerk and the mayor and vice mayor. I don't think that's been calendared for a specific agenda. It's one of the pending future agenda items, so we don't have a specific timeline for that.
That was part of the 7 that we had prioritized in February. So I would probably want to have that conversation before we sign off on a budget, because there's like a lot going on with the marina.
Interestingly, I don't have the marina on my list of our future items that we voted on, but I know it's been in conversation. And if we could, is there anything particularly urgent about doing this at this time, or can it wait until the broader marina update?
So I
Or
believe
this is
that
just the roof, oh, I see
this is the
what
repair
you're
of the
saying. This
roof
is just
to
the
a
roof
city-owned
repairs
building, the
replacement.
Zafredos. So I think there might be some
Okay.
urgency to it. Interim Public Works Director Alcantara can respond to that.
Good evening, Mayor Source.
We'll just need to raise that up and turn the mic on. There it is.
Good
You can
evening,
raise it on the lower right as well.
Oh, that's fine, I think.
There it is, thanks.
Council members, there is some urgency in this case because the marina has some pending invoices, and so we have some funds in the land, the land trust money that we can shift over to cover those invoices for the marina.
Thank you. Other questions from council?
No, I think it would just be helpful to get a pretty holistic picture of what's going on with the marina, and if there are any sort of funding requests that we have to be mindful of as a body for next year. And so would really appreciate if you guys could prioritize that conversation before the end of this fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I made a note of that. And I believe that request, now that I'm thinking about it, that request for follow-up wasn't a council request for future agenda, but it was a follow-up from the previous agenda item we had when we approved the contract, the extension and increase in the contract for the marina study. So that was a follow-up we had talked about, and that's on the list, and we should figure out a plan for that. Councilmember Matulik.
And I think a follow-up to that is I think we had pending penalties and fees that I think we need to be have an understanding of how that plays an impact into the marina conversation, because I think that was a significant funding issue last year of the penalties that were pending that I think were due for this upcoming budget. So that's I think that's part of the conversation that Councilmember Matias may be alluding to, of making sure that those budgets are allocated for.
All right, let's go ahead and, we have that note, and we'll go ahead and get a motion on this item.
I move that we adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 Marina Fund and State Lands Fund budgets by reallocating $260,000 of the State Lands budget in project PWC 112, roof repairs replacement, to the Marina Fund, step 2 of 2.
All right, thank you. We can go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to our action calendar, and I'll ask our city clerk to announce action item 9A.
Receive an update on public safety staffing in Vallejo and consider making a finding to continue the state of local emergency relating to public safety staffing.
All right, and we have our chief here whenever you're ready. I believe we have a presentation on this item, and we've gone ahead and opened up the public comment for this item as well. Anyone wishing to speak on this item can sign up at the kiosk in person or raise your hand online. Go ahead, chief, whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good evening tonight. Jason Taw, Vallejo Chief of Police. Tonight, I will provide you an update on our public safety staffing emergency. Let's go to the next slide. So this is just a kind of a breakdown from 2005 to current. So I'll just point out a couple of kind of milestones. So you can see right during the 2007, 2008 year, that was right during bankruptcy. So you can see staffing levels pretty significantly decreased from 2008 all the way to 2013. And that, we believe, is kind of residual from what had occurred with the bankruptcy. In 2014, between 2013 and 14, we saw a recovery, and it was relatively flat between 14 all the way to about 2020. And then between 2020 and then 2023, that's what we are somewhat experiencing, a decline in staffing. In 2024, we started to recover. And then currently, we'll get into the more recent numbers, but we're hovering about 82 currently, so 76 to 82 current. So this slide indicates some adjustments that we had suggested and made. This was back in March of 2023. Phase 1 was to really look at our calls for service, look to see how we could better utilize staffing that we had. Phase 2 was to utilize non-patrol officers to fill vacant patrol slots. Phase 3 was collapsing traffic and also potentially collapsing detectives as we were filling vacant patrol slots. And then Phase 4 would have been an aggressive modification to the patrol staffing model that we use. We never got to Phase 4. Fortunately, we were in Phase 3. Now we're hovering right around Phase 2. Next slide. So as I had mentioned, we're starting to see a modest increase, a plateau and an increase. So we are expecting by July of 2025 to assign an officer back to the task force. We did send one officer back in January 2025 back to traffic. Traffic is one of the major concerns in our city and vehicle safety. And also by June, we are anticipating having at least 4 officers on a problem-oriented policing team. So this team would address crime problems, but also would be able to deal with quality of life concerns. We are still continuing to increase our police assistants. These are otherwise sometimes known as community service officers. We have 4 vacancies currently. And back in October of last year, we assigned a police assistant back to traffic to deal with abandoned vehicles full-time. So since that period until now, there was in the area of about 4,000 cars on the list, abandoned cars reported to See-Click-Fix, and we are in the realm of 2,000 reported. A lot of them may still be duplicated, but we are making progress. So I took this slide from the previous presentation and put it in a different order. So I just kind of want to go through this with our current staffing number. The next chart or column that you see in 2026 represents in red what we anticipate to hire in terms of recruit and entry hires, and the yellow is what we anticipate recruiting for laterals. So we're anticipating a modest gain each year of 7 entry and recruit officers and a modest gain of 5 for laterals. So you can see in 2027, we're adding another plus 12, and then 2028, another plus 12. So we're anticipating at this projection to be right around 118 officers by 2028. So that would roughly bring us to that first slide that we looked at, right back to about 2007, 2008 staffing levels. This slide just has a chart that I'll go through real quickly. So you'll see the list of numbers to the left that indicated the numbers that we had reported out back in April, the beginning of April. And our current numbers, total sworn staff is 82. We have 3 officers on modified duty. They're injured or modified to not be able to work full duty. We have 1 officer that's on workers' comp, which is disability. So that leaves us with currently 78 sworn full-duty officers. Currently, we have 41 working patrol, 5 patrol supervisors, and we have 9 in the field training program. No one at this moment is anticipating on resigning, and we have 1 offer for an officer. I wanted to point out the officers in field training, so they are not counted with our total numbers until they complete the training program. We have 1 officer due to complete next month in June. We have 4 anticipated to complete in August, and another 4 to anticipate completion in December. And currently we have 2 officers starting a June police academy. This slide is got a lot of information on here, but I'm going to focus on April of 2025. So those are the blue columns that you see just to kind of the left side of the chart. We are now in May, so as of this July projection, we are right around where we anticipated that we would be. So as you look at the yellow chart and you look at the green chart, that again is this shows a modest gain of a +7. So this is not adding the +5 lateral recruitment that we're anticipating, but this is a +7. So at the very top, you'll see some information, and that's how, as these numbers increase, this is the anticipation on how we're going to backfill some of these positions. So as we talked about earlier, we put 1 officer back in traffic. We do anticipate being able to form a proactive team of 4 officers and would like to put 1 federal task force officer back to work with our federal partners. And you can see as every color, it'll have an associated anticipation of replenishment of those positions up above. So we're still exploring ways to supplement our officers. So Senate Bill 1379, that was the the bill that allowed the sheriff's office to upstaff using retired annuitants. It was approved by Governor Newsom back in September of 2024, and we're currently in negotiations with the sheriff for contract services. We are continuing to get help from CHP. So back in July of 2024, CHP directed its traffic officers to come off the freeway and assist us with traffic enforcement on our surface streets. They are still doing that during their free patrol time today. In February of 2025, they also allowed additional staff to help us with sideshow enforcement and reckless driving enforcement. So we still receive their assistance with that enforcement as well. We are expanding the security guard program. I have a slide on that, so I'll go in more detail when we get to that slide. And the retention, recruitment, and referral incentive is moving forward. I was just informed that it looks like the city and the labor union are in agreement, and there is a side letter upcoming for that program. And we are also looking to expand any technologies that may help us reduce crime. So currently we're using the gunshot detection technology to give us gunshot activations in various parts of our city. We're looking at potentially a red light camera program, and we are also looking at mobile security towers. At the last council meeting, I was asked to provide just a brief timeline on the verified response. This is when we were in phase one, we were looking to see how we could reduce some of the call volume that we were experiencing. So that was the reason why we started looking into some of the false alarms. We did a study that was completed in April of 2023. This study looked at a 2-year period from 2020, actually 3-year period from 2020, 2021, and 2022. And during that period that we analyzed, we located 10,509 alarm calls for service. 98% of those calls were false alarms, so no crimes were associated to those calls. We did a follow-up study in August of 2023, and this follow-up study looked at January of 2023 to July of 2023. So 7 months worth of data, just to see if we had the most recent ratio. So in that analysis, we located 2,202 alarm calls for service, with 97% of those calls not being associated to any crimes. Continued timeline. During those two studies that I had referenced, the first study revealed approximately 103 hours a month that was spent on staff time that was spent on false alarms. And in 2023, it was about 153 hours a month. So just applying the percentage to that 153 hours, we estimated that approximately 148 hours were spent on false alarms. We had 2 town hall meetings during this discussion, one in August of 2023, the second one in September of 2023. We also engaged with our alarm company and their representatives, and that also occurred in August of 2023. In February of 2024, City Council expressed interest in proceeding with an amendment to the municipal code to require verified alarms to trigger response as a pilot project, with a review after 1 year of implementation, although there was no actual vote taken at that council meeting. Moving along to the security guard timeline, in March of 2024, Measure P and the City Council approved $500,000 for the expansion of the security guard program. June of 2024, we opened an RFP, which closed the following month in July. In October of 2024, the applicants were screened and interviewed. And in November, AX9, which is our existing security company, was selected. And that same month, we started the scope of work discussion with various agencies within our city, the city manager's office, city attorney's office, public works, and Vallejo Police Department. January of 2025, there was continued discussions on insurance and indemnities. Between January and March of 2025, we discussed the scope of work with California DOJ. April of 2025, we took their feedback and made edits. And currently, we have feedback from the security company, and we are still working on that contract finalization. And then with that, in conclusion, today we are requesting City Council's consideration and finding to continue to declare the state of local emergency due to an ongoing public safety staffing challenges.
All right, we do have some public commenters on this item. Do any council members want to raise clarifying questions before we take our speakers? Let's go ahead and, I don't see anyone, so let's go ahead and do the public comment first.
Our first speaker, I believe, is Dave Belliff. He was summoned and, okay.
Sorry, you guys may want to kick me out later. Thank you for indulging. Dave Belliff here again. I want to recognize the fact that the police department has an incredibly, very, very difficult job, and I myself have benefited from excellent police work in many years ago, so thank you. I do want to recognize that. There's so many things we could go through here, but one of the things I want to mention is helping with our staffing through volunteers. So I know there's been some work going towards that, and I'm hoping that the chief and the union and the city council, mayor, management, et cetera, can all come together and help us further those efforts, because I've spoken to so many departments where they also have staffing issues. As you know, it's across the country, it's not just Vallejo. And a lot of them take advantage of non-sworn officers to help out in many, many different capacities. And I have actually compiled a list of multitudes of these that our city manager, I think, is aware of. So thank you for considering that. I think one of the issues we have here is not so much retaining officers due to pay disparities, but rather the pride in Vallejo, esprit de corps, morale. I think those are some of the biggest issues we have, and we need to, as a community, as a chief, as council, as staff, encourage our VPOA to take a more positive approach when it comes to dealing with potential recruits and our current officers. I give an example, San Francisco, their Police Officers Association, they put out their own ads on their own dime, recruiting officers, saying, hey, we love working here, come to our city to work. And not to disparage people in particular, but the fact is we've had kind of the opposite with some of our own officers doing the exact opposite of what other cities and their police unions do when it comes to encouraging people to work here. My own son is looking at a career in law enforcement, and he has actually been doing ride-alongs with former police Vallejo police officers that now work in other departments. So I could go on and on about those issues. Real quick, another thing that might help is our CERT programs. I know we tried to get some of those started. Something else to think about, it is not pay. It is not pay that is the biggest issue for retaining and measuring employee engagement / satisfaction. I encourage you to look up the Gallup 12 measures of employee engagement, and pay is not in there. So thank you so much. Let's raise our morale and esprit de corps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Carr.
Hi, Council. I sat close tonight because I have a lot to say on agenda items. I am just wondering, I almost have a riddle or a joke for the city, and it is, how long does it take to get a security contract signed with a firm that we know and already do business with? Well, the answer is no one knows. We can't seem to get a contract signed. And we've had, I guess we'll be coming on, I think, 2 years of a so-called public safety emergency, and there is very little to show for it. I'm thrilled that the CHP is giving us some help, and frankly, in my mind, we owe a debt to citizen activist Paula Conley for escalating and highlighting the issue. I guess, have some hope around the sheriff's program, which won't start until next calendar year. We need safety now, and with respect to security officers and them not being able to do an arrest. The idea with security officers is to put them in hot spots, particularly commercial areas, where they could serve as a preventive or a deterrent to crime happening, because most criminals don't like witnesses. So this is not somebody who can chase down an active shooter. This would be more for quality of life and that sort of thing. I will also say that Chief Ta has done some work, but we've got to change this presentation style, because seeing some of the same information presented every single meeting, that's got to stop. And then finally, I want to echo what Dave Belliff had mentioned about using volunteers. The idea of getting community volunteers to do something simple like verify that whether abandoned cars are still there or not is a low-tech job that doesn't seem to be very high risk. Certainly, we could get the 2,000 cars that we still have on the streets whittled down. And then also, the city can take some other measures with respect to security. So, for example, the last time we talked about parking fines and the paid parking structure, in particular in Vallejo, the cameras were all busted. None of them worked. We needed new gate control. I don't think that ever got acknowledged. And I have kind of a personal interest in this, in that my catalytic converter was stolen at that paid parking lot, which is just insult to injury to pay for parking and then be a captive and have your catalytic converter stolen. That was a $3,000 ticket. Thank you very much. I did have insurance that covered a lot of it, but come on, you guys. How long does it take? This is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diana Lang.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hi, Chief Ta. Speaking of morale, I get it. Our numbers are down. We're trying to get them up. But if we're talking about retention and recruitment, and there's talk of elevating somebody like Jarrett Ton, I think that's the absolute wrong direction. How demeaning, how awful. This man killed and put other officers, their lives in danger, recklessly. And yet, he's being considered to be elevated. It's highly concerning, and I really, really hope the council and the city manager take note that this is not acceptable. You don't have much say in what he can do, but we can definitely not promote that. Second item, somebody touched on this. I want to make this clear. I thank you, council, because I know you got that huge packet really late. I put that squarely on city staff to not load up an agenda at the last minute. I would really like to see what was mentioned before, at least 2 weeks for an agenda to be up for you guys and for us to review it, because it's absolutely unacceptable to have to go over 1,000 pages right before a 3-day weekend. That seemed awfully convenient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Stephen Hallett.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I wasn't going to comment on this item, but as the chief was presenting, he had the stats of staffing levels. And I know this item's been on the agenda and on the agenda and on the agenda, so I don't know if this question has been answered, but is there a chart that shows the correlation between staffing levels and crime levels? Because I remember the time when we had those high staffing levels, because I've lived in Vallejo all my life, 38 years now, and crime has not gotten much better or worse. It's about the same. So we need to get the staffing levels up, no question about that. But as we have these discussions, we shouldn't be kidding ourselves to think that getting those staffing levels up is really going to change what's going on out there. There's so many other factors that go into that. And I would bet you that if you saw that, you would see the crime about up here, staying that way. As the staffing levels go like this, you would see there's probably not a correlation to it. And I do want to echo the comments that people said about getting the agendas quicker, because it's getting frustrating hearing constantly, oh, we have to get this done, we have to get this done because we're on a time crunch. Well, if we're on a time crunch, then this should have been brought forward a while ago, because these were pretty much all things that were known about. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any speakers online?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Questions and comments from City Council? Councilmember Gordon, did you have something, or it got answered? I can go if no one has anything. I have a couple of questions about the presentation. The speakers took some of the things that I had flagged, one of which I think this council, we've said this a few times now, that it feels absurd to have been in a state of emergency for 2 years, and we really didn't feel the urgency. I mean, can we put the security guard timeline back up? It was great to see that timeline. And Chief, I know this is not you, this isn't on you. Measure P and City Council approved that in March 2024. If you're in an emergency, and I'm speaking from the perspective of a citizen of Vallejo and the citizens of Vallejo that we hear from, that we heard from during our campaign, and that we hear from every day, who say, we understand that there's going to be some crime. You can't reduce crime to zero. As Mr. Howlett said, you can't reduce crime to zero, but there's an expectation that if we're paying taxes and we call 911, that someone's going to respond, that there's going to be some response. And people are getting told, they're getting so discouraged they're not even calling PD because they're not getting response. So they feel that every day, and they see this get approved in March 2024. I mean, March to June, RFP opened. That's 3 months. The RFP closed in July. The applicants were screened in October. That's not an emergency. That's not how you behave during an emergency. And if you look at the sheriff, if you look at the issue of the sheriff's contract and you look at some of those lags, I just want to note that. I want to say that, and having been on the other side looking at this, we've got to act like we're in an emergency if we're going to continue extending this emergency, and we are now. We're pushing the security guard contract. We're pushing the sheriff contract. It's really unfortunate that it's going to take until January. I've said multiple times I would love to have that time back, that where it sat. Idle, but this is not how a city should operate during an emergency. And I'm going to speak tonight a few times about, I think, the need for us to improve our ability to deliver a service, and deliver a service in a timely manner, because I think we see it throughout this agenda. And we need to do better. We've got to stop settling for this. The other thing that I want to say is we need an exit strategy, and I mentioned this in January, and then I mentioned it again in March, that if you're going to declare an emergency, you need to also declare the conditions with which you will end the emergency. So do we have any metric? What are we looking for? What's our goal here that we're going to be? What do we want to see to get out of this emergency?
Yep, Manny, can you pull up the slide 7, please? Mayor, this may be a little bit difficult to see, but if you look kind of at the green chart and then look over to the, I guess that would be a teal color chart, that would indicate a total number of 104 sworn with I can't read that clearly, it might be 48 in patrol. Mm-hmm. But I would say that, that would be where we could staff not only all the teams that we had previously, because we don't have a swing shift team
Yeah.
currently. I think the blue chart, which is July of 2027, indicates the return of the swing shift team that we had to flatten out. And then recovery, I would say no sooner than July, based on these projections of 2028.
Okay, so we're looking at, I mean, I appreciate that, and I think, I don't think we should be in a state of emergency for 5 years. I think we've got to come up with something, and, the sheriff contract is going to accomplish that. I do have a clarifying question, which is that I'm seeing the number of patrol officers, was at 43, and then we went down, I think it was, I wrote it somewhere, yeah, it went down from 43 to 40, but then I think it went down by 1 as well. Is that just because of personnel changes and we have folks in field training? Why did we decrease the number of patrol officers since the April update?
Yeah, so there were a number of, if you look at the very top, we did put back 1 officer back to traffic. We do have 1.
Okay, so it's traffic.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, and there's some injuries that kind of come and go, short-term injuries. So you'll see numbers 1 or 2 here and there that fluctuate, but not, the variance should not be bigger than that.
Yeah. So then I see the graph go to 48 and then kind of flatten at 48. So we keep adding officers, but we add them in other areas. We add them to traffic and detectives and things like that. So is 48, would that be considered in Vallejo an adequate number of patrol officers?
We would be able to provide, I think, better service. To the gentleman's point when he was talking about crime, as an index, what we use more times than not is calls for service. So when we have calls for service, we measure 3 things. We measure, number 1, the severity of that call. So we have different priorities, priority 1, 2, and 3. We also measure the average time that it takes for the officers to respond to each one of those priorities. Last month, for example, we had an average of 12 minutes response on a priority 1. So that is the highest priority call. From the time that we receive the call to the time they arrive is 12 minutes. That's a long time. Standard is 6. Priority 2, we had an average response time of 2.9 hours. And a priority 3, we had an average response time of 4.4 hours. So not even looking at crime itself, if we just look simply at the call volume, and to your point, when somebody calls 911, they should get an officer there quick. And those numbers don't represent quick.
So that could be, and can we pull that data fairly easily? Is that something, can we add that to these reports then? How are we doing? How are we trending on our response times for priority 1, 2, and 3 calls?
Yes.
And how are we doing relative to the averages and norms? And then there was another piece. I was just going to mention also that I think I've mentioned this in some of our other updates, that I'm concerned for the community, obviously, with the state of emergency. But the other part of this emergency is our officers and our patrol officers. I don't want them to burn out, and that's one of the arguments that I was, pushing for the sheriff contract. Is I think getting that supplement, we're trying to retain good newer officers, and the last thing I want is that for them to just have to push and work a ton of overtime and go from call to call and have a completely untenable, unsustainable career here and burn out. So for me, that's where the urgency comes from. I'm not okay waiting till 2028 to get out of that. I want us to come up with options for ourselves. So I'll end there, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Ledeju. Or do you want? She's going to defer to Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Councilmember and Mayor. Chief, so I've been asking you about verified response for a few months now. So you laid out the timeline, and my question is a simple one. Do we have to take is that ordinance still a useful tool to you? And would you recommend in your capacity as police chief that we take a vote, since that was noted in your presentation that it wasn't done 2 years ago?
Yes, it would be helpful.
Okay. The second question I have is in response to one of the public commenters. They talked about what's what was essentially a reserve program that has been in place, but perhaps went dormant for because of staffing issues. So what do we need to sort of make happen to get the community involved, whether that's through a reserve program, handling some of the reporting, you know, if they see an abandoned vehicle, like what would need to be true to get that level of support from the residents?
Yeah, so we were able to bring back Sergeant Hollis back from patrol. So now he's full-time doing a number of different duties, but one of his duties is to get the reserve program and the volunteer program up and going. So if you look at that other chart we had talked about earlier, chart 7, we're hoping by July of 2028 to get some support for him. He's got 10 assistants, his fingers, so it's just him. So he does everything from all the PIO duties to the community engagement, neighborhood watch, business watch, reserve program, cadet program, like you name it, he does it all. So we need somebody to kind of help him coordinate, and we could likely get away with having a civilian staff or potentially a police assistant help him as we get as we start building. So that is in the works, but definitely I agree if we can get reserves to help us at least just do some of the things that don't require arrests or confrontation or danger, then that is definitely a good strategy.
Let me play out a scenario with you. The staffing emergency ends tonight. What would the impact be?
The immediate impact would not be anything different than what the community is experiencing currently and has been experiencing currently. There is just no hope, I guess, in the horizon. To me, the response times are not acceptable. We had a very critical event yesterday. Response times for this month are going to be even longer. So there are crimes or calls that they're not a one-for-one number. So when we're talking about 3,000 calls for service, one critical event could consume a lot more staff time. Case in point, we had a barricade that lasted 17 hours. That locked up the whole day, or we can have a variety of smaller, lower significant, I don't want to say that there's any less or more significance, but less volatility and less complexity with those investigations that we could handle rather quick. And so we've tried to do that using police assistance. So we've done an online reporting system where if people had to report crimes for insurance purposes that doesn't require follow-up, we have that portal for that. We have the police assistance to handle property crimes. We have our iHeart team to deal with some nonviolent related disturbances. So we are doing our best to kind of diversify and use other staff where appropriate. But the sheer volume and the severity of the calls that we deal with is causing the staffing crunch.
Okay. And then, we kind of talked about this at the last meeting, and my apologies, Mayor, for taking additional time on this, but I think it's helpful to create a culture where, we're not just sort of making generalized statements about staff, but if there are opportunities for staff to share feedback with us, they are in a position to do so. So it's not a one-sided conversation we're having. So I guess my question to the city manager and the city attorney, without getting into specific personnel or any of that, is like, what would you attribute these delays, security contract, some of these other areas? Like, when you're looking at a timeline like that, are you perhaps suggesting, are we contributing to that delay in any way? Did the previous council contribute? Is there something that could have been done differently from a staffing standpoint? I just want to make sure we learn from this so it doesn't happen again in the future, whatever that may be. And so to the extent that you could share it, I'm all ears and I'm willing to take the feedback.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think so there are some process improvements and there's some lessons learned from how we've proceeded on some of these things. I think there's also, if I'm thinking back towards the end of last year, the second half of last calendar year, we were actually working on a number of initiatives that we all, I think, collectively considered to be, we might not have called them emergencies, but high priorities. So for instance, we needed to get the housing element done. We were working on a number of development agreements. We were working on some city council priorities, the tobacco retail license, the mobile vendor project. So I absolutely agree, and I don't think these timelines are excusable. We certainly need to be more efficient in working on those, but we're also working on other things that were viewed as priorities simultaneously, and many of these initiatives need to go through some of the same touch points within the city. So many of them need to be vetted and commented on by the city manager's office. Many of them need to go through the city attorney's office. And so I think one thing that will, I know the city council is looking forward to, and I know staff is looking forward to, is our upcoming goal setting, where we'll be able to identify really the top projects and prioritize them. You'll be able to prioritize them, so there's no ambiguity about in what order we should be addressing and which things we can address concurrently. So I think that's a main factor, is that we're working on many priorities simultaneously, affordable housing projects and others.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor, I would just end it with saying, I think we should take a vote on the verified response this evening and give direction to get that back. We've talked about it for a few meetings, and it was something that was discussed at a previous meeting, so we need to figure out how we get that back, because that's frankly unacceptable that they told us 2 years ago they needed something. We had community engagement, we had discussions at a council level around it, and yet it's not in front of us. I think we do need to take some action on that. And I will say, I'm kind of nearing the end point on voting to extend these. It's unacceptable, and to use one of my colleagues' words, it's disingenuous to continue to extend an emergency when in reality, we're not really treating it with the sense of urgency that it requires. And so I think with the sheriff's contract coming up, the security guard contract, all of these things need to kind of reach ahead, and we need to move past it. Otherwise, we're not really rebuilding trust with the community. We're just continuing the problem, in my opinion. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Letters.
Thank you, Chief Ta. Just really quickly on the recruitment piece that you had laid out over really the next several years. In the event that the sheriff comes, you have 17 personnel, literally. I think one is a lieutenant and potentially a sergeant, whatever the case may be. And so one of my questions for you is, with having that potential help coming, how can we increase recruitment so that we're not looking at 3 years out to get to 108? And you don't need to answer the question. I just would like to pose that to you to the next time you come back or we meet, to really reframe that. And what does that take? What support do you need to make that happen? And then additionally, for us as a council, there is a book, there is a guidance around declaring an emergency that creates mutual aid, funding, and so forth and on. And the reality is, as I sit in this seat today, I can't say that we're in an emergency because we have continued to act the same way. And for me, it is, while we're going through this process, do we really need to revisit what a state of emergency is and how that actually aligns to OES, Office of Emergency Services, when you declare an emergency? Additionally, when you made a comment where you had a barricade for 17 hours, and that really tied up your workforce. When we're having these kinds of elongated activities for the varying reasons, how are we able to ask for assistance by your colleagues, throughout the county, so that it gives us some relief to keep doing and answering our public 911 calls and so forth and on.
Very good questions. I'll answer the last one. When we ask for mutual aid, that just in really layman's terms, that is an occurrence that happens beyond our ability to anticipate. So if we have a barricade, we get mutual aid. We get aid from all over. We had an event yesterday. We got aid from, I want to say, 4 different police departments, and they're happy to help us. There are mechanisms when we call for mutual aid and it fits the criteria, they will help us, and they do get some reimbursement for it. To the Councilmember Matias's point, when they're coming in our city all the time for mutual aid, they're also using their workforce a lot. So there is a desire, I know, from the sheriff's office to enter in on this contract, because now it's something they can control. Staffing can be controlled because they have staff that will work here to work on call volume, so we can deal with the things that come up. Even if there are large-scale events that do come up, we have more staff in the city to be able to address those quite quickly. So hopefully that answers your question. But the mutual aid and our partners here in the county have been very, very helpful with the CHP as well. They help us almost daily. If you listen to some of the radio traffic, we'll have the assistance of a helicopter, we'll have assistance of other agencies that come over to assist, and that happens more than we would like, more than probably the public realizes.
Excuse me, Councilman.
No, go ahead. No.
I just wanted to add something and to respond a little bit additionally to a question that Councilmember Matias asked, and to share some thoughts that I know the chief has shared with me. Councilmember Matias, you asked what the impact might be if the city council decided not to extend the state of emergency this evening. And I know that Chief Taw, you've expressed that you think that the declaration of a local emergency has been a key part of enlisting additional support from outside law enforcement agencies. So I think you've communicated that you think it might jeopardize some of that assistance if we were to communicate that we no longer thought that we were in a state of emergency. And so you might want to comment on that. To Councilmember Letaju's question regarding how do we get to where we need to be, we are hoping that we'll have the sheriff's support. Just want to, the charts that were presented this evening don't entirely make this connection, but if you follow the staffing projections that the chief has provided, including if we implement the recruitment and retention bonus program, which Chief reported this evening, we seem to be in agreement with VPOA on now, finally. By 2027, we'll be back to that 108 average number of officers, which had been our average number of officers from about 2014 through 2020. So if we can execute this agreement with the sheriff's office, get those additional resources through for 2026, in the following calendar year, we should be back to what had been our longtime average of about 108.
Yeah, just to comment on the city manager's statement. Yeah, we do get help from CHP, and it's noticeable. We have traffic issues. People don't drive as well as they should in our city. Additional traffic enforcement is very much welcomed, and their assistance with the sideshow campaigns, that has reduced sideshows significantly. So that is something that we are receiving, I believe, directly because we are currently experiencing this staffing emergency.
But isn't it true when we talk about sideshows in particular, if you look out through the region, there is a compilation of law enforcement officers who work together in that work, and it really isn't about mutual aid. It is an agreement. It goes from San Francisco, San Jose. It's out on the 4 at times, and going to Stockton. So there is a cohort of law enforcement officers, even in Sacramento, who participate together to do that work. And it's not about mutual aid, it's about this whole issue that we've been experiencing from a regional perspective around sideshows. So that can be a very different animal. And I don't disagree that, yes, saying that we're in a state of emergency does not help, but the question really is, how are we going to start moving forward? And this council, we've been very serious about the sheriff contract, and I believe and I'm hopeful that we are working really hard from a staff level, our attorney level, in moving that forward so that we can keep moving forward and getting to where we need. And I'm still very interested in, my question still exists around, I'd like to talk more about how we can speed up recruitment process, in particular when the sheriff comes here, if we get to that point. It's very important.
Thank you. All right, I have Councilmember Gordon and then Councilmember Matulik.
Good evening, Chief. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. I want to say, first of all, thank you for your report and sharing the urgencies of your concerns, putting your officers' safety first as well as their families in our city of Vallejo. I just wanted to, first of all, want to echo my colleague about the vote. I want to support that, and I think we should do that right away, like yesterday. But I just want to ask a quick question. When I first came here in 2005, and I think even up into 2016, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we used to have bike control and officers? I'd never seen any officers walk a beat, but I used to see them do bike controls, or was that security?
No, we have officers that take bikes out for, instead of like a walking patrol, they'll take a bicycle out. A lot of times for events like farmers market or other events, outdoorsy events, we do use them.
Do you think we have enough officers to continue that outside of events? Or is it just you don't have enough officers right now? And would you or do you also think that maybe security could be helpful in that area as well?
I think security could be helpful, but candidly, when people are waiting for their calls to be responded to, we put those officers in a patrol car, we send them out to the call. So, or ordinarily, if it's slow, we can bring the officers in, have them take out a bicycle and do some bike patrolling. Mm-hmm. But we don't have the luxury of a lot of free patrol time currently. And the free patrol time that we have generally is between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning when they're trying to get caught up on reports. So it's not really an ideal time to go out on a bicycle.
I appreciate that. Thank you for answering. This question would be to our city manager. Who would the security guards report to? Like, if we was to consider that, who would they report to? How would they get the calls? Things like that.
So that they won't be responding to calls for service. They'll be doing patrols through designated routes. All of our private security contracts, well, there'll be one, are overseen by Public Works because Public Works is responsible for our facilities management and site security. So they'll be reporting to Public Works. The routes they'll be patrolling will be informed by input from VPD.
So let me pose a suggestion. And this was when we was in the military. We did the same thing. We had MPs and then we had security guards, third-party contract, right? You know how we do with iHeart? They still go through our police department. So if it's a call that's something like, can you check my alarm is going off, at a business. Can we think of something like that so our security would be called on things that our officers can handle other issues, kind of like how we do our iHeart? Something that we can consider. I mean, maybe we can put some more thought to it, but we did that with our military, and it was very successful. And also was able to keep track of what they've done with what they how they supported our base. So just something to think about.
Okay, I'll leave that question and thought with the chief of police to think about as they provide input on the deployment.
Councilmember, we did consider that. We had to really separate the security guard into simply security. And this is a little bit more probably deeper than you want to hear, but part of our partnership with the California Department of Justice, we have to just make sure they're not performing police functions.
They might get confused.
Right. So as we scoped out the work that they would do, we really focused in on kind of putting them into areas that will prevent crime, not in areas that they would find themselves in a situation where there was a confrontation, for example. So we looked more towards property crime and kind of putting them in these areas where there were high burglaries or car break-ins, deterrent value for that, as one of the other council members had mentioned. Thieves don't like to be seen stealing or vandalizing. So the intent really was to kind of prevent crime by utilizing visible security guard presence.
So these security guards would not be armed, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Ta, for your presentation. And having been on council since 2023, and I can kind of speak with to Councilmember Braganza and Councilmember Palmares, is when we were first getting these reports, we were always getting the reports of more people leaving than they were staying in many cases. And so I want to thank you for providing some level of stability to where we're at to the point now where many of the officers aren't leaving, and the fact that some of the officers that did leave, they ended up coming back. So I think that speaks to a lot of the stability you've provided. So thank you for that, Chief Ta. As far as for and this kind of follow-up questions to many of the security guard questions, I think the overall understanding or the goal would be that this is a visibility issues, that they're not just sitting behind a car or sitting behind a desk in locations, that they're actually moving around. I think especially in the downtown or some of the public places or some of these shopping centers, has that been the kind of the forward thinking of what we're planning to use for some of these security officers?
Yeah, I don't have the draft contract in front of me, but as I had mentioned earlier, the property crimes are one thing that we're suffering from, whether it's a catalytic converter, a vehicle break-in, a home break-in, a commercial establishment getting broken into. Those are the primary kind of goals that we were hoping the security guard program could reduce. There are a couple of quality of life concerns that we think they might be able to address. So for example, when we have cleanups, oftentimes those cleanups are held back because of personnel inability to staff those from VPD. And so using a blend of perhaps the police department, security personnel, and city workers. I'll give you a very basic example. Generally, when the abatements occur, there's an initial point of contact. And so our plan would be on that initial point of contact to have all those folks there. And then once it kind of stabilizes, and those cleanups could take 8-10 hours. We don't have the ability to keep that officer there away from patrol duties for 8 or 10 hours. So we might be able to then redeploy that officer back into service, have security guards just maintain a presence there. And then in the event that the police department has to come back, we will. But that's just an example of how we think that some of these quality of life concerns could be helped using security guards. And we talked about using them for, events, security for events, just for visibility, perhaps using them for road closures. Like when we do a parade route, we have to put somewhat of a barrier there, but it's also very good to have somebody posted up to that barrier in case people go around it, because when you're in a very sterile parade route, you don't want a car accidentally or purposefully going inside where there could be pedestrians.
And from that, from a staffing standpoint, is there a number or quantity of security guards you're looking to have this contract entail?
I don't know the numbers on the draft, but I think it's probably commensurate with the scope of work. So if we have, let's say, 5 areas of concern identified, then of course we're going to want to staff those areas, whether they're rotating through those areas periodically through their shift or posted up. I don't have those specific details. So our involvement was really just to give kind of guidance on where we would deploy those security guards so we don't have operational control or supervision over the program.
Appreciate that clarification. And similar to how we're talking about security guards as a supplemental support to the police, in my mind, I think would be a good, for your next reports of speaking to the number of calls maybe iHeart had taken for that month or from your previous report, because that speaks to the number of calls that VPD did not have to report to. So I think there needs to be I think that would be good for the general public to understand how these supplemental resources are helping support the VPD in our current staffing concerns. And I very much appreciate your your point about CHP being supportive for us, because specifically in my district, off of Sonoma Boulevard there, off of Highway 37 all the way up to Meadows, for those that live in that area, and those that pass through it to go to Napa, 2 years ago we had a very significant illegal vendor issue along Sonoma Boulevard there, and it through the logistical understanding of who was truly responsible for that roadway there, and it took us to time to realize it wasn't the sheriff, it wasn't VPD, but it was CHP. And when that was actually identified, they were there. We actually had a motorcycle officer there on a daily basis that eventually was getting rid of the illegal vendors there, to where now it's basically down to nothing over there. But I just want to make sure that we still have those conversations with CHP, because we are getting to summertime now and those illegal vendors are going to start coming up again. I know we've had, with cherry season coming up, I think we had a couple of vendors out there over the weekend and stuff like that. So I'm hoping we're having those constant conversations for CHP to help support us. And then just out of curiosity, do they have the authorization for any penalties or citations that aren't on state highways or freeways?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are able to enforce laws anywhere in the state.
So they're able to, if they're in a residential area, they can do citations for driving through a stop sign or any illegal driving. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Everything vehicle code, everything penal code. Correct.
Appreciate that clarification. And I think, and I know since we've been on council, Councilmember Palmeras and I, and along with Councilmember Gensler, we've been clamoring for a retention and recruitment thing ever since then. And for those that may not be aware, I want to congratulate the new installed executive board members on the VPOA for that were recently installed, because hearing that we're moving in a positive direction for retention and the bonuses for that, I think that speaks to the it seems like a more collaborative conversation we're having with VPOA and our city administration to kind of move these type of things forward. And just out of curiosity, for some of the things that we've talked about that have been in a slow process, has the meet and confer process been part of that limitation to any of these things getting executed or having been moved forward?
Are you talking about on the security guard agreement? Or?
I think anything, because I think we've heard quite a few of things that have been, seems like it's taking a long time. And I just, out of curiosity, if the meet and confer process may have held some of these issues back.
Not with relation to the security guard agreement, no. Okay. Actually, with regard to the items that we've talked about this evening, the security guard agreement, the sheriff's contract, at this point, no.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And those are all the questions that I had for mine, so thank you.
Thank you. I do want to move us forward, and I'm going to have a suggestion for some direction. And I see you, Councilmember Gordon, if you can make a brief comment. I don't want to do another round because we got 9 more items, but if you have a brief comment, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to point out to you, Chief Todd, that today I've been on 4 homeless camp sweeps, and one of them do have an armed security guard, and he says that the unhoused have become aggressive to him, and they don't care that he has a camera, they don't care about anything, and they have been very aggressive. However, when the sheriff, Dale, was there and our officer was there, it was a whole different outlook. Today, for example, the gentleman, he was kind of aggressive. He had like a tool of some sort, but yet when the officer came back, he calmed down. And so I don't think that would be a good idea to have security. I don't think it would be enough fear for them. I'm not saying that everyone's violent. Please, let me state that, okay? But witnessing it, I've been on 4, and witnessing for myself, I don't think that would be a good idea to have just only this security guard. Thank you for letting me share.
Yeah, understood.
So I'm going to make the suggestion that we bring the security guard contract back because we got a little bit beyond our topic here, but that's a conversation that we need to have. My suggestion, I think we're ready for a motion, is that we add maybe some direction to the motion to bring back the security guard contract and agendize the alarm call policy at our next meeting. I don't know that we're ready to make a vote on that now because we might need a bit more information, but just as soon as that can go, that seems very relevant and was in the presentation. And then getting some of those updates we mentioned on the response time trends and number of calls, and then based on the outcome of the sheriff contract, which we'll have by the next update, either the plan for how we're going to boost recruitment while we have the sheriff here, or the plan for Plan B. How are we going to deal with this if we don't to have the sheriff? So that's the notes that I took from our comments, and that's my suggestion that we add that to the motion to extend the emergency. With that,
May I suggest that you just make them 2 separate motions?
Sure.
One the extension and then the items that are direction.
I will do that while, Vice Mayor, do you want to make the first motion, or do you want me to make mine first? Okay, go ahead.
Emergency first.
Yeah, let's do it.
I move that we receive an update on the public safety staffing in Vallejo and consider, I recommend that we make a finding to continue the state of local emergency relating to public safety staffing.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote.
Motion
Right.
carries unanimously.
Thank you. And then I'm going to move that as part of the next emergency update in 60 days, we received updates on response times, trends, and number of calls, including iHeart. And depending on the outcome of the sheriff contract conversations, either the plan for how we're going to boost recruitment while the sheriff's contract is occurring, or what our plan B is to provide the staffing, and that we agendize the alarm call policy described in the presentation at our next meeting, ideally, or as soon as possible, and that the security card contract come before us as soon as possible. And Councilmember Matias, do you have an amendment to it?
Can I make an amendment? 30 days.
Yeah, let's do it. The agenda items within 30 days.
And an update from the chief.
Oh, for the next, because the updates, the extensions of the state of emergencies are every 60 days.
Can we do 30 days? Because, I mean, if we're looking at 30 days from today, we should have the sheriff's contract done. We should have the security guard contract done.
Yeah, let's come back in 30 days. I'm okay with that.
It should be hopefully a much different conversation.
I'll make that friendly. I'll add that friendly amendment.
Thank you.
And then we need to vote.
I need to clarify. What did the chief wanted us to vote on tonight?
The alarm, we can't vote on it tonight, but we're asking that that alarm call policy, changing the alarm call policy, that we're asking that be brought back for us to vote.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, yes.
I believe he suggested that we do that.
What can I
Point of
just ask him?
clarification. The chief's request is to amend the ordinance. So that would come in as a 2-step process, well, maybe a 3. One for direction, one for introduction of the ordinance, and one for adoption of the ordinance.
Let's start that process then. But let's start that within 30 days.
Yep, that's fine.
All right, let's go ahead. Everyone
So I-
understand what we're voting on?
No, I have a question. So we're making this a three-step process for a change in an ordinance. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, a change in an ordinance is a two-step process.
Okay.
You have no say over that. That's the state law.
I get that.
Introduction and adoption of the ordinance, and then a 30-day period
So
before
it's
that
only
would
two
be.
steps, and we can do it within 30 days?
Well, I believe what the request was to bring it back for direction.
No.
No, bring it back for a vote.
Absolutely.
Step one,
So-
within 30 days.
So you want the ordinance brought before you for introduction within 30?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. All right, everybody clear on what we're voting for? So those 4 items, but now within 30, with the update in 30 days.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That is going to bring us to item B. I'm wondering if we need just a short recess because we have been sitting in our seats for almost 3 hours. Do we want to take a short recess or do we want to do this item and then take a recess? We've got a lot more items. Short recess? Short recess. Let's make it a tight 5 though. All right, I'm going to give us a 1-minute warning. We got to start making our way back up here so we can get going. All right, we're missing just one council member who is right over there. And I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and resume. And we are going to be at item 9B now. Before we start 9B, it's become clear that we have some really important items here that are not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to have the level of discussion and at an hour where it's accessible to the community. And so for the sake of that, we're going to move item C. We were going to move it to the end of the agenda, but I think what we should do is just go ahead and push that to June 3rd. That way, there were many members of the public who wanted to comment on that item, and many of those members, I think, will also be interested in 9B. So you all can participate in 9B, and then we'll do the broader, more comprehensive discussion next week. We had that special meeting scheduled for the budget. The budget's now pushed. That's a whole nother conversation, but that we'll do on June 3rd so that we can give it the proper time. So we're going to do B, D, and E, and then our hope is that the remaining items on the agenda are the sort of more procedural contracts and things like that, and we can hopefully be able to get through all of those. But if you were here for 9C, please note we're going to move that to June 3rd, unless someone has a vociferous objection. Councilmember Gordon.
So are we supposed to vote on that as a proper, do the city attorney, are we supposed to vote on that? Thank you.
We can. So my proposal is to move 9C to next Tuesday and proceed with the agenda otherwise.
I second. 9C.
9C. That way, we were going to move it to the end of the agenda, but I want to release our members of the public. I don't want them to have to wait and then have us push it. So we're going to go ahead and push it. Do we need to do a vote? We probably should, but we need Councilmember Leteju. Yeah, do we want to go ahead and put it up? Let's go ahead and vote on that. The motion is to postpone or continue item C to the 3rd. Yeah. Let's, as long as it's passing, I think we're just going to go for it.
Okay, All right.
All right, and with that, we will go
So the
ahead.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all very much, and we will go ahead and announce item 9B. City Clerk, if you would be willing to announce this item.
Adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 24-25 budget to accept and appropriate $340,958 of opioid litigation fund revenue to fund the operation of the Navigation Center. This is step 2 of 2. And provide notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 24-25 budget in the amount of $6,390,070 to provide operational funding for the Vallejo Homeless Navigation Center. This is step 1 of 2.
All right, thank you. And we have Assistant to the City Manager, Natalie Peterson here. Do we have a presentation on this item?
We do, thank you.
All right, let's pull that up, and we're going to open up the public comment as well. I know we have some speakers in person, and anyone online, you're welcome to raise your hands. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Natalie Peterson, Assistant to the City Manager. So before you tonight, we wanted to share some information regarding the needed funding steps for the Navigation Center as we prepare to open the center in the coming weeks. Next slide, please. So tonight we're going to go over just a brief background of the Nav Center, our funding partners, background on the proposed operator, and the funding items before you for review. Next slide. So the Navigation Center background, back in September of 2018, Council at the time declared a shelter crisis in the city of Vallejo. In between, there were a lot of other steps, including finding the site, which is now 1937 Broadway, finding funding allocations to pay for the construction of the site, selection of a contractor, groundbreaking in April of 2024, which led to September of 2024 when a RFP was released for the proposed, for an operator. And we will be opening in summer of 2025 shortly after selecting an operator and entering into an agreement for operations. It is 125 shelter beds and is anticipated to be a nonstop shop to provide services and shelter to the unhoused. The services will include case management, connection to social and medical services, job training, and stabilization for future housing opportunities. And we will be coming back to council with a ribbon cutting date for council and the community shortly too. Next slide, please. So just some high-level information on the operations of the center. Participants can stay for 6 months up to a year as long as they are working on their independent service plan. So they're taking advantage of the services and working towards stabilization in their next housing opportunity, which will likely look different for everyone who's coming through those doors. It's anticipated to serve approximately 200 individuals annually, with individuals hopefully successfully exiting to their next housing opportunity. And referrals to the center will come through the coordinated entry system, which, as council knows, is Resource Connect Solano for Solano County. Next slide. So we just want to acknowledge our funding partners. The Navigation Center is made possible from funding, obviously, from the City Council, the County of Solano, CAP JPA, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HCD, and the U.S. Department, or the Department of Housing and Community Development, Kaiser Permanente, Sutter Health, and North Bay, our 3 healthcare partners, have provided operational funding. Next slide, please. So the proposed operator for the program is 5 Keys Schools and Programs. We wanted to give you guys a little bit of background. The contract will be coming before you at your next meeting, but I know to want to allocate funds, you want at least a high-level overview of why this is the group that we're moving forward with. So they were selected through an RFP process. The process was put out. They bid with several other proposals. There was an RFP panel, which included city staff, representatives from CAP Solano JPA's Lived Experience Committee, and representatives from our healthcare partners. They received the highest score and believed that the services that they provided for the funding request that they put in would give the most value to the individuals utilizing the location as well as the city at large. Previous experience, they have operated shelters throughout California, specifically in San Francisco. They've done several navigation centers during COVID. 5 Keys provides comprehensive case management and supportive services. They provide housing first and harm reduction principles in their work. And they work with participants on stabilizing themselves along their housing journey. They help participants regain stability, dignity, and economic independence, and their program serves individuals 18 and older, offering transitional housing to short-term stability throughout their entire program, as well as permanent supportive housing with long-term services and housing stability plans to build financial and personal security. So they are well-rounded within the housing continuum, but would specifically be coming to Vallejo to offer the operations for the Navigation Center. Next slide. So this is a high-level breakdown of their budget. It did come in higher than anticipated when we first started this process. Service needs have gone up for services throughout, but in comparison to what other cities are operating at, we do feel that it is a comparable cost for the amount of bed space and the services that they'd be providing. So they do 5 Keys to operate for a 2-year contract is just shy of $7.8 million. They will be leveraging about $800,000 in their own funding and resources to help provide these operations. And that would bring the total request coming before City Council at $7,041,049.40. Next slide. So again, the cost for the 2 years is that just over $7 million. Additional funding that the city needs to finalize the project for opening is 2 Conex containers, which is estimated to be between $7,000 and $9,000 to purchase those for the site. Those will be used for overflow belongings for individuals who are coming in. They will have some limited space within the Navigation Center for storage, and this would be able to store their additional belongings on site. And then fencing, right now there are some gaps in fencing where individuals could access different utility areas, so we want to secure those different locations such as the AC units and things, just so we don't have any long-term problems with that. So the breakdown is on the screen. Both of those would just be the cost for the units. Our Public Works staff would be installing the remaining fencing and working to have the Conex containers brought on site once purchased. Next slide. So current operational funding, we have just shy of $6.4 million secured from our healthcare partners. Kaiser Permanente gave $3 million. North Bay Health gave $200,000, and Sutter Health provided $3 million for the project. We received these funds in 2019, shortly after the crisis emergency was declared. So those funds were put aside into an investment account to gain some additional funding while we worked towards opening the center, which came in at $190,070 as of June 2024. When the fiscal year ends, we'll see what additional chunk of change from 24 to 25 is there. So with that funding secured, we would still have about $651,000 left in operational funding to complete that 2-year contract. But we have some additional opportunities outlined on the next slide. So potential funding opportunities to close the gap and potentially secure more funding for future years, if that is something that council would like to consider, is allocating $340,958 in opioid settlement agreement funds towards the project. We brought forward step 1 to council at your last meeting. This is step 2 if you would like to allocate those funds and amend the budget. We also have $1.8 $1.88 million in home ARP funding that came in through the Vallejo Housing, apologies, that should say department, not funding, that could be allocated towards the services provided at the Navigation Center. So that is funding that would go first before the Housing Commission for review and potential recommendation to council, and then ultimately to council to allocate if council so desires. The opioid funding, the next slide, please, is funding, again, that we received from the National Opioid Settlement Agreements that the state of California joined. They must be used for the funds for purposes outlined in the high impact abatement activities. 50% of those funds would need to be used towards any of these projects. We believe that items 3 and 4 meet that, so addressing the needs of communities of color and vulnerable populations, including sheltered and unsheltered homeless populations that are disproportionately impacted by substance use disorders, and diversion of individuals with substance use disorders from the justice system into treatment, including by providing training and resources to first and early responders, and implementing best practices for outreach, diversions and deflection, employability, restorative justice, and harm reduction. Because the Navigation Center, again, will be providing the on-site case management, access to social and medical services, including substance use disorders. They will have access to job training and assistance becoming, as they prepare to become permanently housed. We believe it meets that criteria. Next slide. So the 2 items before council tonight as part of this item is 1, adopting the resolution to amend the fiscal year budget to add the opioid funding to the Navigation Center operations. And the second item is providing notice of intent to amend the fiscal year budget in the amount of $6.4 million roughly to provide, again, operational funding for the Navigation Center. The Step 1 tonight, I understand this is a bit unconventional. Typically, when we bring forward funding, we're also bringing forward the contract. We can't discuss the contract until the funds are at least noticed to move forward. So the amendment of the budget would come at the same time that the contract would come before council, which is anticipated to be at your meeting on June 3rd. With that, I am happy to answer any questions that council has.
All right, thank you very much. I know we have public commenters on this item. Does anyone on the council have quick questions prior to taking public comment? Councilmember Warden?
Thank you. Have you already applied for the opium, or do you have to apply, and if so, what is the deadline?
So there are direct allocations that come to the city. So we already have funding available. We brought forward the other night for iHeart that you guys allocated adding those funds. So we do have that ready to utilize. We would just need approval from council to apply it to this project tonight.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and take our public commenters.
Our first speaker is Ann Carr.
So this is such a momentous occasion here. This project has been so long in gestation, it feels like we need a parade or some confetti or something. I would love to hear again exactly when the seed money for this project was voted on, because I think that was back in 2015. It was a participatory budgeting project. So I just want to put some parentheses around this, that this has taken an extraordinary amount of time. And if the city team were firefighters, the house would have burnt down. So just a problem with some of these urgent processes. But don't get me wrong, I am completely grateful that we are at this moment, and I have some questions. One is, when will it actually open? So if we get this contract signed with the provider, they're going to have some training and do whatever they do before they're actually operational. I'm completely curious when that's going to be. And this is not necessarily in order, I just have these different questions. I would like to know how many of the people who are in encampments now are currently signed up for the coordinated entry system. I'm actually very curious how many people who are in encampments even know about the coordinated entry system and how much outreach there has been to the encampments about the coordinated entry system. I've heard from Commissioner Bundy on the Housing and Community Development Commission that there has not been proactive outreach to the encampments since 2019 in Vallejo. So some of the county people show up right before a sweep, but in terms of any prolonged and advanced warning kind of engagement, that has not been consistently and systematically happening. And really, the focus for us in the city needs to be clearing the encampments, I think. I'm really curious as to when the operator was chosen and when the contract has been provided and what kind of delay was in that. I'm also curious about the $651,000 gap, and we've apparently identified some funds, the home ARP funds, that could fill that. Why don't we go ahead and get that going, and would there be another delay if it's not already approved? And finally, I'll point out the need for extra and highlighted enhanced security around the navigation center, that unfortunately wherever services are provided for the unhoused, there is a component of drug traffic that goes on nearby. And it's unfortunate, but we have to be careful about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Stephen Hallett.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Here we are years later. I remember when Mayor Sampayan declared that this was going to be done very quickly and we had the money and everything. And I remember someone brought this up when we found out we couldn't use the site we originally had picked. I remember at the council meeting where that was brought up, former city manager Mike Malone mentioned that he could not get into why that happened because it was a personnel issue. So I'm hoping that whatever that issue was that's all he said, was it was a personnel issue, so I don't know what happened. You can go back and watch the video. I remember that one very vividly. My eyes lit up when he said that because I thought, that's interesting. But seeing what we've seen, it doesn't surprise me because we just had to use Measure P money for a project, a housing project, which we weren't supposed to have to do that. And I saw, talking about using the rescue plan money, but the rescue plan, and I'm totally fine with using the rescue plan money for this because this is one of the things that the rescue plan money should be used for. But that has a very tight timeline. I am not convinced that we are going to get this project up and off the ground by the time that money has to be spent. So if we don't get this project up and off the ground and get that money spent by the time it has to be spent, that money is gone. So the only backup will be Measure P, which by that point will be completely spent. We've already seen that we had to use Measure P, like I said. So what assurances do we have that we're actually going to be able to use the rescue plan money in the time allotted? Because given how many blunders have been made on this project, I'm just not convinced that that's going to happen. Do we have the assurance that we're going to be able to do it? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers in person? Do we have anyone online?
None online, Madam Mayor.
All right, questions and comments from council. Councilmember Matias and then the Vice Mayor.
I have a somewhat generic question, so I'm not breaking any rules here. So you identified some quote-unquote transitional funding that's needed to get this project online. The fencing, one of our public commenters spoke to the need to have some security guards in place, and so generally speaking, what's the total amount we're looking at to get this project online and the other project online? And is that a number that you can share out with this body so that as we're approving funding tonight, we're also sort of thinking ahead where we're going to get the money for other needs that may arise? Like, I know you built in a contingency, but it seems like we may have expended that contingency for each of the projects. So I just want to make sure we know what that number is, so we're not, kind of getting that info after the fact. So again, what's the top line number to get this project online? And I'm more concerned about the fencing, the security guards, the doing outreach to our unhoused folks. Like, what is that number? And then is there another number for any other projects that may be coming online to support our unhoused in the near future?
Yes, so the fencing need and the Connex containers for the storage of the sites is that roughly $38,000 for the material, and then our public works team would be the ones installing that for the site. Security is built into the staffing plan for the operator, so there is no additional, once they take over the project, additional security needs. That's built into their staffing model, so part of that $7 million is that. We do, and I believe at a previous council meeting, and I don't want to fully step over Brown Act, but because it's part of the opioid funding, potentially, you've been slightly prepped on this. There is potential transitional funding coming before council with the contract for the operations for the Broadway project. I don't have that number at the top of my head, but it will be coming for you at your meeting on the 3rd for, I would say, roughly $500,000. I'm slightly off, but I just highball number for you to, as you have these thoughts and conversations for some transitional funding.
Thank you. That's all I got, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor, are you okay? All right, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you please elaborate on what are outreach efforts to the unhoused right now to get them into the navigation center, and how are we working together with our COC right now?
Yes, so we've had some conversations and need to have some continued conversations with Resource Connect Solano, who does this, who manages the coordinated entry system. They are very willing to and want to be a part of the referral process. They have a ton of people who, since the day this project was announced, the day that we broke ground, calling and saying, how do I get in there? What do I need to do? So they are very much partners in this process. As we've been doing our recent encampment cleanups in coordination with our outreach partners, we've been addressing those conversations both through our partners in the field, and then myself and Floor, who works out of the city manager's office with me, have been answering those questions. Individuals to get referred in need to have an active HMIS profile through the coordinated entry system, so they can do that by calling 211 24/7, 365. They get what is referred to as a vulnerability score. So it asks a bunch of questions. You find out, am I more vulnerable than the other person, and puts them on what is considered a community housing list. That list is then what will be looked at in terms of referring to both the Broadway project and the Navigation Center, assuming individuals meet the needs for both of those. Broadway has slightly more restrictions because of different funding sources for that project. The Navigation Center is essentially 18 and over, as long as you're willing to sign on to some basic good neighbor policies and program policies with 5 keys. And then to address the more proactive outreach, the Resource Connect has been engaging in more proactive outreach, as has Abode, who is contracted through the county, particularly for mental health, but they're also making connections with people and doing warm handoffs. Our iHeart team, when they're connecting with individuals of the unhoused community, do their best to do warm handoffs to other service providers to help with addressing the specific need that they were called for, but also ongoing care, since that's not something that they traditionally offer through iHeart. And recently, a group of individuals who is part of the COC have formed together, which is Can Be, Force Second, and Resource Connect Solano, to create yet another acronym, the SIOT team, which stands for Solano Integrated Outreach Team, who is doing more proactive outreach throughout the county, including in Vallejo.
Thank you. And perhaps this is a conversation with RCS and SOP, but I would strongly urge that that effort needs to be prioritized and make sure that each encampment is hit and that no one is missed at each encampment, and ensuring that if there's anyone that does not have an HMIS profile, that they get one.
Yes, and one of the things that Resource Connect is doing is they're working on getting additional agencies or organizations trained and qualified to be able to do the HMIS intakes, so it's not reliant on a very small group of individuals, but because there is personal information, it takes a little bit more assessing and training before they can just say like, hey, Councilmember Palmares, here's access to the system, go enter them, and they want to make sure that the individuals who have access to that are very well trained in how to do that work. Not that you aren't and wouldn't be.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Natalie. So on your one slide here, you talk about participants can stay for 1 year, 6 months up to a year if they are working on their independent service plans. So are you able to elaborate on these independent service plans? Because just as a hypothetical, someone that's there for domestic violence is completely different from someone there that's on drug rehabilitation. So how is this all working itself out?
Yeah, so as individuals are coming into the program, they will be met within the first week of them being there to do kind of a full evaluation with their case manager of what services they may need, what issues or hurdles that they may have to gaining housing stability, or other contributing factors. So as part of that, they would sit down with the individual and figure out what issues are you experiencing, what can we do to help that, and what is your ultimate goal? So, you know, I may be coming in saying that I want to be reunified with my family, but I can't do that until I, you know, stop my drug use or whatever that may look like. So my plan may be working on stopping drug use so my family is willing to accept me back. It may be helping somebody stabilize so they can get their children back and then they qualify for family type housing, or you know, various other things, getting their mental health resources and being able to stabilize that way. So each individual will be assessed and come up with an individual plan, because we know it's not one issue that is causing every single individual who's unhoused to be unhoused or remain unhoused. So it really is looked through on an individual basis.
Thank you for that clarification. And so how many case managers are there for 125 people?
I don't have the contract in front of me, but I believe it's 4. So there's roughly 50 individuals per case manager. We understand that up front that may be a lot of work to get individuals up and running, but once they have their case manager and they're doing their check-ins, it's well below the county average. I think some county organizations have anywhere from 100 to 200 individuals as part of their case management.
And the fact you say that the states that if they're working towards their independent service plan, so what is the criteria for them to be kicked out if they're not meeting their service plan?
So we can't force individuals to take services, but if they are not willing to meet with their case manager on a regular basis or look towards taking advantage of resources and are just kind of utilizing the space as somewhere to be, and you know that may lead to behavioral issues or other things that may warrant that. It's not a, hey, you missed your last check-in, you've got to go. It's a conversation and really trying to get the individuals to engage. And we know that for a lot of people, it may take 4, 5, 6, 7 conversations with their case manager before they're willing to open up and share, you know, all of the struggles that they're having or needs. So it's working with the individuals and really having a full conversation with them and trying to get them on board before it just turns to an exit.
Thank you for that clarification. And as a social worker, that's where I'm trying to get that understanding of what is that leeway and what is that collaborative process, so that people understand what their responsibility and what they have to be accountable for versus what the services that they're receiving in return. No, that ends all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Gordon.
Thanks, Natalie. One, can you go over, maybe I missed it when I was using the restroom, but when is the date of the opening? When will you start accepting residents in?
Yes, so we do not have a set date yet. With speaking with the operator, once the contract is signed, they need roughly 3 to 4 weeks. We are doing everything to get that to the 3 weeks side. So we are meeting with them regularly and anticipate when we come before you with the contract next week, we can announce the grand opening date and then when individuals will be able to begin moving in.
So likely sometime in June, or do you think early July?
We're anticipating before the end of June, assuming things move forward on June 3rd.
Okay. You had said that the fencing was to go around utilities and things, but 320 feet is a lot of fencing. So is this, did we not catch this as being a perimeter fence around the property, or what?
So there is perimeter fencing around the property, but there is at the back and along the side of the site access for Vallejo flood and wastewater. There's some drains, I'm probably not using the correct terminology, that they're going to need to access there. So some of those areas were left as gaps, and I think just as part of the design wasn't caught immediately. And would have caused a change order and likely been more expensive if we went through the contractors to fix that. And then additionally, operationally, one way to help kind of reduce the staffing personnel would be additional security, so individuals can't go on like the backside of the center where there's not necessarily eyes looking at it, as well as along some of the like HVAC units, just so we can again help reduce some of that staffing footprint.
Sure, it seems like a lot of fencing as an oversight. And then the other question I have is, what is the difference between the opioid settlement agreement funding versus the home ARP funding? Why are we choosing one over the other, and what's the better choice?
So we can choose both. The opioid settlement funding is a settlement agreement, so the state of California entered into it, and then it receives direct allocations to cities, counties, and the state. That funding is more readily available because we brought step 1 to you guys at your last meeting to do the home ARP funding. That went through the housing department through the federal government, so that is something that we would need to go to them to receive recommendation and then bring the 2-step process to council. They have similar but different uses. The home ARP funding, to answer Ms. Carr's question, or not Ms. Carr, the second speaker, I apologize, I didn't get your last name. That has different timelines than the rescue plan or the ARPA funding, although it was still part of that kind of general rescue plan funding. It does have a different timeline. I don't have the specific date in front of me, but it is further out than June of next year, which was for the current ARPA funding through the rescue plan.
Okay, but the gap is like 600,000. You're only looking to spend 340,000 of the opioids, so where's the rest of the gap coming from?
So ideally, that would be coming as part of the home ARP funding to council. Is that something?
So we are going to use both?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
so it's both, not one or the other.
And is there a reason why we just didn't get both tonight so we could vote at one time and be done versus bringing this back again?
The home ARP funding does need to go before the Housing Commission, and that was a staff oversight on my end to not get it to them before being able to get it before you guys.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for this detailed report. I just have a few clarifying questions to ask, okay? So for your on-site manager, so it's going to be 2 managers, I'm assuming, for 2 different shifts?
So the operator will be able to, at your next meeting, with staff be able to probably get into more specific details, but there will be staff on site 24/7. The managers may work more, I would say, traditional business hours where there would be additional support staff 24/7 on site.
Thank you. And then I think I heard you say this, but just to refresh my memory, there will be security guard?
So there is security included through this. The staff that they utilize is trained in security and de-escalation, so they would be utilizing trained staff who can function both in a support aspect for the individuals as well as security on site.
Thank you.
So a dual role.
I just wonder if there's something happens with our police already in situations, and I think, like, once again, we used earlier that having security guard, official security guard may be a deterrent for some type of activities, but just asking. And then for your, going to your page referring to referrals to the Navigation Center. So how does that work? So let's say, for example, you're doing a sweep and you say, hey, we have a Navigation Center. They would have to go through this particular company to get the service to be referred to?
So yeah, so to be referred, they would go through the coordinated entry system, so Resource Connect Solano, to be referred, so they'd go onto that community list with the vulnerability, and the most vulnerable would be referred to the program first. Individuals would have the opportunity, obviously, to accept or deny that. We can't and nor would we force individuals into a living situation that they're not willing to accept. So as we're doing outreach and connecting with individuals, we're letting them know how to get connected with Resource Connect Solano to do their assessment and get their vulnerability score and be on that list, and encouraging individuals that as they move locations, change phone numbers, change email address, whatever they can do to stay in contact with Resource Connect Solano and updating their system, so when their name comes to the top of the list, they can be, they can get contacted quickly and get offered that resource before, it gets to the point where we can no longer get in contact with that person and move to the next person on the list.
So let's say, for example, if they had a third-party person or a second-party person, such as the Vallejo Union, Housing Union, they can, let's say that they say, we'll let that be our point of contact person. Would that be acceptable or no? Because one of the things I heard a couple weeks ago is they could not connect to Resource Connect because they didn't have a phone number.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have no phone service anymore. And so they don't know if their name was ever called or not. So that was one of the concern that I had.
So I believe that they can sign a limited release of liability or release of information with Resource Connect Solano, and I can double check this and bring it back at our next meeting, saying that, I am adding Councilmember Gordon as my representative. If you can't get in contact with me, you are able to call her, let her know that I need to get back in contact, and then you could become that intermediary to ensure that they are getting the information.
Thank you. And my last question was to stay there at that location. Let's say that they are not going to do any more drugs or anything like that. How are they going to verify that? Is drug testing? Maybe that's just beyond the scope of your knowledge, but just, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so it is a Housing First program. So we meet people where they're at to come into it. So we understand that there may be individuals who come in who do, have substance use disorders or are using substances. They are not allowed to do it on site. So if they get caught, partaking in drugs or alcohol on site, that could be, depending on the severity of it, could be a write-up or could be a immediate removal with a set of time where they can't come back to the program. But individuals could, if they chose to, do them off-site. But ideally we're working with individuals where they want to get access to services and support to stop that utilization.
And my last question is, what about marijuana use and vaping?
Again, that would need to happen off-site
Okay.
or in designated smoking zones for like cigarettes and things of that nature.
Thank you so much for your help.
All right, Councilmember Lettigiou.
Thank you, Natalie. I want to take us back to Councilmember Matias's question, because I know for a fact I was on the site for the Broadway project, and there's like maybe about $600,000 gap there. We have over 600,000 gap here, so we have about a $1.2 million gap in both of these projects, and I too am on the same page with Councilmember Matias. We should be able to talk about that, know that, because these two projects are connected in the types of uses, and really where are we going to take that funding from, so when we come back, we have a clear, we can move things along. We're on a tight timeline. As you know, you've been working really hard, profusely to get this done, so we really need to be transparent about what are the dollar amounts needed between these two programs, and where are we going to get these dollars from? We have two sources that have been outlined, and the question is making sure we have enough to move forward. And I do understand on the other project that cost might escalate, because if they don't get all the home furnishing, that's another cost. So how do we get all that together and really be transparent about it, so we as a council body can help make the decision and move us along and not be delayed in helping you guys get the work finished?
Completely understand the question and the concern. It's been a lot of city funds invested into both of these projects, and we want to see it successfully open, but also understand there's a lot of need throughout the city, and we need to be as fiscally responsible as we can with the funding that we have. What I can commit to is bringing as much of that information as I can feasibly pull together before the next council meeting, when these items will be coming before council for contracts. So that way you'll have the opportunity to discuss it at those meetings, as well as in the staff reports leading up to it, to understand really where those gaps are. I did not have the Broadway numbers right in front of me, so I don't want to fully misspeak on them. And coming from the encampment cleanups today, I just didn't have the time to fully prep those numbers before the meeting tonight.
So just to the city manager, can we please make sure that we have all the numbers and we're ready to go? Tell us where the funding's, where you're asking us to approve the funding for, so that we as a council body don't have a delay because of not having this information, so we can help move things forward. We're here to help.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I will close this out, and then we can move to a vote. I want to do three things, actually. I'll share. I have a few questions, and I'm going to share some kind of thoughts and concerns and broader comments to my colleagues' points about needing to look at this holistically and do a better job of kind of planning and having those conversations. But one thing I want to do that I want to be really clear on the record, I want to publicly thank our healthcare partners, Kaiser, Sutter, and North Bay, for their extremely generous contributions to this project, their partnership, which is so genuine and so appreciated, and their patience, because they first committed these funds coming up on a decade ago. And to stick with us through that, it shows such an incredible commitment to our city and to our unhoused population and to this partnership. And I'm so grateful that they've stuck with us and excited to continue to build that partnership going forward. So just a thank you to those three partners tremendously. So my honest assessment of this, I'm not opposed to this. We need to get going, but I'm not comfortable with this for the same reason I wasn't comfortable with the last iteration. And I think a lot of it comes from the lack of time and the lack of time for us to discuss things. And I think a lot of the work has been being done by the staff, but the council this is coming to us, and this is $7 million. It's a lot of money. And, we got the agenda item on Friday. We got the PowerPoint, I think it came through at 7:02 or something like that. If you had asked me on Thursday of last week or Friday morning who's going to be the operator of the Nav Center, I would have said, I don't know. Oh, now I know it's 5 keys. And, what's going to be the cost? I don't know. Okay, it's going to be $7 million. Didn't know there was going to be a funding gap, didn't know the duties that would be performed. And so having this before us, not having had that information, it puts us in a bad position. It's a really uncomfortable feeling. And I asked myself, if this was $7 million from the general fund, would I put this through? Yes, it's urgent. Yes, we need to open the NAV Center. But if this was $7 million from the general fund, would I say, yeah, let's do it? I'd probably want some more scrutiny and some more time and some more discussion. Because we're talking about 200 people a year, about
Anticipated.
and 7 million. So we're looking at 17,500 per person per year. We still have the gap. We haven't talked about the gap funding. And then what's the lifespan of this structure?
I believe the lifespan is 15 to 20 years, but I need to
15 to
double
20. Okay.
check and bring that back.
I thought it was shorter than that. If it's actually 15 to 20, that would be great, but I think it might be shorter. I would have liked to have some of those conversations because I think we have to do right by our partners and spend their money on something that we know is going to have an impact. And there hasn't been outreach. We've got to do the outreach. I don't know even how many of our unhoused in Vallejo are going to be a fit for this. Because they need to be okay with congregate living. They need to have no kids, no pets. I think we have a lot of work left to do. I don't know how much it cost to build. What was the all-in construction cost for this thing?
It was a little over $8 million for construction. That included like the environmental and all of those permitting.
Okay, so we're talking
processes.
about $15 million for the construction and 2 years of operations for this thing. I'm like I said, it's not that I don't think we should spend the money. I'd like a little more time. I would have liked a little more time. And let me see if I had any other questions. I think to the public commenter, and Councilmember Palmar has mentioned this as well, I think we need to take some more leadership on the outreach piece. And I'd love to invite the county, since we did continue the unhoused update, I'd like to invite the county to our next meeting to discuss coordinated entry. If they can come, that would be great. Otherwise, maybe a future meeting to really get into how are we going to do the outreach, get people into coordinated entry, get them into the NAV Center, get them into Broadway. Because what are we trying to do? I mean, we spent $27 million on Broadway and another 15 on the NAV Center. We're talking about $40+ million. Like, are our unhoused on the streets going to go into these structures? Are we getting people off the street? And we need to be ready to just do everything we can to get as many of our people off the street and into these projects as possible, because that's a lot of money to spend if we're not. I think that's all I want to say. I think that's all I want to say for now.
Through the mayor,
Thank
if I
you.
may just
Of course.
address the coordinated entry portion. So the coordinated entry, although it's on behalf of the county-wide, it does operate through Cap Solano JPA. That's who that contract is through. So I think I'm
That's why I want to
totally open to bringing them.
in.
I just want to make sure that we don't mess up Brown Act, since we do have council members out of this group who sit on that. So we would just need to make sure we coordinate the right group of individuals coming.
Okay. I think
just
I
as a
would
note.
route it. My instinct will be to route it through our supervisor, and I see a staff of the supervisor, and I'm going to just go ahead and note that, and hopefully we can route that through our partners at the county.
And the county did ask staff to come at their June 10th meeting to provide an update on both projects, since there's ARPA funding in both the Navigation Center and the Broadway Center.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councilmember
What's the
Lederschu.
deadline for the ARPA funding?
So ARPA funding is June 30th of 2026. Home ARP, I need to double check on that timeline.
Okay.
There is an extension past that 2026 timeline.
And that was my other question. Thank you for reminding me. We have already spent the ARPA funding, right? That went into construction.
Correct, yes.
Okay, just to clarify. But the home ARP, we may have a separate question about home ARP. Councilmember Gordon, you had one more comment, and then I'll push us to a vote.
I was just going to suggest that, to push us to a vote.
Let's do it. Do we have a motion?
Yes. Do we do both of these as one vote, or do you want them as 2 separate motions?
I think you should probably do them as 2 separate, because one is the adoption of a resolution and the other one is the notice of intent.
Okay, so the first motion, I move that we adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget to accept and appropriate $340,958 of opioid litigation fund revenue to fund the operation of the Navigation Center, Step 2 of 2.
Motion carries with Mayor Source opposed.
Okay, and then the second motion is that I move that we provide notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget in the amount of $6,390,070 to provide operational funding for the Vallejo Homeless Navigation Center, Step 1 of 2.
Motion carries with Mayor Source opposed.
All right, thank you all. Thank you, Natalie. All right, we are going again, pushing item C and continuing that to June 3rd to have a more robust discussion, and we are going to move to item D. City Clerk, if you would please announce that item.
Consider and possibly adopt a resolution requesting that Congressman Garamendi include the Mare Island Preserve site in the proposed San Pablo Bay National Wildlife Refuge Expansion Act of 2024.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up public comment for the item, and Assistant City Manager Hayne is here. I'm assuming we have a presentation on this item.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Before you this evening for this item is a consideration of a request to add Mare Island Preserve to the San Pablo Bay National Wildlife Refuge expansion legislation. Next slide, please. So the San Pablo Bay National Wildlife Refuge is about 13,000 acre refuge in California. It was established in 1970. It extends along the northern shore of San Pablo Bay from the mouth of the Petaluma River through Tole Creek, Sonoma Creek, and ending at Mare Island. It hosts millions of migratory shorebirds and waterfowl, provides habitat for sensitive species. It includes open water, mud flats, tidal marshes, estuaries, seasonal managed wetlands, lots of special areas. Next slide, please. This is a larger kind of zoomed out map to where you can see the National Wildlife proposed legislation map here. Next slide, please. I'm going to get you a better map here. This is our specific Mare Island Preserve site. So potentially 112 acres was transferred from the Navy to the city via 2 transfers in 2001 and 2003. And then in 2023, the cemetery was transferred. City transferred 2.97 acre cemetery to the VA, the Veterans Affairs. And then we granted an easement to the VA for adjacent lands for parking area. That'll be on the next slide. And then the city owns and retained 109 acres of the Mare Island Preserve site, which is outlined in blue. It's yellow with the outlined blue area. Next slide, please. So as I said, the city transferred some of the land to the cemetery, to the VA, and granted that easement. This is a map there of where that area is. The larger black outline you can see is the preserve area, and then the little yellow area is the area that was transferred to the VA. Next slide, please. So there is some draft legislation that is proposing to add 5,600 acres of these special habitat areas to the National Wildlife Refuge. It makes it easier for U.S. Fish and Wildlife to accept and acquire those lands in the future once it's within this legislation. It doesn't change current or future land uses, but the parcels would remain in perpetuity in that National Wildlife Refuge boundary. There's no restrictions with this boundary unless and until the city voluntarily grants that land to U.S. Fish and Wildlife in the future. So what that means is even if the council tonight chooses to vote and move forward to be part of this legislation, that actually doesn't happen. It doesn't go into the refuge without a council action. So you could be in the legislation and it could sit there in perpetuity until which time the council's ready to take action to put the land into the National Wildlife Refuge. So the legislation authorized U.S. Fish and Wildlife to acquire lands within that modified boundary, but only from willing donors. So again, we could be in the legislation and then decide, you know what, we're not willing, we don't want to move forward with it. Or we could decide, yes, we actually do want to move forward with this and let U.S. Fish and Wildlife take that land ownership. Again, U.S. Fish and Wildlife is not obligated to accept any land within the legislatively drawn boundary. Next slide, please. So the decision tonight before council is whether or not to ask Congressman Garamendi to add the 109-acre city-owned Mare Island Preserve site to the draft legislation. Pros and cons. Next slide, please. So we began this conversation with Congressman Garamendi's office in 2023. He had two pieces of legislation that they wanted City Council to consider. And the original deadline was last year about this time. And so we got council direction and one-on-ones. There wasn't interest at that time to put it on the agenda. But most recently, we had some interest from this new council to put the item on the agenda. So we're just bringing forward same information that we had last year, but just to this new council. So pros of moving forward with putting the property 109 acres into the legislation area is that we have had a challenge, at least over the years I've been here and even before. I've got Erin Hanford, our ED staff, on the line as well to answer questions, and she's been part of this longer than the 5.5 years I've been here. But we've talked with GVRD. It's a very high cost to own and maintain. We've talked to Solana Land Trust. We've talked to different nonprofits to potentially own and manage, and it is a high cost to do so. Adding the property to the legislation would make it easy to transfer to U.S. Fish and Wildlife if we decide to pursue it. Currently, we're spending about $56,000 a year just to maintain at a status quo level. And that liability and responsibility would then transfer to U.S. Fish and Wildlife. But note, it doesn't mean that U.S. Fish and Wildlife needs to improve access. It has to provide access, but doesn't necessarily need to improve that preserve park area. So if the property is included in the legislation, the city, again, would have to agree before it actually was transferred. Next slide, please. The challenges, without additional research, we don't know the full implications of having the preserve site in the National Wildlife Refuge. We talked to Garamendi's office, like I said, over the last 2 years. It seems to be an okay decision if council decides to move forward with it because it would take a further future action. But it's not clear to us if the city council's ability for future development would be impacted by putting this property into the preserve. That is not clear. Hotels, motels, guest houses are typically considered to be visitor-serving uses consistent with the public trust. We have talked to state lands recently and have an email to that effect, that those are uses that would be considered at the site, just for the council's information. Provided that they're open to the general public and are not intended for extended stays, they could be an allowable use in this preserve area, and that's where I think the last council wasn't interested in moving forward and putting this item on the agenda because they wanted to keep the option open, their options open at this time last year. Next slide, please. So we are here before you, as I said, to ask whether City Council would like to add the 109-acre parcel of the Mare Island Preserve to the draft legislation. And Laura from Congressman Garamendi's office has asked that we provide this by the end of the month to them so that they can do the analysis and add it back into the legislation. Again, our deadline last year was about this time, and then there was a stop-go, so they halted, and then they started ramping back up to get the legislation back on for this next session, and it just helps them to prepare if we have it by the end of this month. I don't know that it's a stop deadline that's really hard and fast. If it was a week or two later, if there was some more questions, I think that might work. But they did ask us to please, so that they had time to prepare, get them the council's direction by the end of this month. Next slide, please. Okay, with that, that concludes my presentation. As I stated, Erin Hanford's on the line if there's any historical questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I know we have some public commenters on the item. I typically check and see if council has quick questions. I do want to raise one thing that I think probably speakers will bring up. I'm seeing a Brown Act violation here. And when I read the staff report on Friday, the first thing that I did was email the city manager and the city attorney. Staff report says in June 2024, staff presented the opportunity to city council in one-on-one meetings for consideration. At that time, council direction to staff was to retain city ownership of the preserve site. And that sounds a lot like a hub and spoke. And so I think we need to address that directly. And I think there's two pieces of it. Was there a violation of the Brown Act? And who was in those meetings and how did that happen? And then I want to hear about the process for agenda review, because we have people that review these agendas and publish them, and I want to understand how language like this gets into an agenda that's published without somebody flagging it and going, you know what, I think we violated the Brown Act. And that's a misdemeanor. I don't want to brush this off. This is serious. And, we don't have to get too deep into it tonight, but I would love a response, and I'm going to be following up on this. City Attorney, would you like to respond? We've been in touch about this. I'm raising it publicly to let everyone know that I raised this.
Happy to address the issue. I think the staff's statement in the staff report is probably somewhat overstated. In terms of one-on-one meetings with city staff, a one-on-one meeting with city staff, two-on-one meeting with city staff, serially or otherwise, is not subject to the Brown Act. The staff can meet with the city council, give the city council information, and receive information from the city council, provided the staff does not share such information among the city council members. It is not a hub and spoke situation. Staff can't be the hub unless it is actually sharing out to the spokes, if you will. You are the spokes, staff is the hub. Government Code Section 54952.2b provides that a majority of members of a legislative body shall not, outside of a meeting authorized by this chapter, that chapter being the Brown Act, use a series of communications of any kind directly or through intermediaries to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. But I'm going to read a piece of that again. A majority of the members of the legislative body shall not. Paragraph 1 shall not be construed as preventing an employee or official of a local agency from engaging in separate conversations or communications outside of a meeting authorized by this chapter with members of a legislative body in order to answer questions, provide information regarding a matter which is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the local agency, if that person does not communicate to members of the legislative body the comments or position of any other member or members of the legislative body. The key here is that staff can't cross-share with council members what it learns from speaking to individual council members. The question that was discussed, and I wasn't in all of these meetings, or all of the one-on-one meetings, but my recall from the ones I was in was, do you want this on the agenda? That is also not an issue subject to the Brown Act. If staff can reach out to the council and say, we need to schedule a meeting or schedule items to be on the agenda, the information that was conveyed was if staff didn't support joining it, not knowing what consequences of putting the property into the preserve would be long-term to the future use of the property. We still don't know the answer to that question. And so staff communicated that information, as far as I'm aware, and Ms. Hain is shaking her head yes, to city council members, giving them the opportunity to place the item on the agenda if they disagreed with staff's process. So that is what I believe, and again, I wasn't at every meeting happened. Nevertheless, the item before something becomes a Brown Act violation, and criminal penalties only attach if the violation is willful, by the way, the situation surrounding the Brown Act issue here is that some members of the public have raised this as one would expect, given the information and the quote from the staff report that the mayor outlined. Individuals have raised the issue. Under the Brown Act, what happens if we have a violation of the Brown Act is that a cure and correct is requested. That cure and correct is to put it on the agenda and talk about it publicly. That's what we're doing tonight. Therefore, tonight's action cures any, if a violation exists, which we don't believe it does, but if it did, tonight's action would cure that violation.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And I think I'm more concerned by parts of the explanation, because if I'm hearing that correctly, that means that a staff member could take a very major decision. Let's say, I don't know, a cement plant or a casino or something, talk to 7 council members individually, get all of their opinions, make a decision, get direction, make a decision, pursue it. The public would never know about it. And we're saying nothing wrong with that, as long as we don't tell the other council members what the other council members said. Now, I don't proclaim to be an expert on the Brown Act, but I personally, from a moral standpoint, don't want us to engage in that practice. That's really untransparent, and I don't want to get into the weeds of individual parts of the law, and I don't want to derail the conversation on this item too much, but that really disturbs me, the thought that I think there might be a practice of doing that in this city, and there have been times when I've said, we could probably figure out what to do on this item, but you know what, let's agendize it, because we're trying to improve transparency in the city. We got to put stuff out in public meetings, even if it takes longer. So I'm not okay with just saying, oh, this was technically legal. I think we really need to think about how we're making decisions and the ways in which we are then communicating said decisions to the public.
So for purposes of clarification, I want to point out that what you recharacterize is not actually what I said. So what I did say was that staff made an inquiry about whether to put something on the agenda or not, and left it in the hands of the council as to whether or not the council wanted to put that item on the agenda. Absent that, staff isn't taking any action. Staff is taking no action not to put something on the agenda. So I did not say, nor would I say, that staff could poll everybody, get a decision, and follow that decision to a conclusion, because that would actually be a decision. Not agendizing it is not a decision subject to the Brown Act. And
So then-
therefore, not putting it on the agenda isn't action, it's taking no action.
So then why do we have to agendize then? Why can't we just raise an agenda item for future consideration, and staff polls city council and says, how many of you want to agendize this? And if 4 or more people agendize it, it goes on.
You can do that. And you have a policy currently that was previously adopted and has been followed by your previous council members that establishes the 2-step process. If the council wants to establish a different process, you're more than free to do that. As we've stated before, there is nothing that prevents this council from saying, we don't want the 2-step process. The 2-step process was designed so that, I wasn't here when it was designed, to tell you the truth, but the 2-step process was originally designed, as I understand it, to help control something else we talked about tonight, which is the breadth and expansion of agenda items, and the idea that many, many agenda items would reach getting on the council's agenda in a way that monopolized the agenda and didn't allow other priority items to go forward. So that's my understanding of what happened. Prior councils adopted this process. Prior city managers adopted this process. Nobody who works here at this time, as far as I know, worked here at the time that was done.
I don't want to belabor. Councilmember Matias, did you have something?
Yes, and it has to do with another part of the staff report, so I'd like for you to chime in on this piece too. So somewhere in the staff report it says that council members were asked if this should come back on for discussion now. I can look it up. Let me just look it up.
You're speaking to the question of how does the, I don't know if I want to call it reconsideration, but how does the item get on the agenda now as opposed to previously? So previously it wasn't directed to get on the agenda, or nobody brought it up through the two-step process. And you're saying at this point it's on the agenda for quote unquote this body to consider.
So it says, most recently, several council members have requested that staff bring the item back for reconsideration. I didn't ask for that. I don't know who else asked for that, but hold on, let me finish. We just talked in February about agendizing a series of items because staff is overwhelmed, overworked, there's too much going on, we need to focus, right? And so part of what I'm struggling with is, and I've been saying this since I was a commissioner, it seems like we all have to follow a set of rules, but like we're not all following the set of rules, because if there is an item that I want agendized and I get support, I shouldn't have to go through 15 or 16 steps. And so I would like to know which one of my peers asked for this item to be agendized when we're prioritizing public safety and we're prioritizing economic development. Since it's in the staff report, it says several council members have requested this. And if that's the case, I also want to know, like, why was that not pushed through the two-step process that we talked about in February? Because I think then we're not following our own process that we all agreed to.
Through the mayor, can I comment on that? So part of the consideration for bringing this forward also was Congressman Garamendi requested that we do so. His office requested that. So not only did we hear it from a few council members and from some people in the public, but we also heard it from Congressman Garamendi. So sometimes he'll push through a legislation, just like he did last year, and he'll ask us to get feedback as soon as he can, as soon as we can, to give back to him, to give him a directive on, does he move forward with this? What's the position of the council? Does he need a letter? Does he need anything specifically from the city? So that was part of the decision in bringing this forward as well.
I hear you, and I'm not talking about Congressman Garamendi. I'm asking my peers, since we're all here, who actually requested that we discuss this item today. I don't have if I would have asked for it, I will raise my hand. I was not one of them. So just to make sure we maintain, keep the focus as a group. Because City Manager Murray talked about this earlier. I asked him, is there anything that we should learn, right? Like, we've had these security contracts lingering for a long time, the sheriff's contract. So, and City Manager Murray said these other items came up, yada, yada. So part of what I'm trying to understand is today, like, which one of you guys actually asked for this? Because it says several, and then, like, why was our process not followed that we agreed to in February? Legitimately, I'm just asking a question.
And I'll add a follow-up, because we did start these agenda setting meetings, and I have some, I think this meeting in particular, I have some comments on some breakdowns in that process. But when I receive, as the chair that's participating with the vice mayor in the agenda setting meetings, when I hear a request of this is coming up, is this something that council should weigh in on? I err on the side of, precisely because of the comment I made earlier about the Brown Act, I err on the side of, let's bring it before the council, because at least let's put it in an open meeting and talk about it. I wouldn't characterize myself as having made the request, nor did I realize we had a May 31st deadline, nor did I realize, there were a lot of things that I learned on Friday when I got these staff reports, and I'm gonna talk on the next item about the casino. There were a lot of things I learned about that one when I got the staff report as well. But I would just say, we do have a breakdown in the process. We have some issues because, I don't wanna deny something coming before the council when it comes up in an agenda setting meeting. And I can't speak for the vice mayor, but I think we both tend to take the same approach of let us not make a decision, let the council make the decision. But I definitely wouldn't have characterized the request as I had very little information about this, other than that it was gonna come before us. I'll just say that for transparency's sake.
So,
Yeah.
So just to confirm, you did not asked that you guys did not ask for this item to be brought back.
No, we were okay with it being agendized because we felt it needed to come before the council, but we didn't request it.
Okay.
So I'm going to say I didn't request this item, and I'm also going to say there's items that I have requested that have not come up and have waited a really long time and have been told we have a certain process. And so I'm like my counterpart, what really is our process to get the work done, to hear the things that we need to hear? What is the process and how are we going to follow it and honor it? And this is not about the congressman or our assembly member or our senator that might ask us to do something. But this is just in general, what is our process? And the other thing that I've requested over and over again is how do we actually have a list of everything requested that's transparent to this group so that we know these things have been requested, we've asked them, when are they going to come up? Because we have an item tonight, the casino, that's on here for a major discussion and decision point, when in January, in fact, I asked, hey, can we have an update on this item so that we understand what could potentially come before us? And now we have a major decision that we're being asked to be made. And I think this is really important for us to be effective and in partnership as a city in moving things forward in a timely way.
Councilmember Paul Morris.
Hi. So I did request this. My intent was to have a discussion about the Maryland Preserve, how to, best make sure that it is maintained and has access to the people, and see if this bill would be a good fit for us. I wasn't aware that there was a deadline up until fairly recently. I did the normal agendized process, brought it up at the end of a regular meeting. So I feel for everyone's, I really understand everyone's complaints about the lack of process, and I apologize that this is, jumped over everyone else's items. But I do think it is an important issue for us to discuss. But yeah, didn't mean to jump over everyone else's as well. So just full transparency of how it got here. That's all.
Thank you. And I'll just say, I personally, I can only speak for myself. I don't think you need to apologize. I think you made an honest request. Yeah.
I would agree, and I think that you didn't jump over anyone
No,
else. I think
not at all.
the mayor maintains the list of the requests that every council member has made. I believe, right? You have that.
Yeah, and I actually don't have this on it, but this could have come from before we swore in. I have an incomplete list,
No,
so.
It came
Oh, this
free.
was a later one, so maybe we haven't voted on the second step of the two-step. That's probably what it was. Yep. Councilmember Gordon.
And this was brought up to me in our meeting, and I agree, I wanted to hear about it as well. So I was too in support of this. And then let me go back to something. Placing something on the agenda according to our MC, it says staff report, city department of the city manager's office can prepare staff report recommendation items and actions and discussions for council. Number 2, council member requests. Individual council member can request items to be placed on the agenda. This often involves submission of formal request to the city clerk office, which is then reviewed for compliance with protocol rules and scheduling. Number 3, public input. While the public can address the council during public comments period, placing a specific item on the agenda usually requires a city council member or staff sponsorship. Number 4, it's a two-step process, which we don't have to comply, we just agreed to it. We can vote not to do it. Two-step process. The two-step process, you recommend likely refers to a comment protocol mechanism where council member first requests an item to be placed on future agenda, one step, and then the action subsequent to meeting, which is 2 steps. This allows for staff preparation and public notice. So we can vote not to do that anymore if we feel it to be interfering a lot. But I do understand to allow staff to better prepare. So we have 4 ways, according to the MC, how we can do this.
What was the part of I don't think the two-step process is in the municipal code.
No,
What
it's
were you
not.
reading
I
on?
said the last one was optional. That's what I said earlier. I said the last one is what you don't have to do. We can vote against that. But the other 3 is on inside the MC code. And I know because I'm sending this to the mayor, that's why I looked it up. I mean, to our city manager, that's why I looked it up, for something else that's not related. But we did do something that I'm not complaining, but a SCARI situation popped up. We didn't hear about that. I didn't know nothing about that. And it popped up. And we all went for it. But it didn't go through the two-step process. Not that we're against it. No, we're happy for it. But it seems like, or how we asked the city manager to pause on the homeless sweep a week before we actually vote on it. So if we want to be transparent about holding people accountable, we got to do it ourselves as well. Not that I'm complaining about it, I'm just pointing out the facts.
I do think we need to have a conversation about the agendization process. I've made my thoughts on the two-step process clear, and I'll turn us back to this item. I do want to fact check the encampment suite piece. So for the record, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, City Council called a special meeting on homelessness. We set the meeting. After public comment, it was very late at night. We voted to continue the meeting for 2 weeks, and informally at the end of that meeting agreed to pause the sweeps until the next meeting. So it was the continuation of the meeting. There's no 1 week before. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There was a city council meeting. A decision was made at the city council meeting simply because we had to continue the item, and then the vote was taken to resume at the next city council meeting. So
Can that be
wanna,
clarified?
I just want to state that fact check right there, and I want to move to Councilmember Matulik.
Wait, you can't do that. You can't do that.
I can, though, as the chair of the meeting, I can do that.
Because it's not true.
And
A vote, that is not true. We can confirm that. Is that correct to your knowledge? Because I don't agree to that, and a lot of us did not either. So I'm gonna
take us, we're off topic. I'm going to move us back onto topic, and we can continue this conversation offline.
You want to clarify.
We can continue the conversation offline.
You didn't do that right now.
Or we will call a recess right now. I'm going to adjudicate this point of order. What is your point of order? Let's call a recess.
You can call what you want, because you're still being disrespectful. Go ahead, you do what you want to do, but you're being disrespectful, because you're the one who pointed it out, not me. But I'm just not going to back down from it. You called something a week before, and then you said we vote on it unofficially. You just said that.
I'm going to encourage everyone to come on back. I'm going to encourage my colleagues to come back.
I want to apologize to the chambers if you feel like I was being disrespectful. It's nothing intentional to you, okay? Just want to let your chambers know, and also to the staff and my other colleagues.
We're not quite back. We can go ahead and come back, but we have a parliamentary procedure that we need to follow, and we had a point of order, and we need that to be articulated and ruled on in order for us to be able to proceed. And so we're going to wait for Councilmember Matias. And then Councilmember Watulik has been waiting patiently once we do that. And then we will move on. All right. Thank you all. We do have to loop back. We had a point of order called. I'm going to ask Councilmember Matias to finish stating his point of order.
Yeah.
The chair will rule on it, and we will move on.
Point of order is that we're sort of venturing way off topic, and we need to get back to the decision at hand.
I concur. And that I'm going to move over
Point
to
of order.
Councilman. All right,
Point of
state your
order.
point of order.
My point of order was we was on topic, and I basically was focusing on topic. We cannot say we want staff to do certain things when we as the council is not doing it. So I was just basically asking the question, how can one be okay to do something and then the other chastise others? And then I want to know, what was the outcome? What was it? Was an apology given when they found out that she didn't do anything wrong?
The point of order is a piece of parliamentary procedure to redirect a conversation.
Can I respond, and then we can move on?
Yes, let's do that.
So Councilmember Gordon, I want to be clear here. I know you elevated one example about one approval expenditure, but I didn't request that item, and I don't know who did. And so I am just elevating the need for us to follow a standard process across the board. And I was just asking questions. I asked council members, which one of you voted for this? I wasn't making accusations of anyone.
Sir, that wasn't directed.
We're going to go one at a time. So Councilmember Matias has the floor.
It was directed to the mayor.
Councilmember Matias has the floor. He needs to be able to finish.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to clarify.
It was not directed to you, sir.
No, I
apologize if that wasn't clarified.
I get it. I just wanted to make sure we were clear.
You're clear.
Yeah.
And I do want to remind everyone that we do have a code of conduct and decorum, and we cannot be attacking each other from the dais. We have too much work to do in this city, and too many important things to do. We need to remain professional up here and get that work done.
Point of
And
order,
with
but
that,
you
I'm going
can't
to go to
keep-
council member, unless you have
But
a
you
problem
cannot
with
keep-
parliamentary procedure,
order,
we're going
point
to
of
move
order.
on. We're going to move
Point of
on.
order.
I'm going to go to council member
You can't keep
Matulik.
interrupting me because
I'm going to go to council member Matulik.
You've been bullying me.
Do we need to take another recess? Let's take another recess.
Point of order. You can't bully me either. That's not right. You can't interrupt somebody when they're speaking.
All right, I'm going to call us back to order. I'm going to go to Councilmember Matulik for a quick comment, and then we're going to vote on the item. So thank you for the reminder. We do need to do public comment.
Just for the record, to answer Councilmember Matias's, this was brought to my attention, but I didn't specifically request this to be on the agenda. So I think what the previous comments were, I was okay with it being on the agenda. So, but I didn't specifically request it to be on there, so.
All right, let's go ahead and call our public commenters.
The first speaker is Dave Belliff, and I believe he's left. Paula Connolly, please.
Good evening. I guess we're all awake now. So I'm going to do my happy part first as far as why this is so important to preserve our open space for us, for our locale, for our future generations. Once it's gone, it's gone. And developers want to take stuff from us all the time, and have. So this is super, super important. First of all, the Bay Trail already has funding for the next 20 years. And if we combine it with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which is being gutted at the federal level, they don't have the staffing, they will end up fencing it off and closing it to public access because there is nobody to staff it. As far as the preserves, the stewards of the preserves have been excluded from maintaining and supporting this valuable land. The preserve is Vallejo's open space legacy. Combined with the soon-to-be-released ammo depot, plans to make this a regional park would be amazing. People would come from all over. And as Mare Island is developed more and more people are on there, we need open space. And we're not talking manicured parks. We're talking open, wild space. In our technical world, stressful times, we need the respite of wild and open space. As human beings, we need this, not just a park. So our open space is precious to us. It's vital to keep it in the control of those who live here and care. The lack of notice and transparency around this inclusion, 2 days from a deadline, shady, shady. There's no public trust with these kinds of maneuvers. It's manipulative. It denies citizens from being stakeholders. As far as the cost, we're spending millions on the homeless, and we don't know it's even going to be used. $56,000 a year, that's peanuts. That shouldn't even be a consideration. And there's a lot of volunteerism that could go on as well. So I think what it comes down to is the do as I say, not as I do problem with our city staff. Council is held to a certain standard, staff is not. The nefarious and unethical staff things that have been done by our city attorney, by our assistant city manager, that's the problem, and we're all tired of it. We've had our land given away, we've had bad deals, we've got nothing out of it. So we don't trust these people, and we don't trust you when you tell us about the law, because there's the spirit of the law as well as the technical part of it. And you may say, oh, it's legal. You know what? It's shady. We sit here and listen to this, it's shady. And you wonder why we get upset. You want to build transparency? City staff needs to be trustworthy. They need to be transparent. They need to be accountable. And they have not been up till this point. And we're sick and tired of it. Council's doing a good job. You're setting a good example. These guys aren't being made to be held accountable. And the city manager is part of the problem too. It needs to be remedied.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Carr.
Well, you guys sure know how to have fun. It is past my bedtime. I'm getting on in age. So my feeling on this is that hearing about a deadline 2 days before is a deal breaker and non-starter based on process alone. I would say that's very nice. You knew about this a year ago, and then suddenly it's surfaced now a couple days before something is due. I'm like, forget about it. We're too busy. And to Councilmember Matias's point about how does this jive, if at all, with our presumed priorities of public safety and economic development, I should say, it doesn't. From the staff report, it looked exactly like a daisy chain agreement had been reached a year ago by unknown people, and it looks very similar to the daisy chain recommendation that had been proposed for moving dispatch to the police station, and that was determined to be a Brown Act violation that got surfaced, and we corrected it. This new interpretation of the law that, it's not a Brown Act violation if it wasn't intentional, and we can do a cure and connect at the same moment as we're considering the item without announcing that we're doing a cure and connect. This all sounds like new procedure to me, and perhaps it's technically legal. I would seriously question that, but I don't think it passes the test for transparency. With respect to the specific idea of should Vallejo sign this agreement to enter into the National Wildlife, National Wildlife Refuge, we don't know the ramifications and consequences of that. And this is an area where I think that there is legitimate hope for having potentially a regional park. Maybe a regional park that has visitor support facilities, and even with a build out on Merrill Island, to go to Paula Conley's statement, I think we need to be looking at open space as well, and particularly open space that is significant in terms of landscape. You've got the highest point on the island that you can see whatever it's, beyond 180 degrees, you get an incredible view. So it is a precious resource that requires and deserves some thinking on that. So I'm not in favor of this based on its face and given the timeline we're given on it. It's not enough time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kent Fortner, I think he left already. Jimmy Jen?
Good evening. As we plan to receive the south end of Mare Island, the ammunition depot, South Shore, and Western Magazine in less than 5 years, include them with the preserve and the Bay Trail for a county-level regional park. Work with us to create partnerships to take over ownership and operation by. It won't cost us anything in the long run. It'll pay for itself. But, double amenity. Okay. There are so many there are so many possibilities to create something truly amazing. There are successful models here in our county, and the Presidio and Angel Island are good examples. They are self-sustaining. They combine history, they combine wildlife, they combine open space. We can have the same exact thing. It just takes your leadership and support. If the council is supportive and interested, the partners will come. They've already told me, well, what is your council's intentions? And if they want us to come in and join the conversation, we will come in and join the conversation. But we don't want to step over on whatever council's intentions are. But they're ready to go in discussions. I won't go that far. Vallejo can do this. Wildlife respected, open spaces preserved, reusing historic infrastructure. A recent example we asked you to review is a collaborative partnership that created the 1,500-acre Rockville Trails Preserve, which is now the Pat Winnow Open Space Park in Fairfield. Same collaborative effort. We're asking you guys to work with us, to work with some partners, and it can be done. Please lead. We have the ball rolling. We've got 3,000 supporting respondents in just 1 month to a regional park. We are willing and available to meet. We know staff time is scarce, and much of this can be done without a lot of staff time. Please, a regional park for the south end of Mare Island, plus the Bay Trail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Hallett.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I want to read the guidance on the Brown Act from the League of Cities. Another example of a serial meeting, which serial meetings are prohibited, is when a chief executive officer briefs a majority of members prior to formal meeting, and in the process, information about members' respective views is revealed. This scenario violates the Brown Act. That's in their most recent guidance from the League of Cities. There's also, in their 2010 guidance, in footnote 10, there was a note that said that while staff cannot be prosecuted for violations of the Brown Act, there was at least one instance of a district attorney who brought charges against staff who violated the Brown Act for conspiracy to violate the Brown Act. So let's keep that in mind. But more to the point, even if it's not a Brown Act violation, which it is, it's a violation of trust and transparency. I remember when the Orsum stuff came out years ago, we heard, oh, that's not a violation of the Brown Act. But it was a violation of trust. And I also want to remind everyone, the city does have a sunshine ordinance. So did this comply with the city's sunshine ordinance? That's something that we definitely need to look into. Now, I just wanted to ask, is there a member of Congressman Garamendi's staff here tonight? I'm guessing not, because I'm just curious why Congressman Garamendi's office asked for this. Why the deadline? What's the pressing issue? Why now? I mean, yeah, I know the budget's coming up and congressional action and all that, but why all of a sudden? Why now? And what benefit does the city get from it? That just was not clear to me. Like, I think it was Ms. Conley who said that the federal government is shutting things down right now. We're seeing things being shut down that we never thought would be shut down. We're seeing the federal government laying off people left and right. I agree with what was said that most likely what we'll see happen is we'll see a fence put up around the preserve. And I don't think any action should be taken unless we can be, there's no guarantees in life, but unless we can be reasonably assured that the federal government will continue to fund it and operate it, because once we turn it over to them, it's a done deal. We are never getting that back. I was here when Mare Island closed. My grandfather worked on Mare Island. Fortunately, he was old enough to retire. And I remember former council member Joanne Shively, Lord rest her soul, telling me about the fights that the city had to have with the Navy to get Mare Island to be turned over for free. They actually wanted to charge us at first. So unless we have more information on what this is going to do for us, I don't think it should be approved tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Meitzenheimer? Sherry Ann Graham.
Yeah, Meitzenheim, good evening. Trust, transparency, communication. That's what the people voted for this council, because there wasn't enough trust, communication, and transparency. Even though it may not fit the letter of the law to say it was a Brown Act violation, it doesn't look good. If you ask people what they want to do and they say they don't want to bring it forward, that's an action. Whether you talk about it at council or not, that's an action. How come we didn't know about it? How come we didn't get to weigh in on it when it came before council when Garamendi brought it forward? We need to have this conversation over and over and over again. We need to be clear that we don't have these type of things happen behind the closed doors, because first thing I thought about, how many other actions were voted on by council that we don't know about? How many other meetings were there where staff talked to council and they changed their mind about something that we should have known about, that we could have weighed in on? Because I don't know the answer to that. I can't be guaranteed that somebody's paying attention, because these things happen. There's no way in the world that an item as controversial as the preserves should be taken behind closed doors and talked to individually or together without community having weigh in on it. Because why? Because that's our land. That's our property. We pay the taxes for that. So we should be able to weigh in on it. Regardless of what council wants to do, it should be a conversation with the people that actually have to pay for it. They'll pay for it in ways beyond with Garamendi's ad going forward, because we don't know how that park's going to be. We're asking for access. We've been giving suggestions on who can volunteer to help do this work so that the city doesn't have to pay so much money. Nobody wants to talk to them. But, we've got to get rid of this property because it's costing us money, and we don't have anybody, we don't have the money to pay for it. Well, you have volunteers that could have done it. So it just looks bad. And all this finger pointing is not helping, because we hear that the city attorney said it was okay to do it. So staff did it. Staff came and said, I'm only doing what I was supposed to do. Who's responsible for this stuff? Why are we even here at this time of night, not even getting to the issue, because we're talking about what kind of shady deals are going on? You know why? Because the city has a history of shady deals that have gone on. They've had shady meetings. They had groups that met using their own personal addresses for email so that they wouldn't be found. We need to stop this.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Sherry Ann Graham, please.
Good evening. I wrote something I wanted to talk about tonight, but I'm going to just set it aside, because what happened here tonight really upset me. And we're just going on like business, but it wasn't really okay to watch. And over the years of coming here, I've brought up the code of ethics numerous times. And one of the pieces of the code of ethics that you're all supposed to be trained in is that you are not supposed to just practice the letter of the law. You are also supposed to practice the spirit of the law. And the spirit of the Brown Act is to make sure that the public has adequate notice, gets to observe deliberations, gets to come here and have a voice. And in all of this nonsense that went on and disrespectful behavior, the public is completely lost. We are lost in all of what's going on, and we are forgotten. This issue is important to people. The preserve and the Bay Trail are cherished pieces of property that people in this city enjoy, that I have memories of being with my husband on the Bay Trail, hiking in the preserve, and to open a staff report and find out that it could just be given to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, which has been circulating for about a year. But I thought, oh, well, we'll have an opportunity to weigh in on that. And then all of a sudden we don't, because it's action. I'm going to read you the last paragraph of what I wrote. In 2018, the city of Vallejo voted to endorse a national campaign. They proclaimed beautiful places to live, work, and play should be a birthright to all Americans, no matter their origin, their income, because beautiful surroundings and graceful urban design call us to awe and stewardship. Reduce polarization and anger, and make us kinder and less aggressive, awaken generosity in our hearts, and move us towards justice. Look around at this community. The public safety issues, the homeless issues, the fighting, the division that is occurring, the attacks on each other because you don't like what we have to say. And ask yourself if we don't need that promise. Ask yourself if we should be honoring these words of 218. And whatever happens tonight, I do not believe you should take action. It was wrong of you not to bring this to the public first.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any online speakers? All right, let's go ahead and call
Yes,
them.
Mayor. Yeah, we do have two speakers. First, we're going to have Joe at Gmail, followed by David H. Joe, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. Now, staff's actions here are totally non-transparent. I filed a PRA for the Department of Economic Development of staff, Mr. Naman and Ms. Hanford, on their discussions of the expansion of the wildlife refuge. I got a response that they had no discussions with Garamendi's office on the wildlife refuge, the expansion of the San Pablo Bay National Wildlife Refuge. Now, how is it she's being presented tonight when 6 months ago she had no relevant documents on it? Could it mean that she didn't know what she was talking about? Maybe. I don't know. But I want to read you something from the National Wildlife Refuge Association. And this is before the current administration. The $503 million appropriated to the refuge system in fiscal year 2010 is worth approximately $731 million today. Yet actual funding sits at a mere $527 million. The failure to offset the impacts of inflation has resulted in a refuge system long strained under the weight of critically low staffing levels and lost capacity. In this age of rapidly worsening biodiversity and climate crisis, we must invest as much funding as possible today to these protected areas. So our situation is what's called a WUI. It's a wildlife-urban interface. And because it's a WUI, it's much more expensive to operate than the rest of the San Pablo Wildlife Refuge, which is up around Highway 37 and has very little interface with heavy public usage. There's light recreational usage, but like we've had criminals out there in the flatlands. We had the guy with that got on Netflix out there. We've had copper thieves. We've had all kinds of crime, which means it's going to cost a lot for the wildlife refuge to protect even the property they want to take before they take over the preserve. And they don't have the funding to accomplish it. And the final thing I want to say before leaving is it would divide the San Pablo Bay Trail in half and leave the parking lot and about half a mile, maybe up to 3/4 of a mile, in the control of the city of Vallejo. And the rest of the trail, the San Pablo Bay Trail, would be under the National Wildlife Refuge. Now imagine a trail where you can only hike 3/4 of a mile, and half of it's cut off. So that's my point. This is ill-advised on so many levels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last speaker, David H. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hey, I think there's something very valuable that's happened tonight, and that's that we have shown that staff runs a shadow docket to determine what the city does and does not do. When combined with the onerous processes that we had to get stuff through city council, it meant that basically staff had the run of the show. I'm very glad that we've uncovered it. I'm not saying it's necessarily nefarious or illegal, but it was a shortcut that wasn't transparent, and we should definitely work to develop better and more smooth processes to get meaningful legislation on our agendas. In terms of the matter at hand, there is only one San Pablo Bay. There's only one Mare Island, and there's only one hill on the top of that island. And the farther away control of that area is from us, the less it will represent our interests. You know, if this was a year ago, or if the election went a little differently, maybe I'd have a different opinion. But I think it would be incredibly dangerous to turn this over to federal control. So there's multiple reasons to not do this. One is procedurally, obviously it's a mess and it should be just stricken from the record, really, and not considered at all. But also considering representation of interests. You know, if we lose control of this, it's gone. And there's only one of them, and it's in this magical bay in this beautiful area that we all live. You know, and that we all clearly feel very strongly about doing the best we can for, you know, despite any procedural confusions we may have. So taking a step back and, you know, keeping the common goal in mind here, I think we really need to make sure that we keep a hold of this area, that we don't turn anything over to federal land, that we try to hold as much as we can, despite our somewhat spotty record of managing our own projects. But this one would be a pity to see fenced off or sold to a developer or leased out to an oil or gas terminal because of some whim of some federal agent who's never even been here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's it. All right. I want to move us to a vote, but I see Councilmembers Palmares and Gordon. I'll invite both of you to speak.
Thank you. I just kind of want to go over my motivations and intentions with this. And I think I share this opinion with everyone else here. You know, we want we want to conserve and protect and make accessible this very beautiful space in the Maryland Preserve. I think that's across the board. I also intended this meeting to be the mechanism through which we have this robust conversation and engage the public and have that community input. And usually that will be part of like that step one, and then, you know, we receive those questions and we answer those questions and we go to step two. But, you know, it seems like we're doing this all in one go. But I'll touch on that a little bit later. I have also heard a different estimate as far as what we would save in costs by giving it to any organization. But, you know, I've heard 500,000 up to $1 million. So maybe you could respond to that.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. So currently, we spend the amount that I quoted in the PowerPoint, the 56,000,
yeah.
right? We have gotten other quotes from GVRD for their potential assistance, and that's where those higher numbers are. And we've had conversations with other nonprofits in the area because of cost who weren't interested. And so I think that maybe where you have heard the higher numbers, it was the GVRD conversations.
I see. Okay. All right. And then just kind of putting some more transparency on, you know, conversations I've had about this. And thank you to Mr. Jen. I read your emails about reaching out to Solano Land Trust, and I reached out to the ED from Solano Land Trust to see if working with them would have been a possibility. And correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager Murray, but the way they characterize it, that it is they're not interested. My interpretation is that their take on one more property would be overstretching themselves. But did you have anything to add to that, City Manager?
So we also spoke with the staff of the Solano Land Trust. I think they said that my understanding of their position is they'd be happy to help facilitate a conversation, which I think was the process that Mr. Jen was referencing.
Oh, yes.
In terms of their ability to take on the ownership or maintenance, they don't have the financial capability to do that right now. They would need to do fundraising or some other mechanism to generate the financial resources to do that. So I think they'd be a willing partner in helping identify some future arrangement. And there are some other models that Mr. Jen, I think, mentioned in Solano County where new parks have been created. I think another mention was the possibility of potentially approaching the state about a state park. I don't think any of those things are, I don't think we know the feasibility of any of those things. But yeah, I do think that the Solano Land Trust doesn't currently have the financial capability to take on a new park.
Thank you for that. And, when I started thinking about this, way early in the year, I wasn't very clear on which direction this presidential administration was going. And, I'm seeing a lot in the news lately. And, a couple of commenters did bring us some points. And I don't have the answers as far as, what U.S. Fish and Wildlife would be able to do as far as sustainably maintaining access to the preserve. And Ms. Hain, you mentioned that they won't improve it, but the question then is are there things that we need to improve in terms of access? And I don't know those answers yet. So I think where I've come to right now is that we have more questions than we do have answers. I like to have the conversation with Congressman Garamandi's office as far as what will this look like, and then also what I would like to see, and this is pending other council members' approval, but going out to the community and reaching out to other organizations and seeing what other different arrangements can we find that really meet the intent of what we want from this preserve. That to me sounds the most sensible issue. And I guess, I just want to circle back, but we all want the same thing. And I think we just have to be a little bit more deliberate about how we do this. I think the last thing I want to end on is, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but if we say yes to this, we do have to do a separate action in order for the preserve to be part of the federal government. Is that correct? So what does that look like? Is it just another vote? I mean, why is there another vote that we need to have for this?
The legislation just outlines the boundary, and then in order for it to move forward with the transfer, then yes, council would have to take a vote, an action vote, to move forward with that annexation, if you will, into the National Wildlife Refuge itself.
Okay, but we haven't heard anything yet as far as whether this deadline was artificial. Could we move to another date or
Well, yes,
suspended?
as I stated in my presentation, I think there's probably a little bit of flexibility. It was just the staff preference so that they could prepare the package. It's the July and August timeline, and they're preparing many, many legislative bills, and so that was just their preference if we could get direction to them by the end of May. But I'm sure if I called or emailed them and said, hey, can we get back to you by mid-June, I'm sure that they could make arrangements. They have for us before.
Yeah, and I know, so thank you for clarifying that. And I think the last thing I want to do is misconstrue what we're doing right now, and I think it would get really confusing if we say yes to this, but also we have to say yes another time or no another time. So I think where I'm landing at is let's just do the robust community engagement and making sure we have a good set of options to come before us.
Thanks. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the community for passionately speaking how you feel, because one thing that I, myself personally, don't want to do is leave out your voice, because you know I live at the mic before me being elected, so I have no problems of advocating. But I want to get a clarity from you, Gillian. What was your initial ask? There were just only one option, or were there two options?
So the options before you this evening are to do nothing and not request that Congressman Garamendi put this preserve into his legislation. That's one option. Or the other option would be to give your recommendation that he put the Mare Island Preserve into the legislation. So in the legislation or out of the legislation is the question before you this evening.
And then how would we keep up this part to make it available to the public if we opt not to do it?
So right now, the $56,000 pays for the minor maintenance, and we do have access sunrise to sunset. At this point, Public Works goes out and opens and closes the gate for public access. Talking to the community, I think through this Mare Island specific plan, hearing feedback from council members, I think that additional community engagement would be great to see as we're developing out the specific plan for the island, what the community also wants to see at this preserve, how we can augment, make it better. It sounds like we want more access, we want more maintenance, we want more amenities. So I think that could be part of our community engagement on the island.
And my last question is there any impact fees or any other fees that we can consider to help maintain this property to keep it open to the community?
I would have to look into that. I know there are parks impact fees for our designated parks, but this is just like a wildlife open space preserve. So it would probably depend on the status of what we do with the property.
So I'd like to make a motion that we vote not to give it to Garamendi. We would keep it ourselves. That is my motion.
Is that so that is accomplished by not voting, right? That is correct. That would be accomplished by us
I think you could
not taking a vote.
I think you could accomplish it either way. You could affirmatively take a vote to not choose to do it at this time as well. You can do it either way. I think one of the issues when we don't vote, this kind of goes back to the theme of the night, I guess, to a certain extent, is that we lose a little bit of track of, well, what was the direction, you know? Going back to the question about the alarm ordinance where we didn't get a vote, where it was just like, well, I think it would be okay, well, I think it would be okay, well, maybe we should do this and attach it to that. When we don't get votes, we lose track of what is the direction. So if you're asking me my opinion, I guess I would say it would be better to vote.
Yes.
But you are correct. You are
can
correct.
take a vote. Yeah.
It will, no action will result in us not doing it. But I do think for clarity for the public and clarity for staff as we move forward, it helps if we have a vote.
And the motion is to not do it. And I see Councilmember Palmares. Comment, amendment, question.
Yes, so if the rest of the council wants to do this, I'd like to also add the other proposal, move to have community engagement with, regarding this issue. So
For the follow-up.
So we'll be voting on two things.
That can be, I feel like that can be an amendment to a friendly amendment to the motion.
We want to do an amendment?
It would either be a friendly amendment or a substitute
Okay.
motion.
Okay. Great. Sounds good. Thank you.
Can we not do those together? Wait, let's do them together. So if we're okay, let's do the motion to not continue with the amendment that we follow up. And we can vote on that. I guess I'm saying that this could be an amendment to that motion and we can vote on all of it together.
The mayor's, Well, I think she's just suggesting a friendly amendment
I'm-
that
yeah,
then the
I'm-
maker
I'm
of the
making sure
motion
that
would
it's
have to agree to.
I'm okay. I'm checking with Councilmember Gordon to see if it's okay that just be added as a friendly amendment, that the motion be that we not proceed with this and follow up.
I absolutely agree, as long as we all voting on it. I want to see our tally. I'm
Then
agreeing
we'll
to
vote
that.
on it. Yeah. So it's the motion with the friendly amendment. Go ahead, Councilmember Matulik.
And the clarifying question I had is, so we've talked about a soft date, or is it a hard date for the end of May for this?
I think it's an internal staff-generated deadline so that they can get all of their work done by July and August. So I think it's a bit softer if needed.
Thank you for that clarification.
We're ready to vote. For clarification, the motion is to not proceed, so a yes vote is to not be added to the San Pablo Bay Wildlife Refuge, and a no vote is not to not, whatever that means. The motion is to not include the preserve in the San Pablo Bay Wildlife Refuge, with the friendly amendment that we follow up with options for the preserve. So a yes vote is to not do it. It's the opposite of what's on the agenda, just to clarify. Councilmember Lettis, you go.
Sure. So back to ACM's point in terms of the timeline that's been raised. Do we have a timeline that we're coming back and having affirmative no? Because she's saying that technically there can be a soft date to go back and have the response. So are we just simply saying no, period?
That's the motion on the, the motion on the table is to say no, period. Which could mean at this time, I mean, I don't know that it wouldn't preclude us from considering it in the future, but it would be to say no at this time.
Can I clarify?
Go ahead, then we really do need to vote on it.
Yeah, I think we could bring it back later, but right now, we just want to say no until we get more information.
Can I interject really quick? I'm just going back to this timeline point that I don't feel is clear, because Councilmember Gordon just made a comment about the time. So I just want to be clear for myself. Are we pointedly saying we don't want to visit this anymore at all as it relates to being a part of the legislation, or we're saying at this moment in time, no, we have a certain time period, we're going to come back and respond, while I'm also assuming, as Councilmember Palmares had mentioned, about having obtaining more clarity and hearing more community voice. I just want to get clarity. I think there's a lot out here, and there's no real clarity for
Madam Mayor,
me.
if I might be able to help,
Okay.
maybe.
Go ahead.
So the soft window that I think the Assistant City Manager is speaking about isn't going to extend past August at the very latest because of the legislative session. It would have to go into a different legislative session for it to extend beyond that. I think if we're going to engage in community conversation and flesh out some of the other ideas for the preserve, and or address the issues that the Assistant City Manager stressed about how does it relate to the specific plan on Mare Island, et cetera. I think the chances of all of that happening within the deadline for this legislative session are kind of close to slim and none.
And I do see the city manager, and this is a policy issue, so I'd love to hear from the city manager.
Yeah, I would guess I would just caution the council on providing that level of specific direction without us having an opportunity to have a conversation about what other priorities that staff is currently working on that would be displaced. I mean, having a significant community engagement effort, is quite significant, and I don't think we would want to rush it. Doing the other analysis about what the management and access would look like as part of a national wildlife refuge, I mean, that's quite a bit of work there. And I know that the staff that would be working on this are also working on other important things. So I think I would caution us about making a decision in a vacuum on that.
All right, I appreciate that. Now we have it on the floor. Let's vote again. reverse of what's on the agenda.
I'm missing a vote.
So, just another.
Let's just see. We were in the middle of the
Point.
vote, and then we need to see the vote, right? Do we need to revote?
Yeah, you all
Everybody okay?
voted, but it's not displaying.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Motion
Okay.
carries unanimously.
All right, so we have a sense of next step. All right, let's close that item. And I'm feeling we're going to need to do another adjustment. I'm looking at item E, and this is time sensitive, and I'm going to make a suggestion, and we can vote. I'll say my suggestion, and then we can vote on it. It can be a motion. Well, no, it can't be a motion until we take public comment. My suggestion is going to be that we not try to submit a letter to the U.S. Department of Interior by the 30th, because it's midnight, and we'll be starting this item at midnight, and that we bring back the casino update that Councilmember Letajou requested at another meeting, so that we're not having the casino conversation at midnight, starting at midnight. I think this is too big of an issue for our community for us to be starting it right now. That's my suggestion. We do still need to take public comment on the item in order for us to make a decision like that. Vice Mayor, comments, thoughts?
I have the opposite opinion. I feel that we should discuss this. It's very time sensitive, and I think that we need to, in my opinion, I think we need to show support. We've already shown support, and so we need to hear the public comment. We need to hear the comments, and we knew that this deadline was coming, and we need to meet that timeline.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do concur with the Vice Mayor, simply for the fact that this body voted to approve it, and then all of a sudden changed their mind without giving, at least giving myself the information of why that decision was even changed. And I'm forward-looking of the fact that they said not to move forward with it. That impacts a potential economic development issue for us. So
Can I clarification? When you said this body, you're talking about the BIA.
I'm talking about, yes. I'm talking
thank you
about
very much.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, and the fact that they're the governing body that decides yay or nay at the federal level, and then all of a sudden changing it, that I'm more confused of why they even changed it in the first place when they agreed with it at the outset. So for me, I want to at least be able to put in this letter to say that we are not closing down the opportunity for an economic development that is potentially there. That's not the end all to deciding this issue. I'm saying I don't want to close that door to say that we don't want this economic development.
All right, with that, I think I see Councilmember Gordon. Go ahead.
I also agree with Vice Mayor that we should address this issue. We've been aware of it, and I find that I also agree with Councilmember Matulik that we should address this and not close any doors to any opportunities.
All right, so can we then maybe go ahead, because we have Naveed here, who's 4 items from now. Can we entertain the idea that we continue F, G, H, and I? And because we're doing this item, this is going to take a while, and we've already continued C. So can we do a quick motion I'm hoping we'd maybe just do a voice or nod vote on continuing F, G, H, and I to the next meeting?
Through the mayor.
Go ahead.
We already bumped the ERS contract, so I believe that is also time sensitive. We bumped it from last month to this month because of the larger agenda.
Which one is that?
That is item G. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
But it is time sensitive, so I wanted to let you know.
I'll defer to the city manager. These are not going to take very long, but this casino item is going to take a minute, and so we're going to be here these items are going to start really, really late.
Can G
I'm
wait
going to
until
clarify with the
3rd?
city manager whether item G can wait until the 3rd. I mean, the 3rd is going to be a really long meeting too, but
I think, I'm sorry, I think Assistant City Manager Hain did you discuss item G?
Yes,
Gilliam,
I did.
That's
I
the
said
one that
that
you
it-
said was time sensitive.
Correct.
I think the question about H and
I mean, maybe we continue I and release Naveed.
Gillian, can G wait till the 3rd?
No, we bumped it from last month, and it needs to be finalized by June 1st because the contract expires. Originally, we had it on the agenda for last month, and we
Yeah.
bumped it.
Okay, let's just continue with the full agenda then. And we'll start item E. I'll ask the city clerk to announce item E.
Adopt a resolution authorizing city manager to submit a comment letter to the U.S. Department of the Interior regarding its decision to temporarily rescind its January 10, 2025 gaming eligibility determination for the Scotts Valley Vallejo site.
All right, and we'll open up public comment for this item, and we will turn it over to the assistant city manager for a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're going to be considering submitting a letter to the Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs. At the time that this decision was rescinded, I did forward to the City Council that letter in April, so you were aware of it right when it happened. And at that time, I did let you know that we were going to do comment letter and update in the same evening so that we could do this in public and the public could hear where we're at and what the status was as well. So that was the plan, and that's why I'm here tonight, combining the two, update and the letter all in one. Next slide. So this is the property here of the proposed project site here. It's along I-80, and it includes to the south, if you're familiar with that old horse property and all those, that ranch area and all those horse stables. It was the prior Solano Ranch project that was proposed and submitted to the city, but that project has now been, that land has been put into trust. So all of the area in red, all those 4 parcels, has been approved by the Department of the Interior and is in trust for benefit of the Scotts Valley tribe. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give you some background. July 8th, 2024, the Bureau of Indian Affairs posted an EA, an environmental assessment, to look at the environmental consequences of the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians. From here out, I will refer to them as the tribe, and their proposed casino and tribal housing and administrative building project. This was the first the city heard. We saw the BIA posting. So we attended their scoping meeting and gathered information and brought it back to City Council for their information. In August of 2024, the tribal chair and council reached out to city staff to talk with the city about the proposal. And in late August, the city sent a comment letter to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and it outlined the potential city impacts and concerns with the document and the environmental review on the project. That letter did come to a public meeting, and council did vote on sending that letter to the BIA. Next slide, please. November 19th, fast forward a little bit, after that letter was sent, we had weekly meetings with the tribe and their team. And in November 19th, the city council at the time entered into a cooperative agreement to further analyze potential impacts to the city. So there were some concerns that weren't addressed in the EA: water infrastructure, easements and capacities and supply, sewer, wastewater and stormwater, vehicle and emergency access to the site, transportation and infrastructure capacity, public safety, police and fire, social, impacts to our community here in Vallejo, amongst others. So this cooperative agreement did not tie or bind the city. We can exit that agreement at any time for any reason, but it allowed us to move forward with a reimbursement agreement and the cooperative agreement to have the tribe pay for the additional analyses in these impact areas. So then the city could then look at the impact analysis and potential mitigations to help with those impacts. On January 10th, 2025, the Department of the Interior approved that fee to trust application that the tribe had submitted, and they approved the land into trust and the gaming eligibility for the tribe. So we are continuing at that point to meet biweekly, and we still are with the tribe, continuing to work on the analysis and the impact studies. And then on March 24th and April 10th, 3 different lawsuits were filed from other tribes that have competing gaming interests. They're challenging the DOI gaming eligibility determination approval, but not the land into trust. So the land is still into trust for benefit of the tribe. The gaming eligibility determination is what has been taken to court. And on March 27th, the DOI did issue a temporary rescission of that gaming eligibility determination. At that time, they sent the city a letter requesting comments by May 30th, which was what I forwarded to the council at that time in early April. So April 1st, 2025, the Scotts Valley tribe filed a complaint and an injunction seeking to reinstate that gaming eligibility. Next slide, please. Just want to give you a little bit of a background description on the project itself before we get into next steps with this potential comment letter on the temporary rescission. So the proposed project description is a 8-story casino with restaurants, bars, a ballroom for events on the western portion of the site. They're estimating approximately 3,600 full-time equivalent jobs, and the casino would be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're also proposing a development of up to 24 single-family homes for tribal housing on the site and a tribal administration building to the north portion of the parcel. The admin building would provide offices for up to 30 tribal employees. And then tribal government runs similar to city government. They will have different departments like economic development, housing, potentially permitting, and stuff like that. And just to remind you, I did work for Grayton Federated Indians of Grayton Rancheria for 5 years as their Planning and Development Services Director. So I do have experience working in tribal government, and so it's really good being on this side of the table, understanding how their government works and how our interactions moving forward will go. They also are proposing to establish a biological preserve, about 45 acres of the site they would like to protect on the northeastern portion of the site. They want to provide high-quality habitat for special status species. It's important to them to maintain that land in their trust land. So this commitment is via tribal ordinance and MOU between the tribe, the BIA, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife for that preserve. Next slide, please. So this is the link at the bottom here, which has the environmental assessment and the final EA and all of the documents for that process, that application process. You can see a rendering here. There are some additional renderings in this link, in this environmental assessment. Next slide, please. So before moving forward with the casino, the tribe had to go through this fee to trust application, and then the next step is the gaming compact negotiation with the governor. So if they'd like to develop a Class 3 gaming facility, which is a casino, then they would need to move forward with negotiating that compact. Just to remind the council, the city doesn't hold any discretionary approval over any of these processes. The trust land application, the tribal or the state gaming compact. We are just a responsible agency. We can comment on the environmental impacts, but we are moving together with a cooperative agreement. In prior negotiations with other tribes in similar gaming facilities, the choice of the city council is to be involved and sit at the table, analyze the impacts, and potentially work with some mitigations together, or not be part of the process, because the tribe is not required to work with the city in which the trust land is granted. So it does behoove the city to work together as partners to try and get a good result, being it economic development, but also to limit the impacts to our police department and fire department and those other areas I mentioned prior. Next slide, please. So the gaming compact process and negotiation is paused right now until the Department of the Interior finalizes their decision on the rescission for the gaming eligibility. If it moves forward and they reinstate it, then the tribe would negotiate with the governor, go through that process, and then get federal approval, create their own tribal gaming ordinance, and then National Indian Gaming Commission review and approval. Next slide, please. So, of course, there's benefits and risks for the project. The cooperative agreement allows for us to continue to collaborate and further study impacts, as I mentioned, in this process, which is outside the city's authority. The next step before, right after the gaming contract negotiations, would be an intergovernmental agreement. Once we get back all of the information on the potential impacts and what mitigations would look like, say, add another 12 police officers. I'm just pulling that out of the sky. But maybe there are mitigations that are suggested. Maybe it's build a new fire station. Whatever the mitigations are, they would be then formalized in the intergovernmental agreement that would place those mitigations if the tribe moves forward. It would protect the city's interests. We are choosing our own experts to look at the areas of water and traffic just for those technical studies. And then just for an example, one Bay Area county in the north received a $5 million mitigation and $17 million recurring yearly for their impacts. And then $30 million allotted, depending on gaming revenues, up to $30 million for environmental and parks projects for Sonoma County. And then $12 million in community-wide grants. So this is something that I was involved with, and it was very beneficial for our county in Sonoma County. Another Bay Area city that was not cooperating got a one-time $12,000 mitigation for crime impacts, and that's what was done. So I think it definitely behooves the council to cooperate as much as possible, especially since we don't have any discretionary authority here. Next slide, please. Again, some of the risks are if we don't, that the tribe proceeds with the project without our city input. The BIA moves forward with the gaming eligibility with a different level of mitigation that we feel fits the needs of our city. What's great about moving forward with the expert technical studies with our own experts, for example, West Yost, who does all of our water system and capacity studies, is that we have our own experts that will tell us what we need to move forward with this project at the site and the mitigations. Community concerns with the casino are also being analyzed through this cooperative agreement. Economic impacts, gaming impacts, crime impacts, those are all being looked at and funded by the tribe. Again, support of the Department of Interior application for the gaming eligibility through a comment letter continues to protect the city's interests through this process, but comments are not required. Next slide, please. So next step, the lands remain in trust for benefit of the tribe, as I stated prior. Additional assessment of environmental impacts is ongoing. If the Department of Interior upholds the fee to trust application and gaming eligibility, the next step is the intergovernmental agreement negotiations and state gaming compact applications. There will be additional opportunities for public input during that intergovernmental agreement process. As we get those impacts and proposed mitigations, that intergovernmental agreement will come back to City Council for approval in a public meeting. And then if the Department of Interior does not uphold the fee to trust gaming eligibility determination, the land will still be held in trust for benefit of the tribe, but they would not be allowed to apply for the state gaming compact. But they may choose to pursue a card room. It's a different level of gaming that doesn't require a state gaming compact. Next slide, please. So the city may choose to submit comments to the DOI by their May 30th deadline. And this is what the Department of Interior is requesting. They're asking for evidence, legal analysis, relevant to the application of the restored lands exception to the general prohibition on gaming. So gaming is generally prohibited on lands acquired into trust after 1988 unless the tribe has been restored to federal recognition in that timeline. So if they weren't recognized prior, but they got recognized after 1988, then there's an exemption and they can apply for the gaming eligibility. So specifically, the department's analyzing whether this Vallejo site qualifies as restored lands under the regulations. So that's what they're looking at, and they're asking for comments and information and impacts to be submitted to the DOI. to assist in their evaluation. So I had prepared a draft letter, if the council so chooses to entertain it, attached to your staff report for your consideration. Next slide, please. And again, I will take your direction to either provide the letter or not provide the letter to engage in the DOI process. If you have any questions, I'm available for you.
All right, do we want to take public comment on the item?
Sure. We have 3.
All right,
public
let's call our
commenters.
speakers.
Our first speaker is Ann Carr.
It is the midnight hour. So my understanding on this, and Gillian has said this, that comments are not required. So this potential letter is to show that Vallejo is extra supportive of this casino project. And if I understand it correctly, we could continue to negotiate with the tribe on the things that are needed from the city point of view in terms of the city resources for water, sewer, infrastructure, et cetera, are going to need to be utilized by the tribe. So that continues regardless of whether or not we send this support letter. I suppose from Gillian's point of view, we look extra supportive if we send this support letter. But I have some big reservations around this. Now, I think it makes sense for the city to negotiate with the tribe if the project is going forward, because it will impact all of our infrastructure, and to try to get the best deal. However, I also don't think that we need to necessarily lie down and just be steamrolled in this process. And in fact, this whole thing with this casino project, I look at it as a hostile takeover, basically. The tribes negotiated in secret to acquire the land. They had a whole thing going on with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and then we got word, late after the deal was struck, that this was coming down, number one. Number two, the city had considered casinos as an economic potential back in evaluating what was going to happen with North Mare Island before the Nimitz group came in. And the city deliberately decided that casinos were a losing economic proposition with a heavy social and economic impact that pretty much sucks the life out of the existing community. It's in an urban casino is different from a rural versus a remote casino. So in a remote area, they can bring jobs. In this area, they can take jobs. And as you all know, it becomes, it's an entity outside of our control. They don't provide taxes, we can't control them. So I am not in favor of submitting this letter. I think we do continue to negotiate with the tribe, but I wouldn't do this letter. And I'm really uncomfortable with the request for the letter to come 4 days before it needs to be sent off. Again, there's a process consideration here. And I actually have a whole lot more to say about casinos, some of which I said in my email to the city. But since we only get 3 minutes, and my time is up after midnight. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ezra Shaban.
Mayor and Council, Ezra Shaban, representing the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians. Want to thank you for considering this item this evening on a very long council agenda, and thanks staff for the very thorough analysis that has gone in. Over the past 6 going on 7 months, the tribe has been negotiating in good faith with city staff on mitigating impacts and looks forward to continuing to partner with the city on something that we see is going to uplift the Scotts Valley Tribe and their 320 members, but also the city of Vallejo, creating, as Gillian said, thousands of jobs, generating hundreds of millions of dollars a year in economic benefit. And we look forward to continuing the conversation. It's a long, very public process where there's going to be multiple points for comment. I will also point out that the federal process to get the land into trust took 9 years, and there were multiple comment periods in that as well. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Sean Davis.
And Chairman Davis of the Scotts Valley Tribe left about an hour ago, unfortunately, but he sends his regards. Thank you.
Let's take all the speakers. They've waited till after midnight with us. They can speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephen Hallett. This is an issue that touches me personally as a Native American. This has gone, and I do want to say thank you to the representative from Scotts Valley for being here. That shows a willingness to negotiate with us and to be here. I was very happy to see that there was someone here representing the tribe. I did want to comment on the PowerPoint that there were 3 lawsuits filed from other tribes with competing gaming interests. I believe that the strongest basis of the claim was that the land specifically being built on is Patwin land and sacred Patwin land, and also that this area is the ancestral homeland of the Yoshadehi Winton Nation. Not so much that there were gaming interests. I mean, that may be in the background, but I don't believe that was the biggest thing. Another thing, and I want to, Ms. Nebb, are you familiar with Public Law 280? Are you familiar with Public Law 280, Ms. Hain?
Am I supposed to respond to him?
No. So I'll take that as a no. Public Law 280, that's really important. Public Law 280 is a law that governs law enforcement on tribal lands. Now, many tribes, because tribes are sovereign nations and the lands are sovereign lands, which, the state, the local jurisdictions generally have no jurisdiction over the tribes. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act gives the states some jurisdiction but the federal government has given that. The Constitution grants plenary power to the federal government to negotiate and have relations with tribal governments. So many tribes throughout the United States have their own police departments and their own law enforcement. Public Law 280 is a federal law that governs that, and there are 5 mandatory, I believe it's 5, Public Law 280 states, California being one of them, which means that the tribes in California do not have law enforcement power. The local jurisdiction in the area is the law enforcement. So if a casino is built here, now that's unincorporated land, so we're going to have an issue as to whether or not it's the sheriff or the city, but it's closer to us, so most likely it's going to fall on us. All of the law enforcement needs of this casino will fall on us. I think that I don't think we have enough information really to send this letter. I mean, I don't know how this affects our relationship with the Yoshadehi Winton Nation. I don't know, were they notified of this meeting? Have we heard what they have to say? And I just don't think we're quite there to say that we should be sending a support letter. I think we should continue to negotiate. I think we should get more information. I think we should have more public meetings. But I would say now we should not be sending a letter. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Vallejo is not Santa Rosa, and it makes me really sad that my city has been desperate for so long that this land was even sold. I don't even know when this was sold to the tribe. I'm sure it was to offload because we have no money, we need money, without thinking long term what's going to happen. I know we have no control over this, but I also don't think we need to show like we're super supportive of it. You know, the whole thing is just awful. We're not going to get the tax benefit. The tribal housing tells me they are going to bring people here to work there. So this idea that we're always going to get jobs, we fall for this every time. All you have to do is say it's going to bring jobs, and everybody's like, let's do it. It's vice. It's 24/7 gambling. Most places have a 300% increase in calls for service. We don't have police. But it sounds like Gillian will negotiate a buy-off where we will get money so we can get more police, and then anything goes and everything's okay. We heard this with V-Town Farms. They're going to bring us so much money. In the first year, they said, oh, we didn't make enough. We can't pay you. It's just ugly. It just feels like another NIOF deal. I just hate this stuff. And again, this was not a two-step process. We're here 2 days before a deadline at midnight. People haven't talked about it. Staff is not being accountable and transparent on this. They're repeating the same behavior. And, you know, it's going to make millions for the tribe. It's not going to make millions for Vallejo. And I'm glad the 300 members of the tribe are going to benefit when a city of 120,000 is going to have some repercussions from this. It's just how it's going to be. But it makes me, as I said, very sad that we have nothing but pot shops and gaming to show for our economic development. After 30 years of a base closure, this city has done nothing productive to get economic development. And we just go along and fall for anybody who says, we'll bring you jobs. It's just really sad. And I hope moving forward, this council makes more of an effort for positive economic development instead of things like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do have 2 speakers online.
All right, let's call them.
David H., you have the floor, followed by Carol H.
Hey, just recentering around the question at hand. Do you endorse strongly this casino build in our town? I think everybody has said it again and again. That will be bringing hundreds of millions of dollars of cash flow into our city. That cash is flowing from people losing money that they worked for. Increasing cash in Vallejo will likely just feed our prostitution and drug markets at a time when we really shouldn't be doing that. Understood that, you know, we don't have a lot of control over this, but I would like to point out that I'm pretty sure the land was purchased before the tribe was identified. So like the casino development group owned this land first, as far as I recall correctly, but I welcome being corrected on that if I'm wrong. But the real question is, do you endorse hundreds of millions of dollars flowing from people who work for that money into the casino's hands? All that money moving around in the north of our town known for drugs and prostitution and low enforcement of traffic law. So if you want to sign your name to endorsing that, you know, go write that letter. But if I see your name on that letter, I'm not voting for you again.
Thank you. All right, we had one more speaker.
Last speaker, Carol H. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Carol, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Going once. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi. Good morning. I wasn't gonna call in tonight, but then I wasn't aware this was on the agenda. It was on the agenda before when this issue came up regarding property on Mere Island. And I think Ann Carr talked about that. And I'd let Ann speak the rest of my 2 minutes because she has so many good things to say. She's so well informed. You gotta listen to this woman. And you gotta listen to Steve. And you gotta listen to the man that just spoke and the woman that spoke before him. This is extortion. It's extortion. They're saying, hey, we bought the land, now you gotta do what we tell you to do. And you're gonna start by writing a letter. They're not asking, they're telling us. And then we got a council member saying, this is economic development. Didn't you listen to the guy who just spoke? Didn't you listen to Ann? This is not the first time we've been here. We've researched this. There's no economic development here. It's a pig in a poke. You know, they're promising millions of dollars. Are you kidding? In this economy, that alone should trigger a big red light. And Mayor, you know, when you first got on the council in that first couple of meetings, you said we're going to do business different here. We're not going to wait to the last minute to do things. We're going to plan ahead. We're going to be thoughtful. We're going to involve the community. And then we're going to decide what we're going to do. Now we're 4 days for a letter regarding one of the most important decisions this town may make in the next decade. 4 days. Are you kidding me? How irresponsible are you? It's just, and like the last speaker, any of you vote for this, you won't, you put your name on this letter, you're just automatically off my list for voting next time. You lose my vote. This is extortion. They're saying, well, we can ask you to participate if we want to, and you can participate if you want to, but it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you do, because once we move forward with this, we're going to do what we want anyway. So let's just let them know from the right at the front. We don't want this. We are not going to cooperate with you. We're going to challenge you all the way to court. Please. Not now. Not this letter. Say no. Don't be.
Thank you. Was that our last speaker? All right, I want to thank all the speakers for staying with us into the early morning hours. And we'll turn to council comments, and I'm going to start with Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I think staff and the community knows I don't like to sugarcoat stuff, so I want us to have a conversation so we can get to a decision here. And this is what I'm going to start with. I'm going to read off a few statements that were representations made by the city, and I would like an explanation so I can get to a place where we can make a decision. So I'm going to read the following. This is November 19th, 2024. November 19th, 2024. This agreement would allow the city, and by this agreement we're talking about the cooperative agreement, would allow the city to continue analyzing the environmental impacts and negotiating with the tribe without committing to a position on the project. Since the city has no approval authority over the proposed project, it is recommended that we enter into this agreement to preserve our right to mitigate potential impacts on the potential project. This agreement does not commit the city to support the project at this time, but it does allow for us to do additional analysis. The same staff report says, the benefit for the city of the cooperative agreement is that the city would be able to ensure our interests are protected through technical consultant expert analysis of the impact areas and input on potential mitigations to ensure that if this project moves ahead, the city's needs are protected. And this is my final quote, and I'm all quoting this from that November 19th staff report and the meeting. The Solano County sent in a letter stating that it would be premature to assume that this project would be a benefit for the city. I would like to clarify that the staff is not stating that the project is a benefit at this time. We're simply proposing that we engage in expert consultant analysis to analyze where the impacts are and what the mitigation could be before we take a formal position, end quote. So my first question is, what changed, because where we left off the conversation in November, which had unanimous approval from the previous council, was we're going to do these assessments, and then this analysis is going to be provided to the council, and then at that point, the council is going to be able to take a formal position on the project, one way or the other. So would you be able to shed light as the city's representative as to what transpired between that November staff report and today, that we're now being compelled to take a position on the project?
Sure, through the mayor. And I just want to clarify, you're not being compelled to take a position. I'm bringing forward to you a request from the Department of the Interior for comments. And I was very clear in my presentation, you can make comments or you can choose not to. And the presentation had some of that same verbiage that you quoted from November in my presentation tonight, because again, we are in the impact analysis phase. It is up to the council if they want to take a hard and fast position right now. You don't need to. We haven't got those technical reports back yet. They've actually just been kicked off and are in process. The water one, for example, is going to take approximately 8 or 9 months. So we may not be at a place where we want to take a position. We may not be at a place where you want to send comments, but I feel it's my job as staff to bring you the request from the Department of the Interior and ask if you would like to participate in that or not.
Thank you for that. So let me then move fast forward to today. I'm going to read a quote from the letter that's in the packet. The Vallejo City Council formally approved a cooperative agreement on November 19, 2024, and authorized the execution of a reimbursement agreement with the tribe on April 21, 2025, to assist in analyzing potential impacts to the city of Vallejo. These agreements provide for structured collaboration, cost recovery, and a coordinated path forward as the proposed project advances. They reflect the city's reliance on the department's January 10 decision and a recognition of the tribe's sovereign status and enduring connection to the region. So I guess what I'm more interested in understanding the city's position on this quote, this last quote. They reflect the city's reliance on the department's January 10th, 2025 decision and a recognition of the tribe's sovereign status. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm genuinely asking. I feel like the cooperative agreement is a chicken or the egg situation we got going on here, because at the time it was like, well, if you sign this agreement, it doesn't really show that you're taking a position on this. But now this quote says, the fact that we signed this agreement and the fact that there's gaming attached to it actually has an impact, and like if we don't support it, then like the whole deal falls apart. So I'm just trying to understand, like, by us signing the cooperative agreement, are we actually saying we're supporting the like gaming on the project? So I mean, I just want to better understand that quote.
I can answer the staff position. So the letter is just a suggested letter I worked with the tribe on. The verbiage is editable by the council. Just like the last time we brought the letter, there were some changes made at the meeting and some of the verbiage was kind of massaged into what the city council wanted to send. So if you choose to send, it was just kind of like a template of like, here's somewhere to start. If you're not comfortable with that language, you are more than welcome to change it, and I can change that based on your direction. The cooperative agreement is just that. It's a collaboration and a cooperation, so I feel like the first part of that sentence is very true. We're collaborating together to look at the impacts, to look at the mitigations, and to see that whatever that path forward is. And like I said, if you'd like to change some of that other verbiage, I'm very happy to do so.
And then I'll just end up with my comment, and then you guys can do the rest from there on out. I think part of what I'm like, honest to God, struggling with here is, you know, part of the commitment we made to the community was we're going to get these impact analysis, right? And then we're going to have a discussion as a group around where do we go. I don't have a problem engaging the tribe in conversation and figuring out, like, how do we partner and how do we work together? I mean, if there's a there there, let's make it happen. But I have trouble making commitments to the community I was elected to represent, and like not being able to honor those commitments and being put under, a tight timeline and deadline to take a position on something when we said that's not what we're going to do next. What we're going to do next is just lay out all the cards and have the conversation. And so because of that, I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say, but I'm really, call me naive or call me idealistic, but like I said 2 weeks ago when we were talking about the affordable housing, I do think that we have to honor our commitments, stay true to our word, and really follow through on the things that we tell the community we're going to do. And while I can appreciate the tribe's position that they find themselves in, I represent the city of Vallejo and more specifically District 1. So I am really struggling with that right now. Kind of where we left off the conversation and what we're being asked to do today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Gordon, and then Letiju.
I wanted to clarify something. I remember this was brought up on the agenda last month, and it was said that it was crucial for timing. I don't know if you recall. When you're almost 60, you don't remember things the way you like to, but I do recall that it was said that it could be a time sensitive if we put it off. So to be fair, we want to clarify that. But, I do understand the other tribes that was mentioned by our speaker, which we have a good relationship with, especially for, what they've done for our community. But I also feel like, as I ran my campaign, that I want to build equity, and I want us to build tourist tax dollars. And I think of, I don't know if you guys remember telling you my father used to put all of us in the car to go all the way to Vegas, and all I saw was a few buildings with some lights. Like that, we could have did our house like that. But now I went back there last week, and they're building more houses, they're building more parks, they're building all kind of benefits. And guess what? My children do not have to pay. Why? Because of the casinos, tourist tax dollars. I just got through showing my colleagues the city council and their commissioner is having a free fun event, 2 of them. No cost to the residents or guests. So I don't gamble, but you grown. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. We passed marijuana opportunities. I don't smoke, but we passed that. I don't agree to it, but hey, you're grown. So, but if we can offer an opportunity, because we passed up the Budweiser opportunity, Walmart opportunity, we can't do this to Vallejo no more. We have these little opportunities, and we pass those up, and we have big opportunities, we pass those up. I think that we should look into this and rather be at the table than not at the table. If you're at the table, you can help negotiate, you can help make decisions. If we're not at the table, we can't do nothing, right? So just think about that for a little bit. But I just want to make sure, let our audience know that this was on the agenda last month, and this has been a 9-year conversation, for 9 years. So if I know about it, and I'm a church girl, a lot of people most likely knew about it as well. Just saying, thank you.
Councilmember Letiju.
Thank you. So I think, and I thank you, ACM Hain, for saying that you wrote this letter in collaboration with the tribe, because it's very apparent. And I think, just like my colleague mentioned, Councilmember Matias, is that Yes, we have a cooperative agreement, and I understand that cooperative agreement, and I understand why it exists, because it is a mechanism for the tribe, rightfully so, to pay for this work. And at the same time, we do have a responsibility to have those assessments, because there is a part of the community who really wants to see those assessments. And there is a part of the other community who is saying, just bring it on. But as a policymaker, we do have a responsibility to understand what the impacts are. It's really important, and I know you know that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a cooperative agreement in front of us. And it is important to see results. And I find it really difficult when I don't have an impact report on the environment, on the water needs, the runoff of that water going on to our fairgrounds, where we all know we have issues around the fairground and how water sits there. And guess what? That's North Vallejo, one of the most impacted parts of our community, historically marginalized community. Yes, we want economic development, we want all these things, but I do, as a responsible party in this work, I want to see the impact reports. And I think it's really unfair when we don't acknowledge the importance of that. And I respect the work that you're doing, but I need to say that. And when we can so boldly, without those impact reports, so boldly say, the city of Vallejo strongly believes that the tribe's homeland development will provide transformational. How do I know it's transformational without evidence? I'm an evidence-based person. We make decisions on the evidence. You know, we get back the reports, we may not like everything the reports say, and we still decide that this is a great thing to do, yet we understand here will be some major negative results of our decision, but we can live with those risks, right? That's what these impact reports bring. Or, you know what? We have a great way to mitigate all these things, and we can keep moving on with that. But how can I make a responsible decision about it without the impact reports? The language needs to change drastically. And without those impact reports, I think we have too much written here, to be really frank about it. And we need to really think about this council together, because there are 3 individuals on this team who've been here before I got here. And you've had an opportunity to know much more than I do behind closed doors, so forth and on, why you came to this cooperative agreement. But together, we have a responsibility to understand the impacts. And together, if we're going to send another letter, we need to reshape that letter and not be so affirmative about its transformation. Do we know what transformation means? Transformation is a big word, and I believe in transformation. But at the same time, I want some evidence about what I believe the transformation can do. There are certain things I've done in my career. I can tell you from place to place that I've gone that this will happen if we do it a certain way. It will transform. But I don't know that, because the reality is we have some real environmental impacts here, some real social impacts here. And we need to be honest about that. And that's what I'm asking for, honesty in a letter, if we're going to write a letter.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Gillian, for your report. So, and once again, in full transparency, I've actually received feedback and comments from both sides of this issue. So, with that perspective, I guess maybe I'm seeing this from a different view, or maybe misunderstanding this whole thing. But I don't think this letter, should we write it or not, this is not the end-all be-all to where this is making the final decision of whether we're moving forward with this project or whether we're not. What it does, and in my mind, and to speak to Dr. Letterju's and Councilmember Matias's point, is this gives us the opportunity to move forward with the analysis that we're always asking for. So I don't think this letter would stop the analysis from happening. What this does is, and in my mind, this is the way I'm looking at it, is what this does is it refutes the change of decision of what the DOI did in the first place, which I still don't understand where that originally came from. So this is, once again, this isn't, in my mind, advocating for this whole project. It's advocating for the process of they made a decision, which we agreed to, and then the other part of it is that I'm looking at, and maybe I'm the half glass full person, is the fact that the tribe has no obligation to even collaborate, talk to us about this whole thing. And the fact they're willing to actually do that, I mean, that gives, in my mind, that gives us some level of say or some feedback or comment. So once again, I don't think this letter is saying, once again, that we're fully agreeing with it, because I mean, the fact that it's in litigation right now, I don't see this project happening for the next 3 to 5 years to where it's not, to where this letter is going to change that at this point, where we still have the opportunity to do the full analysis, whether that's over the next year, the next 2 years, for us to make a more educated decision. So I'm, once again, maybe I'm looking at it this different way. I'm leaning towards writing this letter more for the fact that I'm refuting of why they even changed their decision in the first place. And I want to get to that answer as well as getting the full analysis of how this can or cannot help us as an overall city. So that's where I'm leaning towards and looking forward to hearing the rest of the conversation on this.
Vice Mayor Bregenzer.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation, and thanks for the tribe for being here. In my mind, I feel that I've heard all of your comments, and I agree wholeheartedly with everybody. I think what really comes down to, in my mind, is that the land has already been put in trust. So I welcome my new neighbors because we have no choice in that, and we want to start off on the right foot. So I feel that maybe we need to change some of the verbiage of the letter. I don't see that there's any harm in sending the letter because it's not saying that, yes, we want to absolutely have this casino. It is saying that we want to continue partnering with the tribe and moving forward as partners in mitigating the circumstances. I think that we certainly can not be so affirmative that we are 100% on board with this, that we are reserved in the fact that we want to move forward with this agreement, but that until we have all of the mitigating factors, all of the environmental impact surveys, we don't know for sure how this is going. But I think the tone of the letter should be that we are anticipating that those will be worked out, and we should, we're anticipating that a good partnership will happen with our new neighbors. So I think that, in my mind, I do think the letter is a little too affirmative. I think it's saying that the city is 100% on board with this, which we're not. But I think that we certainly are in a more of a place of saying we'd like to continue to see where this goes and partner and move things forward versus some of the callers talked about a hostile takeover or that we're being extorted, which I don't think we are by any means. So again, I want to say I welcome our new neighbors, and I hope that we can work together as partners to making sure that we both thrive in this community.
All right, Councilmember Palmares.
I think the only thing I really want to communicate, actually a couple of things. One, I just want to communicate that, I want to make sure that we're, as a city, continuing to communicate with the tribe, and we're having conversations about how we could best support each other. With that said, the other thing, and I don't think I want this in the letter, but speaking out loud, one of my main concerns is, what are the social effects and even the economic effects of a casino in the city? I think it's mostly clear about what kind of revenue it will generate, But I also can't help but notice other cities that have casinos, and I feel that, my question is, what did those cities do in terms of governance? That I'm looking at them and like they're kind of languishing. I don't want to disparage any particular cities right now. I don't want to put them on blast, but I look at them. I'm like, what are they not doing right? And I could, spell out some examples. One idea that comes to my head is that they felt that these casinos were the lifeboat or whatever, lifesaver. Thank you. It's late. I'm sorry. The lifesaver for the city, and we're not going to worry about economic diversity whatsoever, right? And I think we have to look at, what the scholarly research shows us as far as like what are the consequences of casinos in the city, and what we could do better to prevent any kind of detrimental effects. One of the last things I want to see is that, it's here, and then the businesses immediately adjacent to it, they're hurting because now they're in competition with the casino. I think we have to think about like how we could best use that money to invest in our community, and it's supposed to be mutually beneficial. I mean, that's not just for ourselves, but to be selfish. But if we're prosperous, then also the tribe will be prosperous as well. But the last thing I want to see is that it ends up being kind of a black hole in that area. So that's all in the community. I don't want that in the letter, but I mean, this is part of that economic analysis that I feel like we need to be doing.
All right, thank you all. I'm going to go and then we'll come back for another round because people are coming back in. I'm going to take a different position. I don't think we should send a letter. And I very, very, very strongly do not think we should send a letter. When I saw this item on Friday, this staff report, I was floored. I was so surprised, and I knew this was coming because I had been in agenda setting. I was expecting a discussion of whether or not we should weigh in, and Councilmember Lettigiou had requested the update in January, and I just want to state for the record what we've done, because Carol, the speaker, and some of the speakers, you said exactly what I was going to say, which is we've got to think objectively about what we've done. Publish a staff report on a Friday before a holiday weekend, one business day before a council meeting, where we were going to make a decision where in the staff report, regardless of whether it's a draft or not a draft, there is a letter effusively supporting a casino in our city. Effusively. And it can be seen as this is a draft and we're going to have a discussion about whether or not to, but the staff recommendation is adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit a comment letter, and the draft comment letter, and I'll read in a bit because I'm going to talk for a minute. I'm going to read some of the quotes from the letter. And we did that on a Friday. The deadline is the 30th. We knew this was coming. Councilmember Lettigiou asked for an update in January. There's been no community engagement. So we've been having bi-weekly meetings with the tribe for 10 months or 6 months or however many months. I haven't seen any community meeting or any community engagement. I got this question, and Councilmember Matias and those of us that just got elected, the number of times we got this question during the campaign. The fact that, first of all, we started this item after midnight. And I can say personally, having run for city council or run for mayor, one of the things that I hated about processes in this city was that we would start items at the midnight hour and make supremely consequential decisions about the future of our city at 2 a.m. And we have agreed to do just that tonight. We are no different from anyone else. And I want to be clear for the record. I'm getting heated because I feel really strongly about this. I want to be clear that I am not okay with this. I am not okay with starting this item at midnight. I'm not okay with making a consequential decision at 2 a.m. And based on my campaign experience, There should be 100 people here. If the community had had a chance to see this staff report and see this letter, there would be 100 people in this room. And the fact that there aren't 100 people in this room means they don't know about it. And they are going to wake up tomorrow morning and read in the paper that the city of Vallejo made a decision on a casino, and it is going to torch public trust. And I'm not going to be a part of that. I really am not. And I don't think it's necessary. And I've done a lot of objective thinking about this particular process and this particular letter. What we're doing with this letter, so I've talked about the community, we're wading into a legal process through which we have absolutely no control. And Councilmember Matias read from the cooperative agreement from November, it literally said we have no control over the decision. So sending this letter, not sending this letter, it's not going to change the BIA decision. It's not going to change whether we end up with a casino. It's not going to change whether we can collaboratively work with the tribe. The only thing it's going to do is torch trust with the community and torch our relationship with the Yoshidehi Winton Nation. Because we are on Patwin land. We sit right now on Patwin land. And in this letter, it says, the city acknowledges that Scotts Valley has deep historical and cultural connections to this region, and we believe the federal government acted appropriately in recognizing those ties through its land acquisition and gaming eligibility determinations. The Scotts Valley tribe is up at Clear Lake, is their ancestral land. I think they trace an ancestor to 13 miles from here. I don't want to wade into that. That is a BIA decision. I don't want to be a part of that. I see us as accomplishing absolutely nothing by wading into that, except, like I said, torching trust with the community and giving a big middle finger to a great partner, by the way, in the Yoshidehi. And it's nothing against Scotts Valley. It's not that I have a feeling even on the casino project. We might do a beautiful project together, and frankly, I hope we do, should the BIA make a determination that there can be gaming eligibility. Wait for the BIA. If they determine that there's gaming eligibility, let's go. Let's do something tremendous for this community. But why would I wade into that and make any determination on behalf of the city when we have a beautiful partner in Yoshidehi who have given tens of millions of dollars in community benefits here, funded First Fry, they tried to do a project on the waterfront. They've been super active. We've never seen Scotts Valley Pomo here. Not to say that they're not going to do amazing things with us, but we are turning our back on a partner for no reason, whose ancestral land we sit on. That just, to me, that's not necessary. It doesn't preclude us from having a casino or having a great project. And then to Councilmember Ledeju's point, the quote, the city of Vallejo strongly believes that the tribe's homeland development will provide transformational economic and community benefits, when we just said we still have to evaluate. We are proud to support a project that provides an opportunity for our community for increased economic revitalization of the city and larger regions. We don't have enough information to say that. So that effusiveness, I agree. We got to take the effusiveness out, but I'm not pro-letter. I do not think we should weigh in on this. I think it only wades us into litigation. We're going to get, if there's a suit, do we not get brought into it then? We've taken a side. We've taken a side on a decision we have no part in. I don't think we'll influence the decision with our letter. That's my position. It's just, if nothing else, the process. I just want us to think at 1:04 a.m. about all the times before we got on council that we watched the city council make decisions at 2 a.m. and said, why are they doing that? We can't stay up late enough for that meeting. We have to work tomorrow. People have commitments. People don't know what's going on. The council's tired. They don't have their heads straight. Why are they making a consequential decision? And like I said, if they wake up tomorrow and we have shown support of a casino, I don't know what's going to happen. People are going to be really upset. And I just want to state that. And we'll vote how we vote and we'll go how we go, but I'm not for this. I don't think we should wade into this at all. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. We're not the only ones that have made decisions at 1:05 in the morning. Transportation, I was here till like 3 o'clock in the morning. When we was talking about the cement plant, 3 o'clock in the morning. Something worth it, you're gonna do what you gotta do to sacrifice. Can't help it how it falls on the agenda. We spent an hour talking about how something got on the agenda. So for me, I think about the casino that came in Sacramento. You know, we didn't want it, and now they're glad that we have it. So, but again, it is the relationship. I do agree about the relationship we have with other tribes that are here, and you know, we don't want to disrespect them either. But we are a diverse city, and everyone should be welcomed. I know what it's like to be rejected, personally. No matter what I can offer, you like me if I agree with you, and you don't like me if I don't agree with you. Then you like me if I agree with you. But the fact of the matter goes is everyone should be welcome to the table, and we hope that our other tribes understand that as well. We're not here to war with anyone. We just want to do more for our city, and we want to do more for our people, and we want to offer many opportunities. And there have been community meetings, by the way. I don't know if people are aware of that, but there have been community meetings. I know I participated like almost 4 years ago. So, you know, we could do better with this, but we could put in our letter that we, you know, what we are concerned about, and what my colleagues pointed out, we would like to see what the impact fees would will look like. We could put those in there and have a relationship and conversation without violating the Brown Act. You know, I just think we should have this conversation, and we should be invited to the table because it's gonna happen anyways.
Councilmember Matias.
I'm just gonna say this. I do feel like this body needs to be mindful of the fact that we are in we have a district system in our city. And I could tell you, I just got elected over 100 days ago, and I ran a campaign, and I knocked over 4,500 doors. And there was no clear cut for or against on the project. I got asked 1 million times. So I do feel like with any project, with any initiative that we implement on a go-forward basis, there should be not just community engagement, but input from the representative of the district. Because otherwise, we're just ramming projects in somebody else's district and having that person having to deal with it. So I'm just gonna say that. I wouldn't do that to y'all, and I would hope y'all wouldn't do that to me. Now, on that point, there's been very recent examples of other initiatives that have tried to take foot in our county that have not been successful with this approach. The airdropping in, support us, and we'll make it work. We'll figure it out. Just to prove our thing, we'll figure it out after the fact. And what came from those initiatives was fierce opposition and rejection. And let's go back to the drawing board. I genuinely don't think that this is the right way to approach community or to build a relationship with the council. I want to meet with the tribe. I've said it 1 million times. I want to work things out. To the vice mayor, no, I haven't met with them yet. I have not. We're meeting. We're scared, but there's nothing stopping me. I meet with whoever wants to meet with me. But that's going to happen, right? And that should happen over some time. And we should also have these impacts, right? Some of these impact reports, I'm assuming you're going to do some engagement around that area where the casino is going to be positioned, and talk to folks and think about what may be the impacts to those surrounding neighborhoods, right? Maybe?
Not me personally, but
no, not you,
the
but
experts that are doing the
yes.
studies, yes. Like
So-
say for traffic or whatever the study is, yes.
So to that point, I mean, I would just ask you guys, how would you feel sending in a support letter and then having a report come back after the fact, and you getting a response from folks who live in that neighborhood and in that district telling you that they feel some sort of way about that project being there, and you've made a decision to support the project without the information.
Can I ask you, I wouldn't mind them coming to District 6, that means you have money then. Myself
So,
personally.
I just put those questions for folks to think about, right? So again, I'm not opposed to it. I want to work, I want to engage all of the relevant parties in discussions to make sure we are a fruitful partner. I don't think this is the right approach to engage community, to get community's input, and to have us make a sound decision. And so I would want to see that happen before we take that next step. And I welcome those continued conversations with the tribe and their representatives.
Councilmember Lejeune.
So I'm going to engage Councilmember Matias, because if you're coming to my district and you want to put something up there and you haven't talked to D3, I'm not supporting it. I want to have the conversations, and everybody on this dais can say whatever they want because you live in your district and your district votes for you. This is not a citywide voting system. Let's be honest with each other. And I have to support him in what he's saying because it is in District 1. It is not in District 3, because I can tell you if I tell District 3 I'm going to build affordable housing, they're going to ask me, what does that affordable housing look like? And Ms. Hain is shaking her head. We have to be honest in the dialogue. And to the tribe, it's not that I don't want to engage you, I want to sit at the table with you, because I understand community benefits. I know how to write them, I know how to demand for them, so forth and on. I understand all the importance of that. And if we really are working together and we are welcoming you, because it is true, the DOI is going to make this decision, not Vallejo. But the reality is, how do we work together in community to not, even though the DOI is making the decision, but to really help our community understand what are the possibilities, how will this work? We owe that to our community. And the cooperative agreement is one thing. I agree to the cooperative agreement because it's paying for all of the work that needs to be done to look at all the different impacts and determine how we're going to work. On the other hand, to just, other than to say we remain in a cooperative agreement and we are doing this study, is sufficient, because that is what was said last time. But to say anything more, no, because we don't know what this looks like. And our community is counting on us to be transparent, to be fair. And I wholeheartedly agree with this council member and what he is saying. It's really important how we lead through this next 4 years, how we build this city going out. It's really important to me. And again, to the tribe representatives, we are here to dialogue. I haven't met with you yet. You've emailed me. But I think we need to be careful what we write, how we write. We're in a cooperative agreement. That's what we said last time. We remain in that cooperative agreement if we just have to make a comment. But nothing more from my perspective.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm wholeheartedly in agreement with everything that's been said and talked about today. I think where I'm getting to the point here is so the fact that we're writing a comment letter specifically to the DOI's refusal for the gaming portion of it, correct? So to the mayors, and I commend the mayor for using the word effusiveness, because that's a great word to use. But so to minimize that, I've heard people saying that they would want to modify the letter, any comments based on the letter we've received. So I'd be interested to hear, what are we wanting to revise in the proposed letter that was submitted to us? I get that. That's what I'm opening the question to, is for those that are interested in submitting a letter, a comment letter. What are we wanting it to say? Because it sounds like we want to continue with the collaboration. We want to continue with the ability to do the analysis and do all the collaboration and stuff. But what are we trying to, for lack of better terms, water down in the letter that was presented to us?
So what I would offer to you is, if you turn to page 2 of 2, it says the Vallejo City Council formally approved a cooperative agreement on November 19, 2024, and authorized the execution of a reimbursement agreement with the tribe to analyze the impacts to the city of Vallejo. And, and it goes on, and it is just simply, we continue to do that. And if you're looking on the first page, it says that, and if you take that paragraph and then you say, the city of Vallejo remains committed to ensuring that potential environmental impacts are clearly identified and appropriately mitigated through specific, timely, and enforceable measures. That's it. We don't need to say anything else. It's the same thing that was already written before. This is what we're doing. We are in the middle of, we have agreed to have a cooperative agreement to do these things, to understand. And we are going to continue to do that. We're committed to seeing this through in that way. And that's it. If we just feel like we have to make a comment and nothing more.
And so my question goes back to Gillian, is the fact that, do we have to address in any way the gaming portion of what was changed in the original decision?
So it's at council's full discretion, whatever you would or would not like to say. I'm happy to take feedback from council, edit the letter. I can send it back for review. We did this last time with the last letter because we had a couple renditions of it. And then, collect comments by Thursday at 5 p.m. But I could definitely take it, take councilmember and mayor's and some of the other comments and incorporate them into the letter to make it a little bit more factual, not quite as supportive, but that we're looking forward to collaborating together on these impacts and assessments and mitigations and that type of verbiage, if that's helpful.
And I would concur with that, is to moving forward with the factual basis of, and the fact that if we don't need to reply to the gaming issue of it, then I think we're good.
Because aren't the social impacts?
I want to
part
keep
of
us
the
in order.
gaming?
Can we hold that? Can we hold that and then we'll go in order? So I've got Councilmember Gordon and then the Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Macias. You're okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think what Scotts Valley is trying to do is make a wrong right, because they have been rejected because the lack of communication to Vallejo. Let me read what I have here. It says the U.S. Department of the Interior has previously rejected the application from Scotts Valley Band of the Pomo Indians for the casino in Vallejo in 1991, 25 years ago, 2012, and 2019, citing a lack of historic connection to the land. In each instance, the Inferior Department determined the Scott Valley Band did not demonstrate a significant historical connection to Vallejo parcel and required the restored land status under the federal law. This lack of historical connection, particularly in relations to the 1851 treaty, was a key factor in the rejection. For instance, in the 2019 decision noted that the Scott Valley Band failed to provide significant evidence of a significant historical connection to the parcel as required for restored lands exception. And I wanted to, I wanted my colleague to know I have much respect for you. I would never do anything intentionally to disrespect you. I just was wondering, maybe this conversation did take place with your previous colleague who sat on this dais for what, over 11 years. Maybe they had a connection there. But maybe if we can make these move forward, that you make a meeting with my colleague, is it two of us that they can meet, or could they meet with all of us without violating the Brown law? Because I'd like to know more about it too. But to make a wrong right, you know, I could hear his pain that, you know, and he does have an obligation, and he has supported me in my district. So I definitely want to make sure we don't step on his toes. If we can make that promise to him, that would help us a lot. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I also would like to say that, you know, none of us had an idea or input as to where the casino would be located, so, or where the trust line would be located. So it's not that any of us chose District 1 or District 3 or District 5, yeah. So we do support you, and we do support the fact that you have to live in that district and represent that district. But I think that this impacts more than your district. I think this impacts the entire city as a whole. And so I would just say I agree that we should look at the letter and make some comments. I do question, I mean, the main impetus of this is the actual casino itself. And without the casino, we still will have a lot of mitigating factors, the runoff, the water, and different things. Maybe not as the same capacity as it would be if there was a casino and hotel, but that drastically impacts how much they are able to afford based on not having a casino. So us not supplying support, will that financially impact the project, and and in turn impact the even more costs on Vallejo? Because if they build their tribal headquarters, they build the housing, and they move their tribal members here, our police are covering that area. Our police, our fire department are covering those areas. I worry that we will not be as much of a bargaining chip in all of that, and we will end up having to spend more money to support that than we would if there was a casino that we had supported.
Councilmember Matias.
So again, I can definitely live with a letter that's factual. Letters where we're weighing in on tribal disputes or taking a position on the project which veers off what we said we were going to do to the community, for the community this past November, is just something I would not be comfortable with. If it's factual and it sort of speaks to what has happened up until this point, no problem. We're venturing into 100-year-old tribal disputes and taking a position on that, that's unacceptable. I can't do that. They have to sort that out amongst themselves. And then the last point is, I know you guys have talked about, obviously I know you didn't decide to put that in District 1. That's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is all those neighborhoods, we need to know what they think, what they feel. How are we going to mitigate impacts to those communities? And we haven't done that. And Councilmember Gordon, I can't speak to, honestly, you know, what may or may not have happened with my predecessor. But what I can tell you, and you know, you ran the same race in this last cycle, was I did knock on those doors, and either they didn't know what was going on, or they were asking me where I stood on things, and they didn't know themselves what they wanted to see happen. So again, this speaks to the community engagement piece. What work is that tribe doing to connect with community and build that support, like, organically? We've seen data points where that has not happened recently, and it has not worked out with community. So let's do it the right way if that's the direction we're heading in.
Councilmember Ledesju.
I just want to direct my question to our city attorney regarding the gaming piece of this. Is there anything that really compels us to answer the gaming piece outside of just those two paragraphs that I pushed out that are already here?
No, you're not compelled to answer it at all, much less the gaming piece. I do think, and the city manager has my copy of the letter, but there's about 4 paragraphs in there that follow I think the first paragraph and the second paragraph pretty much follow the council's discussion this evening about, hey, here, we're submitting this letter, you asked us for a letter, we're submitting it. The second paragraph, which you, Councilmember Ledesju, already read, and then on the second page, the first full paragraph beginning with, we approved the cooperative agreement. You may want to add another paragraph or some statement that says we haven't changed, we stand with our previous position with regard to this as delineated in the cooperative agreement, and kind of end it there. That says nothing more than what you've already said, but it reiterates that you still stand in that position. If the council doesn't want to weigh in on the question of tie to the community and the gaming compact, you don't have a legal obligation to do so.
All right, I think we're getting there. I wanted to make one more comment, which is just, I think I like the direction it's moving. I still would prefer not to do a letter, but I'm stating that for the record. More than anything, there was a hearing a couple days ago, maybe last week, because there's, this is now legal process and appeal, and it sounds like the judge did signal that there may be a ruling that does not favor the tribe. So it says that the irreparable harm, your irreparable harm claim is a tough one to make, meaning that I guess the Scotts Valley tribe is arguing that the DOI's reversal of their decision caused irreparable harm. And so I just, again, I think just letting it play out is a good move for us. And this more factual letter, I think, reduces our risk of kind of wading into a very tenuous 100-year-old dispute. But I just wanted to also raise the fact that, in addition to, for me, the process and community piece, we're subject to a judge here, and we need to be prepared for the judge ruling either way, because we're not going to have control over it. Do we feel like we might be ready for a motion? Do you feel like, Vice Mayor, you've got a good enough kind of, can you grasp on the direction?
Yeah,
I feel like we're in a good place.
I think I can. I think that
Let's do it.
I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit a comment letter to the U.S. Department of Interior regarding its decision to temporarily rescind its January 10th, 2025 gaming eligibility determination for the Scotts Valley Vallejo site, with changes to the letter, the draft letter, retaining only the first paragraph, second paragraph, the fifth paragraph, and the closing statement. And the letter will come to the council for review before it's sent to the Department of Interior.
We get to vote?
Just clarification on the last point, you mean you will get an email copy of it because it wouldn't come back to another agenda? That's not what you're suggesting?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got to go on mic if you're going to go, though.
No, it's not too late, because what I want to go back to is something our ACM said, she'd have a deadline, and if we needed to make edits as it came to us, we were able to make those edits, suggested edits. So are we taking that option off?
The deadline is Thursday afternoon, so it's you have 24 hours to, she's going to send the letter to us first thing tomorrow morning. You'll have a chance to make
Before
comments, and then we will get the final draft before it is sent by
Yes.
Thursday afternoon.
So just to reiterate, I will work on the draft tomorrow, get it to the council before lunch for final comment and review. It is due Friday. So I will ask for comments by Thursday at 5 p.m. from council. So you'll have a day and a half to look it over and get back to me. And if I don't hear from you Thursday at 5, I'm going to move forward with what was sent. Thank you.
So hate to insert here, but what if you do hear from them by Thursday at 5 and there is not agreement? Then how do we deal with that?
Just like
send
what-
no letter or send, I'm just not quite sure
What we
that
did
we're.
last time, Veronica, through the mayor, was we put the edits in and then sent it back out. So we took, there was, I think, 2 or 3 edits, and we incorporated them. They weren't in conflict, and we sent it back out to the group.
My suggestion at this point is if the council is comfortable with what the 4 paragraphs that were already reiterated, that you just go with it and you will receive a copy of it that will be with those 4 paragraphs. Because I think an iterative process back and forth, we've already heard tonight you're not comfortable with processes that don't happen at the dais. And number 2, we are in this situation at this point where it's a very, very short timeline to meet that deadline. So if y'all are comfortable with the motion as it was made, I would say leave it at that. That's just my suggestion.
And as a follow-up to that, because when we were talking about potential edits on there, the city attorney had added the portion about re-emphasizing how we stand where we originally stood. Is that something that needs to be stated in there?
I
And
don't
maybe
think it has to be, but if you want to, at the end of that, the last paragraph, deleting they reflect the city's reliance on department's January 10th decision and a recognition of the tribe's sovereign status and enduring connection to the region, I had taken out, and you could just say, the city council reiterates its position articulated in the adoption of the cooperative agreement.
I'm fine with that.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. I think the direction's been clear. I'd still send it to city council for sure, just, to be safe. If somebody catches a typo, that's one thing.
The motion carries with Mayor Source opposed.
All right, thank you all. I do think we owe it, well, I tried to authorize sending Naveed home. I feel like we do need to do G.
Through the mayor, actually, I double-checked the contract and it expires June 30th, so we can continue it to June 3rd.
Okay. I feel a certain way about keeping Naveed here till 1:30 a.m. and not doing that item. I think it was really rude. I think we should see that item, frankly, which is broadband. I don't know how others feel about that. I really would have liked to agree to continue that earlier, but I didn't get the support, so let's just do it. It's step 2 of 2. It shouldn't take very long. So it sounds like the decision we're making is to continue F, G, and H, and we're just going to quickly do I to honor your stamina, Naveed. Yeah, it's step 2 of and the reason I'm also saying this is this is step 2 of 2. So we've had the discussion and we've done this already, but I don't want your last 5 hours of your life to be in vain.
I really truly appreciate that, Mayor, and thank you, because we have given a commitment to CPUC that we are passing this or we're presenting to the council tonight. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. Manny, can you bring up the slides?
Did we need to announce the item? So we're seeing action item 9I, adopt a resolution amending the FY 24-25 budget for Fiber Enterprise Fund to recognize appropriate last mile federal funding account grant awarded to the city of Vallejo, etc. Well, let's open up public comment on this item. Is that sufficient? I think that's probably sufficient. It's a long one.
Do you want me to run through the PowerPoint? Or?
Can we do a lightning round? We've got to run 2 minutes of public comment clock, so let's go ahead and do that.
So actually, I'll go ahead and skip the recap one. Okay. Go to the next slide. So I'm going to go ahead and skip the 2 first recap slides that were already part of the presentation last week. So the action, Mayor and City Council, the action tonight is that we are doing step 2 of the grant. We accepting the grant, amending the budget, and awarding the contract to Smart Fiber Networks, which is our P3 contractor. And a brief history about. Can you go to the next slide too? Smart Fiber has been in a contract with us since 2022. And we are in a good standing with them. We are kind of fostering their relationship. And they were an integral part of when we applied for the grant. We actually wrote the application with them. So at this point, Smart Fiber has agreed to the PLA. They are subject to the PLA agreement, and they are they will sign the PLA agreement. Next slide. So at the end, again, the goal of all this to create a broadband for all. We're trying to close the digital divide and digital gap in our city. Next slide. And again, this is the recommendation that we are amending the budget and awarding the contract for the 4 projects to Smart Fiber Networks. And I've provided 2 set of slides. The second set of slide gives you more context, which I'm not going to run through tonight, but they are there for your reference and more context.
All right, do we have any public commenters on the item?
Not at this time, Madam
All
Mayor.
right. So I'm comfortable with the step 2 of 2. I wish we had a little more time to discuss the contract, because awarding a contract without public bidding, I would like to spend a little more time on it. So I think maybe my preference would be to approve the budget allocation and maybe come back with the contract. But I'm also, if council wants to go ahead and approve it all, that's fine with me too. We kind of made a commitment right now to do this quickly, and so I'd love to hear very quick thoughts from folks, and then we can go. Councilmember Ledeju.
Is this a sole source contract?
The Smart Fiber Networks is currently our P3 contractor. They're basically managing our fiber network, and they manage our retail and residential customers. They were selected through an RFP process back in 2022.
Okay, so I think the language in the staff report, or wherever it is a little inappropriate if you actually did an RFP.
Right.
And it says without bidding or something like that.
Oh, no.
So, just for future reference,
Sure.
That's why I asked the question, was this a sole source contract?
Oh, yes, so just to clarify that,
Okay.
I think that was per Randy's suggestion that he added that language in there, because this had to go to the project labor agreement. And since Smart Fiber was already a P3 contractor selected through selected through an RFP process, he suggested that we stay with Smart Fiber. I think that's the language that was added.
No, so
okay.
I just want to clarify for
Okay,
us,
sure.
just because I think it's important, right? Why it says, I'm exhausted. It says, awarding a contract to Smart Fiber Network, Inc. without public bidding is in the best interest of the city. And so that's why you got the question, is this a sole source contract? That if this contract is not sole source and you actually did an RFP process, we need to correct this in the record. I don't know.
It's
City
correct
Attorney.
it is correct as listed on the agenda. So the RFP that went out was not for the award of this last mile contract. The RFP that went out originally, and I'll ask Naveed to describe it. Right. The RFP that went out originally was for our public-private partnership arrangement to replace our previous provider, or our previous, I don't want to use the word partner, but I don't know what else to use.
This is about a year ago, right?
It's longer ago than that at this point. It's probably 2.5 years ago. Yeah.
Yes.
So as we've moved through the process to build out the network, there have been subsequent contracts and agreements to address individualized, I'll call them projects, be them construction projects or other consultant projects, design projects, et cetera, that have also gone to Smart Fiber with the appropriate findings, but this specific contract was not bid. I'm correct?
That is correct.
Which I understood was your question. So because this specific contract was not bid, the finding of best interest of the city, which is a finding the council can make under our purchasing ordinance, is contained within your action tonight. If you take that action, but yes.
And so I guess one of the things I will say, then I think we could have done a sole source, to be very frank, because I think it's really problematic, this language, even though you can say it's in the ordinance or wherever it's sitting, because there is a different way to do this in government, and that is by working together and making it a sole source contract. And I think that's really important, and then and justifying why you need this to be a sole source contract. And I think it makes it clean and very transparent in doing it in that context. And that's what I would offer if we need to do something like that, and I do understand what you're saying to me.
So just to clarify, remember that our municipal code is the governing, our purchasing ordinance is the governing body here as opposed to general law. Our purchasing code would describe a sole source contract as being only one contractor could provide the services. Because this is essentially a construction contract, it isn't necessarily true that only one contractor could provide the services. But our existing relationship with and our ongoing process to build out the network with Smart Fiber is the reason that that is Naveed is suggesting it. It's not that we couldn't go with, I'll call it ABC contractors who could build it, but would not have that established relationship and be part of the partner that's building out the network with us.
So I get that, and I will still revert back to my comment because I've done exactly what you said. And I understand your municipal code. I understand the municipal code, but when we're talking in public as well, there are sole source contracts where someone has a very established relationship and it would be in the best interest to continue. I've done this for a specific type of work, IT work in particular.
Correct.
But we do justify it as a sole source contract for the very reason why this person is solely the right person. And it doesn't make the public feel, and if you have to use that term, how else can you describe it? Because it sets off bells. And I think it's really important as we are talking about our new processes of trust and understanding how government works. So I just would offer that to you.
Yeah, noted, thank you. Yeah, appreciate
So we might even, I mean, we might just consider bringing it back for further discussion, or do folks want to vote on it right now? Folks want to vote on it right now? Do we have a motion? All right, let's do a motion.
I move that we adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget for Fiber Enterprise Fund number 432 to recognize and appropriate the last mile federal funding account grant awarded to the city of Vallejo in the amount of $3,806,104 to install the last mile broadband connectivity for the Mare Island Build, North Sonoma Boulevard, Porter Street to Seaport, and Trailer City Park, Step 2 of 2, finding that the project is categorically exempt from the CEQA, finding that awarding a contract to the Smart Fiber Networks, Inc. without public bidding is in the best interest of the city, and approving a contract with Smart Fiber Networks, Inc. in the amount of $3,806,104 to build out the 4 approved projects and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, we can go ahead and vote. That's why I didn't read it all. I appreciate that you read it all.
Motion carries with Mayor Source opposed.
All right, that's going to bring us to, we have no information items this evening. Thank you again for staying with us till
Thank you, Mayor. Really
1:45 a.m. That's going to bring us to a city manager's report.
I have no report this evening.
All right, and that's going to bring us to the city attorney's report.
None.
which brings us to the second community forum. Do we have any speakers remaining? We have none remaining in the building.
5 signed up.
Well, unless, did you do first community forum?
Yeah, she's on.
Let's call.
She's on this.
She's
Okay.
on second community.
Would you like to speak in second community forum? Okay, come on up. And do we have anyone online while she comes up?
Yes, we do have one speaker online.
Okay.
I just want to speak a little bit to what I didn't get to say earlier in my comment, and I really wanted to talk about transparency and community engagement and why that issue bothered me so much. I really have never seen what happens with transparency that I experience here in Vallejo. It seems like the public is always put in a position where they have to come and ask for transparency, or they have to demand it, or they have to come and comment that they're not getting it. And that's not the way it should be. The city should understand that it exists to provide transparency to the public in how the business of the city is being done. And then there's the issue of community engagement. You invite the community to come speak. I know that Councilmember Lejeune, Mayor Source, and Councilmember Matias regularly post asking for people to come to the meeting, letting them know what the issues are. But you can't ask for engagement if you're not willing to be transparent, because you're sending a mixed message to us. You're saying, yes, we want you to come. Yes, we want you to get involved. But then you put items on the agenda repeatedly that demonstrate there isn't transparency. The staff and the council need to work together to improve transparency and community engagement if we ever want to move forward. And I'm just going to tell you what City Manager Murray said when he came on board. He said that his priority was community, communication, and collaboration. And Ms. Hain promised that she was passionate about stakeholder engagement. And City Attorney Nebb highlighted the need for balance and compromise. And all of you ran on transparency and accountability. But we need to do better. We shouldn't have to come and ask. I shouldn't have to make PRA requests for things that we aren't getting when we do ask. That wouldn't be necessary. And I think when you do your goal setting, I'd really like to ask you to all think about how you felt when you first came here, how you felt when you first ran, and really make transparency and accountability and community engagement. Define it how you need to define it, but start really practicing it so that we don't continue to have meetings like we had tonight with multiple issues. And I really appreciate the council members that have continued to say, do not bring things at the last minute, and do not ask us to take action at the last minute, and we want transparency. Please, all of you need to be about that, no matter what other policy issues you don't agree on or do agree on.
Thank you. And then we had a speaker online as well. Let's call them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Melvin Cohen, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening or good morning, Mayor Source, council members, and city staff. And thank you for the opportunity to speak at this late hour. I was hoping to speak earlier, but I want to acknowledge the efforts that has been taken to get the Navigation Center to this point. The intention is to provide shelter, housing, and support for our unhoused residents is one that we all share. But the $7 million funding request deserves more than trust. It deserves scrutiny, clarity, and legal precision. We've learned tonight that philanthropic funds from Kaiser, Sutter, and North Bay were placed in an investment account. And yes, that action was approved by this council, but there are still unanswered questions that demand careful review before moving forward. And so in the spirit of need for process and systems and opportunity, there's an opportunity for risk mitigation. It'd be helpful to receive a status update for the Kaiser, Sutter, and North Bay agreements in particular, contract expirations and amendments. And so based on the documents that were shared, that were scanned in, it appears that the Kaiser grant contribution period is from 11/1/2019 to 10/31/2022, and the Sutter agreement terminated in 12/31/22, and then the North Bay grant contribution ends 12/31/22 and does not clearly authorize funds to sit for years without progress. Nowhere in tonight's staff report or presentation was there mention of contract amendments to extend those deadlines, updated scopes of work approved by funders, compliance reports submitted showing continued eligibility. If those documents exist, then excellent. If funders signed off, compliance reports were filed, and we're green-lighted to move forward, then this project can proceed on solid footing. It would be excellent. But if those documents don't exist or can't be produced, then we risk violating the very agreements that made this project possible. And that risk extends beyond this project. It could damage our credibility with major healthcare partners, and jeopardize future funding. And we've heard that Five Keys, the selected partner, a selected operator, is only committed for 2 years. What happens in year 3? What's the long-term funding strategy and staffing plan beyond the one-time funds proposed? And if the city will take over funding for operations, is there a strategy in place? Will Measure P be the primary source of funding? If there's not a plan for sustainability, we risk creating a temporary fix for a long-term crisis. And so just the request when moving forward, provide the full operating budget for the $7 million. So there's clarity, confirm in writing whether grantors have approved continued use of funds with documentation, clarify the long-term operational and funding plan beyond year 2, and ensure all legal requirements are met before funding allocation, include any needed contract amendments. This is not about obstruction. This is about protecting the integrity of the Navigation Center, its funding and operations, and its future. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. That's all our speakers. That's going to move us to report of presiding officer and members of the City Council. Councilmember Gordon, I see you.
Thank you. I would like to say today I attended at Emmanuel Temple, the Emmanuel Armed Health Fair, which was a wonderful, well attended by multiple entities of our community. I also attended 2 homeless and unhoused encampment for the cleanup. However, one was delayed because they had ADA, but they did pick up the trash around the area or unwanted items, and extended for another 2 to 4 weeks. I also would like to let people know that Beat 4 Neighborhood Watch Captains, we are meeting at the Norman Keene Center tonight, which is Wednesday, May 28th at 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the Norman Keene Center in South Vallejo at 545 Magazine Street. Please come out and bring your friends. And I also would like to state happy birthday to my granddaughter who just turned 16 today at this time. So her name is Taya Lynn Gordon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to give continue my process of giving a shout out to a local business, I'd like to give a shout out to Provisions. More so, I was over there this weekend, and once again, I happened to leave something there by accident, and when I returned to get it, it was still there. So thank you, thank you to Provisions.
Thank you for that. All right, I had things to say. I think what I'll just close with is that I'm not. We have serious work to do, and the agenda process, getting those out earlier, is something I'm committed to doing. And the budget process is not. We needed that earlier, so that's coming on the 10th. And we're going to be doing some work to make sure that we can really deliver the transparency that our constituents deserve, and have a city that really functions, delivers services, and operates with integrity. So we really have a lot of work to do, and I think a lot of that was evidenced by tonight. And with that, I will go ahead and adjourn us. 1:54 a.m.